Hello, good evening, afternoon, midday, morning, wherever you are in the world. Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and those who identify otherwise, for the final round of the SSRI Endurance Championship. I'm Oliver Anderson, Mr. One of Oliver, and behind the cameras, as always, our Grandpa Chris Hill. We have had 4 very exciting endurance races so far this season, and this one surely will be no different as we go racing here at the wonderful Suzuka International Raceway in virtual Japan. Weather might be a factor in this evening's or afternoon's event for these next 10 hours or so. Showers are expected. Quite a few teams have managed to turn up for the event so far, and we will surely see battling all throughout the field for positions. I honestly can't remember that much from last time we went racing, as that is a while ago by now, but we are ready for them this time. Remember that we are also, we have published the calendar for next season as well, which surely be an equally interesting season of racing, with a lot of lesser used endurance tracks on the calendar, which we will find for you shortly. But until then, we are actually both just trying to get onto the servers here from the commentary booth, as this has been a little bit of an interesting morning for the two of us in the commentary booth so far. We are obviously busy people. So give us half a moment and we will get on to it. While we're doing that, I can tell you that the commentary on the race will probably be disrupted a little bit during this afternoon of racing, as the stewarding team are also a little bit under pressure today. So I will be helping out those guys as well. So if you are wondering why there might not be sound on the broadcast for smaller periods of time, then it is not something with your PCs. It is us who are a little bit busy trying to get everything sorted. Interesting things for you to notice. It's actually raining in the pre-race practice, where the drivers and teams currently are getting the final details figured out with the cars, just getting a little feel for the actual track here on race day. Maybe getting the qualifying driver into the car and getting everything sorted and prepared for the race that is coming up. All the teams are probably having a little bit of banter at the minute, finalizing strategies and getting ready for it. For anyone out there listening, drivers, teams, fans, whatever, if you have a little bit of spare time during the race and want to talk to us here in the commentary booth, please go onto our Discord page, and then there will be under broadcasting, there's a small voice channel called Interview Waiting Room. Go in there, maybe post in the YouTube chat that you are waiting in the interview waiting room, and we'll drag you in as soon as we see you to have a little chat with you guys. If you are obviously on a team racing, then we'll ask a few things about the race. If not, then we'll find something else to talk about, of course. As this would be, yes, thank you, Chris. As this would be a very long evening, and yes, when I'm talking to Chris or something that comes up that's a little bit unforeseen, then it's not an imaginary friend, guys. It is our wonderful cameraman behind the cameras. But here we have a nice track guide of Suzuka coming down the start-finish straight. I obviously don't know all of the corner names here, as we have been busy in the morning, long straight into turns 1 and 2. Sweeping corners, trail braking into 1, hard on the brakes for 2. We see a lot of drivers running wide here, and have seen over the last couple of seasons. Interesting place to start until we head into the famous S section. Just getting the car a little bit unsettled through here, or missing one of your turn-in points, going a little bit too hot maybe. That will lose you so much time, as this is very important to have a nice car through here. Left and right. Coming into the final part of the S section now, where you sort of only want to stay. You can almost see it on the rubber in the track, not going all the way to the inside to open up as much as possible through here the curve on top of the track, which also has a name that leads into the Deckness. Great importance to get a great run here. The Deckness also very tricky, lifting or braking into Deckner 1. A big question before you go on to Deckner 2, short run between them. Get into the curb, use the astroturfing on both the entrance and the exits before you go flat out, passing underneath the track, as this is a figure 8 circuit technically, before we head up to the hairpin, where we surely will see some action this afternoon of racing. Many different lines are possible to be taken through here, and it is important to get the good exit as we get the big long run through the next curve into Spoon. Also a place where we've seen drivers have the overspeed pulled to the outside, trying the overtake, and then they actually lose momentum on the other cars, depending on setups, of course, heading into the Spoon at the end of the straight. Difficult. Positive camber on the first section, negative camber in the second one. At least on the exit of this part of Spoon, you have the negative camber that sort of drags you throughout the exit. You have to be so patient on the throttle before we go on to the back straight of the track, with the secondary pit lane, which is obviously not used for this event. The run into 130R, difficult corner. Some will just lift, some will gear down, some will tap a little bit on the brakes. Different from driver to driver, so important to get it just right and either protect yourself for the overtake. Into the Casio triangle we go, the final braking zone of the track, and the hardest on the track. Down to so low speeds. Important again to get a good run. Difficult, very difficult, I must say, in the wet to get this done. Pit lane on the right hand side, of course, where I myself have actually Austin powered a car once and got it stuck completely between the two walls, which is possible if you are a trash driver like myself. Then that is definitely an option, something that you do not want to test out in an actual race. We still have about 5 minutes until qualifying. So people in the YouTube chat could be helpful asking some questions if you need to know or want to know anything particularly about the race or the season so far, then we'll do our best to find out for you guys. All of the teams, I believe, have multiple drivers, and we will see the driver swaps, which will be a huge part of this racer's strategy that these guys will be having to sort of juggle into with the changeable conditions that we're likely to see here at Suzuka. When do you change the driver? Do you change the drivers in the drying conditions? In conditions where it's getting wetter and wetter, do you opt to do the driver change mid-range? Do you hope it will get better track-wise and do it later on? And how many times will you change the driver? Will you do it every time you pit, or will you maybe up to double stint your drivers? That will be something to look out for when we go actual racing. I'm having a little bit of a look so far. Not that many cars have actually connected to the server, but that surely will not deter anyone for having the a top race. For instance, I don't. Oh, they were there. This will be one for the memory books. Nevertheless, wet Suzuka, or expectedly wet Suzuka, will always be fun to have a look at. We have seen around this track so many times. Once it starts raining, the grid order will be completely tumbled around. Not always that we see the drivers who are quick in the dry being equally quick in the rain. It's actually quite rare that we see that. So this could be one for maybe the mid-pack teams to get a good result here and claim some reasonable or good points for the last part of in the last race here in the championship. Which I must say have been quite the roller coaster so far, which is obviously a good thing for some teams. We have seen Hondas getting up there again, and Nissan's not that many of those in the race today, unfortunately. But a good mix of cars have been up nearing the top of the field. Even Bentleys, I do seem like remembering that we have had some great runs with, or had some great races so far this season. I am just trying to have a look into points, but that was the wrong endurance season that I was clicking on. That is the upcoming endurance season that, of course, is already getting prepared. But looking at the points so far, the standings so far this season, it would be the CDLC junior team that's leading the championship standings, currently on 100 points, with the Luke Oil Racing Esports guys behind them on 85, and then the left-handed racing team 1 behind those guys with 80. Race winners of the 24-hour race, the PS UK team, also on 80 points, shared third. That was one hell of a race from those guys, and quite unexpected that we saw those guys nearing the top of the table in that race. At least looking over the rest of the season results-wise, so they definitely pulled one together, and that just proves that anything can happen in endurance racing. You just got to get together. I even seem to remember these guys being having their cars almost flipped in turn 2 at that race. So great comeback story for these guys, and they will be getting ready to try and get up to the top of the tables once again. But that was the top 3 in the championship at least, and the only ones with a mathematic chance of taking the championship so far. So those are the 4 cars that we'll try and keep an extra eye on this evening of racing. The Honda, of course, of the CDLC team, the 2 Ferraris of Luke Oil Racing and PS UK, and the Aston Martin of the left-handed racing team would be the ones that we are looking out for, as we are getting suspiciously close to qualifying, and the countdown for it have begun. And yet still only 18 teams on the server. We do expect to see a few more getting in there as qualifying are about to commence. Just waiting for the last couple of drivers to get their last practice runs through, and then we will start to see some live action maybe. Although I'm just getting told that we'll do a server restart, so we will be back to you shortly, as that means that we will also be doing a little bit of a restart here in the commentary booth. Do we even have some fun music we can play while we're having a small intermission? I'm being told no, but then you guys can pretend out there. We should definitely try and cut out all the exit songs and put together to one super mesh for these situations, I would say. But maybe for another time. But we will be right back when the servers have restarted and we're ready for qualifying. We are getting back to it, I believe. Not restarted the server yet, but we are shortly about to, which means that we will get closer and closer to actual on-track action. Briefly, that would be. But that does give everyone on YouTube a good chance to put in their comments and maybe tell us who their favorite drivers are. And maybe put in expectations for the race for their teams that they are supporting, which obviously will be race wins for everyone. But realistic expectations apart from having, of course, a good time of racing here in the afternoon at Virtual Suzuka here in the SSRI community, which we are very pleased that we can continuously run these endurance events. Just a short reminder, we also have a sprint series running that you can go sign up for, of course, as well, which is also getting to the closing stages of the season. But get involved out there if you feel like it or just want to get involved in something more meaningful than usual, or the usual online racing. We have also started racing on Le Mans Ultimate. For those interested in that, get involved, get onto the Discord channel, and remember to select the role LMU so that we can get rolling with that as well. If that's something for you with the multi-class racing, of course, the current championship are about to hit the third race, which will be a 90-minute Le Mans race that we are looking very much forward to, all of us involved in that one, as that will be one hell of a challenge, where we are also expected mixed conditions for the first time in that championship. So for many drivers, that will be a new challenge to try and tackle. With, of course, the cars being quite different to drive in wet conditions than dry, which of course is the same for the GT drivers that we'll see this evening. But I'm just getting stuff sorted. The servers have been restarted. Also a little bit of practical information for the drivers out there. And you are free to remember to join in the correct order, with driver 1 joining the servers first. I'm just getting the last bits and pieces sorted. And then we are reasonably ready. No, Chris, no. We can't. We have been told that the session will be forwarded once at least 18 cars are on the server, so if you're out there waiting to get onto the server, please do so rather quickly. You'll have till, well, they'll wait until then they will also just give people a chance to swap drivers here in the start of the current practice session that's going on the track. So the drivers have just a little bit of time, or teams have just a little bit of time to get the correct driver in for qualifying. It is plenty of time, of course, for these seasoned veterans, of course, but a little bit of a stress factor for everyone involved with the Kuno servers today not being completely optimum. But that intermission also meant that I had time to get a cup of coffee, which will be very handy during this event. Imagine sitting here for 10 hours talking without any coffee. That would be truly shameful. But it is still very hot, I can tell you that much. Not that anyone out there cares about my coffee, of course, but you are free to ask questions about that as well. but it is what it is, and we will get some racing for you guys as soon as we can. Just a brief few minutes to go with waiting still. I bet you that Grandpa Chris could tell us some jokes while we're waiting. Or even better, we have something very, very special for you guys, and I do believe that it is possible to sign up for the championship already. But here we go, the calendar for the 5th endurance season that have just been published, I believe, today. And yes, these are the tracks that we'll be racing at. I'm particularly looking forward to commentating on the Hungaroring, Brands Hatch and the Red Bull Ring, as that is tracks that we don't see often in endurance racing, and that surely will be some interesting ones to follow. Starting with the 6 hours of the Hungaroring on the 15th of March, which is in exactly a month from now. That season will start. After that, we'll be heading on to COTA, the Circuit of the Americas, for our 10-hour Lone Star event on the 19th of April, before we're heading to another 6-hour race on Brands Hatch. Surely that will be one of the biggest challenges for the drivers, getting around that track safely for 6 hours. It is such a wonderful track to drive, and very, very difficult in the GT3 cars, especially when you have traffic involved as well. 4th round will be the Red Bull Ring. Plenty of overtaking opportunities on that track. Very short track where traffic once again will become a thing to master in that event if you want to be on top of your game and get a good result there. But 12 hours of the Red Bull Ring, that will be one to look out for. The longest race that we'll see in the 5th season. Before we round off the calendar on the 19th of July at Kyalami. A track that many people are expecting soon to be upgraded to FIA Grade 1 standards, so that they can host the Formula 1 races there, which would be quite interesting as well, of course, and getting Africa on the calendar for that as well. But that is our upcoming season. We currently still have one race to go of the seventh season. Oh, sorry, not seventh, the 4th season. I'm getting way too ahead of myself at this point, but we still have one race to go here from the 4th season, which is of course the 10 hours of Suzuka that we'll be looking at this afternoon / evening / morning if you're from other parts of the world, maybe even night for some. Have we been all around the world? I do believe that we have. As the drivers really are on the final stages now, as we actually do get live pictures from qualifying. It does seem that the qualifying is starting off in wet conditions. It will dry up, it looks like, but that surely will be something for the drivers to get used to. Starting off in the wets, is it even worth it to go out now when you know that the track will be drier later on? Of course, unlimited wet tires, so no reason not to go out and at least get a feel for the track in these conditions. This could be a thing in the race as well. We'll see the track drying up, so just getting a feel for how the car reacts and how the track dries itself will be a massive thing for these drivers, just getting familiar with it. Currently looking at the championship leading Honda, the CDLC junior team, with Harley Chamberlain behind the wheel, initially at least here in qualifying. Of course, some teams they opt to keep the same driver in for the entirety of qualifying. Others, they like to split it up a little bit. Same goes for tire strategies. Of course, we will see the drivers changing tires in this particular qualifying as we start off in the rain, and are expecting to go dry during this qualifying, so that'll be one to look out for. But then again, how many times do you want to go into the pits once it gets dry? Of course, you always want your tires to get the optimum tire pressures. But for the drivers themselves, some drivers like to get out there and just do laps upon laps in qualifying and slowly see the pace improving. Others, they like to go in and do a lot of runs with fresh tires all the time and very low fuel to try and optimize it. That's something that varies from driver to driver and team to team, what the strategy will be in regards to that. Personally, for a qualifying session like this, I would probably do 2 to 3 sets of tires maximum. depending on how good my laps were initially and whether or not that I want to go out for additional bangers. If my first run wasn't too great, then I'll probably stay on the same sets of tires to go out once more on those, just to get a banger in before going out with super low fuel nearing the end of qualifying. The time on top, once that hits 5 minutes remaining, then qualifying is officially over, as we give the drivers a little bit of time to swap their starting drivers into the cars. Of course, if they have started a flying lap before the qualifying timer hits 5 minutes remaining, then they are allowed to finish that one. Something to look out for: left-handed racing, one of the contenders as well. A car that we'll be keeping an eye on, of course. Currently driven by Joshua Grunning in the Aston Martin. Third place, or I should say shared third place in the championship with the PS UK racing team. That also, I believe, have left the pits, but don't be fooled by the times we see early on. We surely will see the lap times drop during qualifying, and the more cars on track, obviously, the faster the track gets quicker and quicker. Still a little bit of rain in the air. Well, it does look like a lot, but it's in ACC terms, it's just a little bit of rain in the air that the drivers are dealing with. Looking here at Groening through 130 are in these conditions very, very scary to go through, even in the best of conditions. Chamberlain down on the inside we saw. Explanation to the track map, as always, you see in the right hand corner of your screen. The red dot are the car that we are following. Grey dots are on valid laps. Blue dots are on invalid laps. White dots will be slow moving cars, and yellow dots will be yellow flag. Or cars causing yellow flags. In the right hand side we obviously have we do have the timing board, where you can see the current driver in the car number, the car manufacturer, and once we get some lap times on the board, we will also see the gap from drivers to the fastest lap. We'll get a little bit back, as we actually do see our first lap being put in there, 2 minutes 8.1. That will surely drop by about I would assume 8 to 10 seconds once we go dry. A Ford Mustang got on top of that there. 4 cars on the board. Just gauging the track conditions at the minute. Getting those bangers in, feeling it all around. In these conditions, I would personally prefer to be in a front-engine car myself. Maybe not the Mustang, as that is quite difficult to drive even in the best of circumstances, as it is very different geared than most other cars, but it is what it is. The mid-engine cars, of course, are very stable, but not that happy on the curbs, as we'll probably see a few cars trying to avoid being on the curbs, as we Nikolaj Schrøder there in the background, getting a little bit of slide on there, the famous Mode 11 racing car. Stan van der Kool we have seen in LMU as well. Quick driver in the hypercars. Toyota have been the selected car there, but here we see him in the DSRT team that have opted for Ferraris in this particular championship. We'll see how qualifying pans out for these guys as they move out of the way there for the Mode 11 car just passing around. I must say the DSRT livery are very, very nice to look at. Does bring some good detailing onto the car. Not the most extra sort of car if you're looking at that way, but it does look very nice on the eyes, and the detailing are perfectly fine on it. True beauty on track, as he's just trying to give himself a little bit of room to get it going, and the rain have stopped falling, it looks like, on track. It also says damp in the top right hand corner there, a little bit of information there. Woo, as we see Van der Kool there trying to get a little bit too frisky on the throttle, but does manage to save the car, which also means that all that room that he just gained are not worth it, as he'll return to the garage. Sim Smith in the IRL Endurance Racing team. Currently sitting 4th in the Aston Martin. Wonder how that will turn out during qualifying as times will drop, but surely the rain have stopped and we can already see the track is drying by quite a bit. Damn condition, but back to the top right hand side of your screen, there are a little bit of information up there. The first box from left to right would be the weather information that shows current weather underneath the clock, and then expected weather in the next 10 and 30 minutes, which is just cloudy and more cloudy it looks like. So track will be getting faster and faster during qualifying. After that we see a rough estimation of track conditions that will probably vary between go from damp now and then to green fast, and then maybe optimal later on in qualifying. We did see it saying wet in the start of qualifying as the track was fully wet there, and currently the game believes it's damp. Next to that we have the temperatures. The first temperature you see with the 22 degrees Celsius are the ambient temperature. Next to that we have the track temperature. Both things are something that the drivers are keeping mind of. Next to that we have the wind that is currently not really blowing. But as soon as we start seeing the wind, it is quite interesting to follow how the top drivers they will use the wind direction to adjust their braking into the corners and get a little bit extra out of the car compared to those not so familiar with it. The arrow in front of the car, the wind indication, tells us from which direction the wind is coming upon the car that we are currently looking at. If you're in doubt on which car we are looking at, you could see the either in the left hand side would be the red marked number in the leaderboard, so on the bottom right hand side it also tells us driver, team, race number and current position. Remember to hit the like button and subscribe, the notification bell as well if you want notifications on when we go live. Currently it looks like that Smiths are improved by quite a lot, and across the line he will go there and takes provisional pole. But again, track conditions are expected to get better and better during this event, or at least during qualifying we should say. As the full race we cannot say anything about just yet, as we don't know, to be perfectly honest. The Luke Oil car goes very quick as well, within a tenth of the IRL team. The Luke Oil car being the 406. Grant Willemot in the Stone Cold Racing car. Fun livery on that car as well. Good colors on it. Does ring a bell from the original OnlyFans livery that we saw a few years ago on the Untilted Motorsports team on their secondary car. Running very wide there. Just see how the car started to slide as soon as he got onto the AstroTurf, which is still very, very wet. That goes for the curbing as well. Does look like that he is backing a little bit out of this lap at the minute, but still pushing just to figure out how the car feels through the final corner. Into the Casio triangle he goes, mounts the curb on the first apex, second as well, that onto that AstroTurfing, and that unsettles the car quite a bit. Can he get it turning? It did look like that he had to lift a little bit there as he goes down the start finish straight to start yet another lap and finish the one that he was on, improving by about 3/10, even with those small mistakes. So yeah, lap times are tumbling at the minute. They are going further and further down, getting closer and closer to dry, but still not quite there yet. As a lot of cars out on track. You can see in the right hand side of the timing board, the cars that are indicated for P on the right hand side means that they are currently in pit lane. And they're just getting adjustments onto the cars, tires, everything, following chamber lane around into the hairpin. He goes a little bit of a slide there as he hits the curb. That Honda is massively difficult to drive in even the best of conditions. Very tail happy, and that rear end will go loose quite a few times overlap, but you just have to manage it. The best drivers obviously can get the car around without it being loose, but it is very easy in that car. Chooses not to take that little bit of AstroTurfing on the turn-in point to the spoon. coming around, still camber to the good side, and now the camber drops off and he's out onto the astroturfing and the curbs once again. Down the hill, going up again over the track underneath, now going into 130R on board. See just how careful he is on the steering. Very well looking there. Oh, getting on the curb there, getting a little bit of slide on the just before the braking. Untilted by quite a lot, but getting it nicely through, I must say. Still they're choosing to take the curbs in these conditions, and we can see how unsettled the car got there as he tried to turn a little bit more than the track allowed him to. Across the line he goes and jumps up into 7th position. So reasonable lap there from Mr. Chamberlain in the CDLC Honda. The DSRT car currently set in 15th position, following Van der Koelen around. Down the, I wouldn't call it as straight as per se, especially not in these conditions. It is actually quite difficult when the track is wet to be fully throttled there without losing a grip, and going down that too wide, as we will surely see a few times in the race, are super tricky in wet conditions. And someone will have to lift if you are to stay side by side through it. But very nicely done through Spoon at least, and so far the lap looks very reasonable here from Stan van der Koelen in the DSRT car. Coming into 130, a little bit of slide on the inside, going very wide there, close to invalidation minimum. Or at least very close to it. Track warnings for the race we'll get into a little bit later on in the broadcast. Going through the Casio triangle, does he manage to get around without losing the back end? This does look like a pretty good improvement from DSRT crew. Stan van der Koelen across the line, he goes up into 5th position. Provisionally still damned though, and the track are likely to get better and better as we progress. Joshua Gruning from the left hand racing team. Championship contending car, which we surely will see do some good racing off. Currently set in 3rd or shared 3rd in the championship, 15 points behind the CDLC car in 1st. They do need a little bit of bad luck from those guys to claim the overall championship, as they cannot decide it themselves on points, I believe. No, they can't, but well, there's actually a few more teams within the championship contention. I forgot we get hand out 54 race wins in scoring. What in the ass am I then looking? Ah, okay, that's how that works. Quite a few teams in the top of the standings with rounds that they haven't been scored for one reason or another, we must say, and that's why top team only are set on 100 points. They've won both races they have been scored in so far this season. But that means theoretically everyone within 50 points of the championship lead, which is all the way down to 9th in the standings, which means 9 cars theoretically could win the championship, though very unlikely for quite a few of them. But we will surely try to keep an eye on that as we progress through this qualifying. Gruning on a provisional pole with 13.5 minutes to go. Track haven't dried as quickly as I was expecting personally. Currently following the Luke Oil car. Graco Ivanov behind the wheel of that machine. There have been just the 2 drivers all season long. Both of them seems very equally paced in that Ferrari, and that might be one of the biggest strengths in that team, that both of their drivers are so consistently quick and matching each other so well in pace. Some might expect them to be a similar driving style as well. We haven't dove that deep into looking at driving styles yet here on the broadcasting channel, but we might get a little bit into talks about that later on in the race, as we do have 10 hours to kill this evening / afternoon. as we see Ivanov now down the pit straight, start-finish straight. Getting closer and closer to the timing line, and across he goes up into second provisionally for the Luke Oil team, as we saw the DSRT car coming out the pits just in front of them. Simsport in third position in the IRL racing team, who standings-wise, they might be up them. Just trying to find them actually. They are 7-12 with 41 points, so not in it for the championship itself, but they could theoretically still take second, so a lot to play for these guys. Of course, as the champion standings surely will move around. We see a little bit of flashing of the lights there. Oh, that could have just been the camera angle that looked like it there behind the Sim Racing Holland car, just ahead of them in their BMW, currently driven by Barack Kunt, I believe. Down the straight into 1/3 yard, getting a nice tow here does Sim Smeets from the Sim Racing Holland BMW. Currently just hovering with the current improvement just around fastest lap of this qualifying session so far, so this could be a massive one. Still getting a little bit of tow down the start-finish straight. Let's see when it goes across the line. It's not that one that we used to in Formula 1. It is the starting line down here that you have to cross. And ooh, just second losing a bit of time there in the Casio triangle. Unfortunate for Smeets as he parks the car safely out of the way. Yannick Funk in the SLRT car, the white Ferrari, the number 20 entry, currently set in 12th position with 10.5 minutes to go here in qualifying. Through the deck as he goes a little bit wide there for the conditions, at least as we see the track conditions have improved to greasy. Though it still looks a little bit damp if you go outside the racing line. At least we saw some moisture being kicked up there from the Ferrari, going through the short kink or the small kink before the hairpin. The run down into Spoon we go. On the brakes, looks good, trails it in, hits the curb, goes way, maybe that's fine, close to track limits, but goes wide onto the astroturfing and curbs. The drivers are starting to use them a lot more, as you can clearly see. The more astroturfing and curb you can use through Spoon, the bigger the track, the bigger you make the track, and the smoother a line you can take through, which of course allows you to keep a higher speed, which will give you a little bit of better track time once out there. Into the Casio triangle he goes, mounting a lot of the inside curb there. We do see a lot of drivers choosing to do so to open up the final bit of the Casio triangle as much as possible. And across the line he will go just about now, jumping up into 4th. We can really see the track evolution kicking in as the cars are getting faster and faster out there. Still with Funk through the S's we go. The number 20 car. Really good angle here when you can see the car coming up over the hill. Many people think that Suzuka is a very flat track when they look at it and just see regular cameras, especially from Formula 1, but it is super hilly. You can even tell on the grandstands around the S section there how it sort of goes up like a staircase, and the lower steps of the case, they sort of disappear as they move along the hillside. Funk coming up to the hairpin with a little bit of traffic ahead of him. That's the 204 Mercedes, one of the cars up ahead. A team that we have talked to a little bit here in the commentary booth during the season. Very, very fun guys. They are here for, well, obviously for competing, but to have fun as well. They seem like that's what they care most about, just having a good time racing, which sim racing is all about for most drivers out there. Some do like the the competition aspect of it. Well, we also enjoy that to a certain degree, because we are racing after all. And it's not just a Sunday drive, but getting together with your mates doing these endurance events. Maybe having a few beers on the way, hard to say. Some teams prefer doing it that way. Famous known for that would of course be the CBSR crew that are not here this afternoon of racing, but it's how you prefer to do it. It's up to you yourself when driving. And across the line, Yannick Funk goes once again. Wonder if he have fuel for one more. Fastest lap so far, qualifying provisional pole for the SLRT team. Didn't look that way for a bit of time, as we say that he's immediately beaten by the Luke Oil crew and their 406 Ferrari. Lap times are falling, ladies and gentlemen, already into the 2 minutes 4. Again, qualifying big side there in the background for the, I believe that was a BMW or Aston, looked like it at least, following the Luke Oil car of Ricard Ivanov, currently behind the wheel of that machine. Coming across, he will know that he is currently leading, even if he don't have the standings or the relatives on his screen when driving. Then he will have his teammate who definitely told him that's provisional pole mate, at least for the minute. Big speed there through the deck. That's really nice to see how the cars bounce over the curb, using all of the track. They're getting a little bit of a wiggle on, not something that loses too much time, of course, into the hairpin. Good under braking. Goes for the middle apex of the corner, using just a tiny bit of that exit curb, not wanting to get the traction control working too hard in these conditions on that exit curb that is very wet, touching the curb still in these conditions. Into the spoon we go, not using the entrance astroturfing there, but takes the inside curb, mounts it quite hard, using a little bit of the curb there in the middle, hits the inside curb on the exit of spoon as well, on using all of the room available on the exit, as the car already have perfect traction coming onto that with the line that he took. Very good lines we're seeing from Inov here. Two cars have gone quicker than Inov while we have been looking at him so far. Ooh, that looks very wide. Yeah, that's an invalid lap. He bails off immediately to go into the pits and take fresh tires, as we only have 5 minutes of qualifying left to go here. The DSRT Ferrari of Stan van der Kool behind the wheel. Seeing how loose that car gets when on the entrance there to the spoon curve. He have the left-handed racing crew, Aston Martin, behind him, it looks like him. And he is giving that car a very, very good tow down the back straight. So it could be two cars on for improvement. We see here in the frame at the minute. Through 130R we go. How much do you dare risk it? We see the Aston Martin losing a bit more of the track in the background. Into the Casio triangle. Looks like that the left-handed car, they have backed off a bit there, so they will not be improving. But the DSRT car here of Stan van der Koelen onto the start-finish straight, and across the line he goes. Still in fourth, starting a new lap. It is important to be out of track at the minute, of course. I think all drivers have chosen or elected to go onto the dry compound tires so far. Interesting that the championship leading Honda is still set in 17th position. They're 4 seconds behind. I wonder if they will be content with starting from the back, or if they are leaving the pits shortly and trying one last heroic run to try and get up the grid. The DMS Esports car currently in 18th improves to 14th and pushes the championship leaders down into last on the grid so far. Lou behind the wheel of that car. British driver in the 49 machine. Through the S's we see. Good lines they're taking as well. Even though it doesn't look fast from these angles, I am telling you, when you're in the cockpit of these cars, you're pushing at the absolute maximum you can. Going on board now with the DMS Esports car. Smooth on the steering, into the braking. Brakes gears down twice for the deck. That looks like that is all the cars are capable of in these conditions. Nice and smooth through the corners. It looks like that it's actually very pleasant to drive this Ferrari. A little bit loose on the rear end coming into the hairpin. Hits the apex nicely, gets on the front with good rotation. That Ferrari looks so good in the wet. Must be a dream car to drive. Other things in the timing board that is noticeable, Chamberlain have gone out in the 81 Honda. Also the SSRI crew with Fredriksson behind the wheel sitting in 16th at the minute. The Lambo jumping to the Lambo here of the Simsport Racing International crew. Tis Fredriksson and Sim Spinkelink piloting that car today. If I'm not mistaken completely, though I could be. Oh, Nard Cox as well turned up for an endurance event. Not that often we see Nard in these races. He is the driver that we see on every other Tuesday, starting from the back of the Sprint Championship, just try and go as far up the field as he possibly could, as Fredriksson puts it into provisional second with just under 2 minutes to go here in qualifying. That could be one good lap. He have started his final lap then in qualifying. So that will be just one more chance of improvement there for the Sim Racing International team. Chamberlain on it as much as possible, warming the tires. He will only have one chance of improving, and he knows it. He will have to play it a little bit safe. He will improve his time if he just manages to not put it into the grass, as his current best lap time was set in wet condition, or at least damp. So he surely can find a lot of time on this lap. It's just how much does he risk it. Couldn't have gone into the pits, which means that they are done for on qualifying in the 95 car. They do not have enough time to go out and start another flying lap. Same goes for the number 3 car that are provisionally on pole. Interesting to see who will be the last driver to start a flying lap, as that will be very, very good timing for those guys, as they will have the best of track conditions. Following Chamberlain around here, I think we'll stay with him for the entirety of this lap, as that is currently the main story. As the 406 Luke Oil car takes provisional pole, they will still have one more shot at it if they have fuel for it. Chamberlain through the Degners. Oh, that will be the 943 car that are the final car to start a flying lap here in qualifying. Chamberlain looking very hot so far in qualifying, doing well, about well, improving by quite a bit so far, but will it be enough to take the pole? It will be interesting to say. Nevertheless, he is currently almost 9 seconds slower than the current pole sitter out there. 5.5, sorry, I was a little bit getting ahead of myself there, seconds wise, but 5.5 or 5.8 seconds to be exact, or more exact. Ooh, that looks wide. I think that's invalidated there for Mr. Chamberlain. That looks to be starting from last. Championship leaders will be starting last if that was invalidated. It did look like it, but we'll see when he crosses the line whether or not that he gets an improvement. Down the straight he goes and across the line. Yeah, that was an invalid lap. Chamberlain and the CDLC Honda crew starting from the back. They will have a lot of overtaking to do in this race, as we see the cars pulling over the 406 car here. One final push for these guys. Ooh, not the best of Casio triangles there for the Luke Oil crew. Coming up and closing out their qualifying. Only one more car to go in qualifying, as he takes pole position in the dying moments by less than a tenth ahead of Wilmot in the 51 BMW. Sim Smith's final car that can improve here in qualifying. Let's see what he does as he goes onto the start-finish straight one final time. Heading down the start-finish straight. And across the line he goes without improving. So that is the grid for you, as we'll do a little bit of a rundown of that as we're waiting for the drivers to swap into their racing drivers and their restarting drivers, we should say. and getting everything sorted for that. Interestingly enough, the left-handed racing team there, they were is that the left-handed racing team? It's the I don't think it is, but the Aston Martins definitely look strong in the final sectors. That's where Ivanov were slowest in comparison to his nearest competitors, not dropping. It is the Aston Martin. It is the left-hand racing crew that I was just getting a little bit confused with the other Aston also having such a high number, or the other Astons also having such a high number, we should say. As there are 3 Astons. 2 of them must be left-hand racing as they're so close number-wise, but they are fastest in the final sector. Ivanov and the Luke Oil team are fastest in both the first and the second, with the 51 BMW just being super consistent. But let's do a quick run down the starting order. It will be the 406 Ferrari taking pole position here in the final round of the championship at Suzuka. Starting next to him will be the 51 BMW. Willie Mudd doing the qualifying for those guys. Row 2, all-out Aston Martin with the left-handed racing team there. Groening taking the third with his lap time. Smeets in fourth, and the other Aston Martin up in the top positions. The Sim Racing Holland, the Sim Racing International car will start in the third row in 5th position with the number 3 Ford next to those guys. PSUK, Liam Wald puts their Ferrari into 7th position with the 55 McLaren next to those guys. Trevor and Nikolai Schröder will be lining up in 9th and 10th position, just outside of the top 10. Will be Van der Kolen and Toddy next to each other in 11th and 12th. In 13th, we have Funke with Kunt right behind in 14th. 15th will be Vedigi in the lone Mercedes on the grid, with Ian van der Linden putting the BMW of the Sim Racing Holland crew into 16th. 17th position will be Lou in the Ferrari, with Chamberlain championship leading Honda starting dead last in 18th position. That was the grid orders. We'll take a small break before we get ready for the actual racing here on the channel, just to warm up the voice and give the drivers a brief moment out there. But for people listening in, post how you feel qualifying went for your favorite drivers in the YouTube chat, and let's see how it will go during the race. We'll be right back after this. Oh well, there'll be nothing, but I always want to say that. And we are back with the cars actually getting ready on the grid and getting their the final bits and pieces sorted out before the race itself. Or we should say the formation lap that they're going on to now. We are starting the race in dry conditions. We'll wait and see how that goes during this evening of racing. Ivanov rolls out first from his pole position with the Luke Oil car. Best of places to start when you're in the championship battle. They put themselves in prime position for this event and get themselves all opportunities to get the win this evening, and they can't do much more than that themselves to take the championship away from the CDLC team. But they're of course starting from the back, so they will have a lot of overtaking to do and a lot of risk assessment that they'll have to manage. They will have to decide between them how hard do they want to push early on in the race to go through the field, and how much risk do they want to take. Of course, they can gain a lot of position on the opening lap, but that will be the most dangerous time to do so. All these drivers knows that it's a long race, and they're keeping that in mind, of course. So none of them really wants to get involved in anything early on, but once lights go green, these guys are racing drivers, and it's hard to control racing drivers and their spirits once they are behind the wheel of a car. Even with these virtual cars. As they are moving about under the bridge, the slowest they're likely to go there all day long, unless if they spin out in the Deckness. That have happened to drivers before. Just getting a little bit too optimistic with grip levels are coming in a tiny bit too hot. Rounding out, figuring out the pit stop strategy, just ensuring that the MFD is set to their various strategies for a race like this. They definitely have quite a few preset strategies that they can quickly choose between when coming into the pits, depending on which tires they want on the cars and pressures, of course. A lot of the teams will be using ACC Drive as well, where the spotter can actually do the pit stop strategy for you. Though that is something that both drivers need to have installed if they want to make that use of that software. Down onto the to the back straight for the first time. A very, very rare opportunity to see all of the scenery around them. Just getting the last bit of heat into the tires and brakes before they prepare to go double file in a, I would assume in not that long they'll start lining up. I think around the 130R are where the drivers are getting the information to start lining up around Suzuka. The stands are packed, the YouTube stream is going, the drivers are ready, the fans are ready, we are ready, everyone is ready for this as they are coming around the Casio Triangle one last time in before we go racing. And ladies and gentlemen, this means that we are very shortly about to be cities first on the next line. Racing! Good start from the Luke Oil team as they go into the first corner right ahead of the BMW of the 51 crew. All three drivers in the front staying in positions and keeping it very, very tidy between them. Single file for those, nothing happened through turns 1 and 2. anywhere. The Honda in last place, second to last now. At least starting last, we can see them in the bottom right-hand side of the screen, trying to progress through the field and navigating the traffic. But good and safe start from all of the drivers, it looks like, as the Luke Oil team will be leading out across the first sector split of the day, as the timing boards will have to sort themselves as we are running through that. Currently looking at the second placed BMW, as he's under a lot of pressure by from Gruning right behind, who will attempt it as soon as he possibly can. With all of the cars going through the hairpin for the first time this afternoon, and managing to do so very cleanly indeed, it looks like. Stone Cold Racing BMW still in second, into Spoon for the first time. Going around it, still staying very, very strong. Good job from everyone keeping it clean on the first lap. Further down the field, the SLRT car of David Tepper chasing down the Mustang. Not the easiest car to overtake in a straight line, but he'll try to tug into the slipstream and go for it free wide in the back of the field, it looked like, for a very brief period of time, as overtaking is almost had there by the DSRT team that we are currently following, trying to get underneath the wing of the 55 McLaren and staying there down the start-finish straight for the first time in full racing speed, just up ahead. David Tepper under a lot of pressure now from the McLaren behind the 55, but doesn't look like that. He's putting a lot of pressure on the Mustang ahead of him, I should say, but not close enough to try the move this time around on the mighty Mustang. Through the S's we go. If you're behind a slower driver here, then it's so annoying going through these S's, as you feel like you can do a lot more with your car than they can in theirs, but you just have to be patient, as this is not a good place to try the moves. Chamberlain up into 17th position, struggling to get by the Sim Racing Holland car. No, that's not the Sim Racing Holland car. That's the or is it? It's the Astro Racing team, isn't it? With no, it's the THRC. The THRC BMW ahead of them, currently driven by Ian van der Linden. Ahead of them, it would be the Sim Racing Holland team, of course. Into the hairpin we go. Still just being very, very patient there, trying to get the better launch out of the corner. Both BMWs close together, which means that the THRC BMW also gets the slipstream, but showing himself in the mirrors there, having a good run. He could try for into Spoon, but chooses wisely to back out of that one. Getting a good run there through Spoon, but again having to lift off, but forcing the THRC car to go to a wider line, and does a masterclass of overtaking side by side though. On the run into 130R, now it's all about the horses underneath the hood of the cars, still side by side into 130R, where they figure it out and fall into a single file before we go into the Casio triangle. But still very closely packed in the field. No real gaps are forming so far in the race. There's a little bit of a gap from Wolf Garcia in the Mode 11 car and up to Van der Kolen, but that is the only place where it's happened so far. So everyone's still close together, as Chamberlain tries it, or at least looks to, indicates to the Sim Holland racing crew there that he is right there behind. Through the S's we go. But again, this is not a very good place for overtaking. Suzuka itself are not the best track for many overtakes. There are a few good spots for it, but it is a very, very narrow old school track, where most of the runoff areas are just gravel and a little bit of grass. As they are still here. Oh, look at that view with all of the cars going almost flying over the curb in Degner 1. Very close there, all three cars in frame getting a wheel onto the grass there. Mercedes going for the narrow line, a little bit of archy-bargy and bumping, with the harmonica effect going into full show. But that also means that Timberlane will not have the run down into Spoon this time, as he chooses a much narrower line there, which is interesting to see than the drivers around him. But this time good run once again out of the Spoon. This could be another overtaking attempt, but this time into 130R. Dangerous place to go for it. He does try to squeeze himself onto the outside line, but gets denied in that, so he falls in behind, having to wait. Better speed through 130R though, showing himself on the outside, but wisely blocked off there from the Sim Racing Holland crew. Also a little bit of a risky one, trying it on the outside into the Casio triangle, very hard to pull out. Now onto the start-finish straight, the pit straight itself. Does have a little bit of at least getting close to having the overlap, but have to fall in behind to the slipstream. Changes to the outside lane, forcing the Sim Racing Holland car narrow there, but once again, no place really to go for the overtake, as Kunt really driving smart there through turns 1 and 2, defending his position on track at the minute. Maybe not the car that's worth the most holding up in the field, as the Honda probably will go through at some point in the race, but good to see that he's not giving up without a fight at least. That gives us at least a thing or two to look at while this race is still in its early phases. But with this close racing so far, none of the drivers really getting an opportunity to just settle into a rhythm early run and just getting things sorted. Everyone close together, everyone locked into some kind of battle, trying to give themselves room and finding some sort of rhythm at least. Difficult to do when you're in a train like this. Again, Timberlane will probably seem very narrow here on the inside line, as we have seen the last couple of laps. Yes, he does it once again, but having to lift off a little bit there to allow Kun to go in slightly different lines into Spoon. The Honda much narrower there, and the Mercedes with a third line, a different line to these guys also. Tucking in behind, down the back straight we go, on board with the Honda. That VTEC power surely will be something that he is using to its full extent through 130R once again, but this time not enough to pull through. Staying close to other drivers there are so difficult, as you get all of the dirty air and lose a lot of downforce when you are following other cars around. But this is starting to become a bit of a problem for the CDLC team, that they cannot find a way past, as they are getting a little bit further ahead up in front of them, and they'll have even more catching up to do later on in the race if they want to go up there and decide their championship fates themselves. But again, long race and a lot of things can happen. We did see the Honda seem to be not the quickest in the rain, and if the rain comes later on in the afternoon, then that could be a potential problem for them, as the Sim Racing Holland car also following the 204 Mercedes quite closely, as they actually go for the outside move there. But they get hung out to dry, and Chamberlain goes through and moves himself up into 15th position, giving chase to the Mercedes now of Vedigi up ahead. But now he will have to be careful that he doesn't gets hung out to dry and gets re-overtaken by the Sim Racing Holland car. Vedigi goes a little bit defensive there, and but does manage to get the car rotated nicely and holding off the Honda, at least initially. Now it's a drag race. Once again, we're likely seeing the Honda going to the more inside line around. It doesn't look like it this time. It just tucks into the slipstream, but not enough to try for it into Spoon, as the Mercedes uses all of the curbing available to it, both inside, outside, everywhere he takes it. Good driving. This is the thing, as long as you hit your apexes and gets the run out of the corners, it's very difficult to overtake. But that Honda looks to have a little bit of overspeed, but not enough to try for it into 130R. Through 130R we go, and the Honda sticks very closely there. Mercedes goes a little bit wide, and now the Honda on the outside into the Casio triangle. Mercedes leaving the room. Very good driving there, and the Sim Racing Holland car just trying to stick in behind, trying to follow the Honda around. As this time Chamberlain tucks into the slipstream, down the start-finish straight. First time it's the Mercedes, he's looking up behind. Shows himself on the inside, maybe to try and spook the Mercedes as it goes for a little bit of a slide there, but catches it nicely. And once again, he's stuck behind the car through the S's. If he manages to clear Verdigi, he will have a 4-second gap that he'll have to try and catch up to Funky ahead of him. Bottom right-hand side screen, we're seeing the battling between Spinkelink and Liam Walsh for 5th position. Walsh trying for it, that looks like, on the outside into the hairpin, and he is ahead coming into it, but can he keep it on the outside? Doesn't look like it. Sim being very smart about his driving. There's the Mercedes, goes for a little bit of a spin. Didn't see if there was contact there, but Chamberlain moves up ahead at least into 14th at the minute. And we'll keep that going. Now we have to catch up to Funky ahead. Spinkelink under a lot of pressure there from Liam Walsh. Maybe Sim is just trying to preserve the tires a little bit, and Walsh pushing them, hard to say really. But Walsh definitely all over the back of Spinkelink so far in this race. Also looks like up for second. There's a bit of a duel going on there between Willemot and Gruning. Into the Casio triangle we go with Sim Spinkelink and Liam Walsh in the PS UK car. Looks a little bit like the DSRT livery on the Ferrari. They're very similar, but not quite. Same-ish colors. They're using both red and black, with a little bit of white trimmings on them. But look at that, the speed that Liam Walsh gets down the start-finish straight, really closing the gap there to Spinkelink. Sim is a bit of a tough nut to crack, very experienced racer, and we have seen him for many years driving these GT3 cars. Here's a little bit of a replay of the overtake from Chamberlain on the Mercedes. Big overspeed getting in there, then the Mercedes just losing it on his own. A little bit unfortunate, but that is so easy to do in that corner. Just carrying a little bit too much speed, and then he goes into the wall, and Chamberlain is through. I don't think that hit was enough for the Mercedes to roar in the pit stop for damage repairs though with the wall. So they will keep on going their merry way though in last after that half spin, and a good 7 seconds for them up to Iron van der Linden in the THRC car. Walsh, one of the drivers taking that overall win in the 24-hour race at Mount Panorama, one of the most difficult races that you could possibly imagine for a race driver doing 24 hours around there. The amount of times that you go through the mountain section where you are so likely to have some sort of incident at some point during the race. But they managed to pull through and take the win in the end. Joshua Gruning in the left-hand racing car. Very close indeed to Wilmot in the cold racing BMW. Ice cold racing, I think they were called, that team. On board with the left-hand racing car of Joshua Gruning. Not exactly close enough to try for it, but just staying in behind, trying to keep your tires alive. Not letting the dirty air distract you too much, and try to overdrive the tires. That is the main trick in these endurance races. We will see after about 20 to 25 minutes of driving, the tires do plummet quite a bit in effectiveness, and then they sort of have a resurgence nearing the end of the stints for the drivers. But we do see how that Aston looks a little bit better through the S's, and manages to keep up nicely there with Willemot. Into the Degners. Eating the curbing, as both of these cars are very good on the curbs. Into the hairpin again. That Aston always had the least bright braking lights, in my opinion. If you're behind an Aston Martin, then it's not that easy to tell when it's braking or not, especially if they're running with the lights on. But again, that is not his problem to consider as we go behind the Aston here. See how not as easy to spot as it is with the BMW. I think it's due to the way that they're designed with that thin line and they're not very thick. Have caught me out once or twice with the Aston, also with the indicators, but that is part of racing. Cars are built differently. Look at that. It looked like the Aston could have carried more speed through, but having to do a little bit of correction there and maybe lifting off the throttle to avoid running into the back of the ice-cold racing BMW. But this time, Joshua Gunning will have a good opportunity. If he didn't put two wheels into the grass, I do think he would have had the Beamer this time around, as we saw the Beamer having to take a little bit of a detour, a scenic round, we should say, through the Casio Triangle. And maybe taking the first track cut warning. Speaking about the track cut warnings, drivers or teams, I should say the teams can get 3 track cut warnings without anything really happening, but on the fourth time they take advantage by cutting the track, the teams do get a drive-through penalty that they will have to serve within 3 laps. And that's something that might be could come into play later on in the race, as Timberlane have moved up into 13th further down the field as well, and are trying to catch up to 30 for 12th. That Aston Martin have been around for a long time in sim racing without being getting an Evo version. The Astons have been for what 5 years or so. That generation of Aston Martin, at least at this point in time. We did see the Beamer coming in maybe 2 years ago now, the M4. After BMW phased out the mighty old M6. A big chunk is on the racetrack. We do still see a driver once in a while choosing the M6, but it does require a lot of getting used to driving the elderly cars. Though the Aston have always seemed to be never the absolutely best car around a lot of tracks, but always been up there, and they are up there on most tracks. It's very nicely BOP'd, the Aston Martin. Same goes for the BMW. Aston is also a good car for rookies to choose a drive, because it is quite easy to drive and drive fast. It's difficult to drive really fast and, you know, getting that extra bit of super lap time out of. That's the difficult part about the Aston, but just being in general quick in it is something that a lot of drivers can do. Highly recommended starting car, in my opinion at least. As we do see, it's a bit of a cat and mouse game between them at the minute. Groening never really close enough to threaten with a move. And Wilmot may be focusing a bit much in the rearview mirrors. He'll definitely be doing so coming into corners further down the road. Chamberlain have caught up to Toddy in the battle for 12th position, and he have dragged Funky with him as well. So this time Chamberlain will have to make the move on Toddy. First time he's having to pass on Aston Martin on track. So at least something new for Chamberlain to look at. Making good progression through the field early on, I must say. And doing it very safely indeed. We haven't seen them taking any big risks so far. And just doing it on pace and taking advantage of their opposing drivers' smallest of mistakes and getting the moves done when they do so. Out of the hairpin we go. Chamberlain very close to Toddy. If he tucks into the slipstream and stays behind, he could potentially go for the move into Spoon itself if he manages to get some overlap here. He does go out of the slipstream there to try and show for it, but chooses wiser and stays in behind. Bruce Spoon, this could be the first time we see him try the overtake into 130R. He have done that one overtake where he got ahead before 130R itself. But this thing for Chamberlain, will he lift off early and then try to get the run out of 130R, just tug in behind and hope the Aston can go as quick as him? It does look like that he's trying that, and the Aston does very well there through 130R into the braking zone, as Funky are getting involved in this one as well. So this is turning out to be a 3-car battle, small yellow and now white in the bottom of the map, in the southern end by the Mercedes. Into turn 1. Getting close there. Offline from Chamberlain. Funky could potentially have tried for something there. Further up the field, Simsport and Liam Walsh have caught up to Simsmeets. So the battle of the Sims in the bottom right hand corner, also a freeway battle. Trying to follow along for both of these battles as we are speaking. As it seems like the action on track have kicked up a notch. Walsh losing a little bit of ground there to the two Sims. Meanwhile, Chamberlain are now under more pressure from behind than he's putting on the car ahead. Through the deck, that's where we do see that Honda being so strong into the hairpin. Good driving there from the Aston, covering off a potential move there from Chamberlain, and holds him behind. We have seen Chamberlain not being a big fan of going for it into the spoon, so he might be safe at least until we go on to the back straight and come up to the Casio triangle in the top, or in the big screen. In the bottom screen, Sim shows himself in the mirrors there, or Simsport, we should say, show himself in the mirrors there of Simsmeets, tucking in behind. But not close enough into the Casio triangle, but it looks like that Chamberlain are trying for it into 130R. Dangerous place to do so, but falls in behind again. A crash happened in the Casio triangle. It looked like that car have started moving again. That was actually Simsmeets, I think, that crashed, and Simsport under pressure now from Liam Walsh. Didn't see exactly what happened there, so I was focused on the other battle. It would be lovely indeed as Chamberlain applying the pressure into turn 1. Meanwhile, Walsh have fallen in behind Simsport through the S's. And it does look like that it is very difficult for the drivers getting those moves done, even with the pace advantages. As long as the driver who is defending position, he hits those apexes, as we mentioned earlier on, it is so difficult to get those moves done around here. It's really only into the hairpin and the Casio triangle where we can really try and throw out the anchors in this one. But again, with a big risk doing so. Gap opening up between Spinkelink and Walsh. Meanwhile, this time, both Toddy and Chamberlain missing the apex there, the hairpin, but Chamberlain right up underneath the wing of Toddy this time around. Have to go out of the slipstream to avoid getting into the back of him, tucking back in, trying the overspeed, but will he go far into the spoon? No, he doesn't. Ooh, and both cars running wide there. Maybe Chamberlain loses the position now to a Funky, but tucks in just before Funky gets the opportunity. But this gives Toddy a little bit of breathing room, at least for a few corners. Meanwhile, the battling between Spinkelink and Walsh dropped a little bit there, so we are fully focusing on the battle between Chamberlain and Toddy and Funky at the minute. Look at how close Chamberlain is getting to Toddy through the Casio triangle. Tucking behind, but does look like that the Honda lacks a bit of top speed. They might have set the car up a little bit too focused on the wet, running high downforce, as that Aston Martin seems to be very easy on defending at the minute. Still no rain on the radars, but this time on the outside into the S's, forcing Toddy to take a different line, getting him off balance through. As we can see him really showing himself now, does Chamberlain, and Toddy struggling to get back onto the racing line, finding those apexes. But that's what we talked about earlier. If you lose momentum there or miss one apex, then you're losing so much time through, as it's so difficult getting back into the rhythm on the same lap once again through the S's. Getting close again, Timberlane. They're into Degner 1 and Degner 2. Replay here of what happened with Sim Smeets and Sim Spenkelink. Through the Casio triangle we go. A little bit of contact there between the two Sims as Smeets gets spun around there by Spenkelink on the exit. And while we're watching that, Timberlane finally makes the move on Toddy. Good, precise timing from us once again here on the SSRI YouTube channel. But I think that we can find a replay of that if we are very lucky and ask our, not fantasy friend, but cameraman Chris Hill very nicely to look for it. As in now, it's Funky who applies the pressure to Toddy behind. There was a bit of a gap between Funky and Toddy before Timberlane caught up to Toddy there. But Funky seemed to have found the pace behind Timberlane, maybe learning a new line or two that have helped him catching up. But now Timberlane is on a bit of a mission, 4.5 seconds, and then it will be Sim Smeets up ahead that he will try and close the gap on. So he surely is a man on a mission now. A replay of the overtake between Timberlane and Toddy. Push out there, just showing himself. Toddy goes a little bit wide there. Maybe he sees the Honda showing himself and then decides not to turn into the corner, not risking anything there or getting a little bit spooked by the Honda all of a sudden appearing on the inside. Good racing move there by Timberlane. Up into 12th position. Meanwhile, Walls have gone past Spenkelink up into 4th position, and the battle for 16th is also raging out there on track between Lou and Van der Linden further down the road. But now Timberlane for the first time has a lot of clean air ahead of him and will have to focus on getting that pace going. Lou of DMS Esports against the THRC car of Iron Van der Linden Ferrari versus BMW. Two big manufacturers here in the GT racing. Both on very much evoed cars of what they used to be. Of course, the M4 used to be the M6, and before the M6 we had the Z4, and then we can go even further back and with the different BMW models that have been used. Over the last couple of years, we know that BMW are currently making an Evo version of the M3 GT3. And a replay of Sim Spenkelink and Liam Walsh. Oh, Sim going wide, they're losing a lot of momentum through Degner 1, then losing it a bit on Degner 2. And Walsh very aware driving, slowing down a lot through the corner. That just makes the overtake, taking advantage of Sim Spenkelink's small mistake. That is the easiest way of overtaking around here, taking those advantages of other cars' small mistakes, of course. Lou in the Ferrari in the back row, moving up to Gruning in third, who have caught up to Willimot once again in the ice-cold racing car. That left-hand racing car also seems very, very strong so far in the race. And race leader have only managed to pull out 6 seconds in the first half hour, and that's taking into effect that these two cars behind are battling for position and have been through the most of this first half of the first expected stint. It surely would improve the left-hand racing crew's chances in the championship if they get this overtake done. They are 5 points. Oh, sorry, that's what am I even looking at? That was the results last time. They are, yeah, they are 5 points. I was saying earlier behind the Luke Oil racing team in the standing, so they will need to catch up and pass them if they want to get any sort of decisive powers themselves in whether or not that they can compete with them in the championship. And equal on points to the left-hand racing team, of course, the PSUK car that's now right behind Joshua Groening as well. So that potentially becomes more and more critical for race drive-through. Penalty there for Vidagi for track cuts. First of the track cut DTs that we see in the race. A bit early after just half an hour of racing, but we never know if they've set their car up to work the best in the wet conditions, and then driving a wet weather setup in the dry are somewhat difficult, and that would explain the slide out we saw them have early on in the race. As that could be down to running a wet setup on a dry track. Still just having to be so patient does Joshua Groening, as Liam Walsh are getting ever so slightly closer and closer to them as well. No one matching the pace of Ivanov in the front of the field. And the thing is, if Walsh catches up to the back of this battle, then he'll likely drag some Spenkelink in as well into this one, so that could potentially be a four-way battle for a position, and then pit stop strategies might come into play. If you are banking on it starting raining later on, then it could be worth trying the undercut to take some track position away from your opposing drivers. Drag race the Aston with the slipstream. Doubtfully that would be enough to go through into 130. At least you really do need your car head to make a small mistake. We did see early on in the race that Willamot made a little bit of a mistake here into the Casio triangle, but Joshua Groening just wasn't close enough at the time to take the advantage of that. And that is something that he surely must be regretting at the minute, that he wasn't pushing as much at that time of the race. Yeah, still tightly packed through turns 1 and 2. Quick mention to people out there wondering, we are running the LFM Bob. Currently obviously my game crashed in the background for unknown reasons, so I can't even go in and tell you the exact Bob figures at the minute, but I will find those for you later on in this event. Look at that, one of my favorite cameras around Suzuka, seeing the cars come flying over that inside curve of deck number 1. Truly beautiful. Quick mention to drivers out there that does have webcams. There are a link if you want your face on the stream when we go on board, or focusing on your car, on our Discord page. In information about the season 4 information, I believe it would be in it. It's called video.ninja. That will allow us to see your webcam if you log in there and follow the instructions on how to know it and DM us, then we would very much appreciate. So if you have a camera and would like to share some onboards with us of you driving. Oh, and Chris does the great suggestion of getting my cam on, but I'm not wearing that much clothes, and I don't want this to turn into a porno. Even though that some people out there might enjoy that, and it would bring us a different kind of viewership that might not be so suitable for YouTube, though. Maybe we could get an OnlyFans going on the side track as well, but yeah, maybe not. But look at this, with both the battling for second and for fourth in a close proximity of each other. The two cars almost, I would say that Walsh and Spenkelink almost seem to be working together to catch up to Groening and Wilmot. Wilmot up ahead of them, as they are not really going onto offense on each other. That also doesn't look like that Groening are trying any moves on Wilmot, just being patient behind, hoping for that mistake that we did see Sem make earlier on. Maybe something similar to that needs to happen to Wilmot before Groening can get this pass done. But Ivanov in the lead have decreased his pace a little bit. Haven't pulled away that much over the last couple of laps as he did earlier on. But still 7.2 seconds worth of a gap from Ivanov and down to Willie Mudd. Which is a little bit of a distance, of course, but anything can happen in a race like this, still with 9.5 hours to go of this seemingly unstopping action. And we do know every time we leave or do something different or shows a replay, then everything kicks off and overtakes are happening up and down the field. For the people on YouTube, if you have a specific car that you want us to have a look at, then post it in the YouTube chat and we will try and get it on the stream when it gets a little bit calmer and we don't have these vastly important battles for top positions. As we have both of those battles in, as we see the attempt there, diving into the inside but having to back out of it to avoid the contact between Willie Mudd and Groening. This surely will allow Liam Walsh and Sim Spinkling to catch up just a tiny bit extra this time around, as we do have those two in the bottom right hand screen. Bottom right hand screen. Yes, I had to say that a million times, otherwise it would have been boring. Yeah, now they have truly caught up Walsh within the second of Groening now. So we could start calling this a four-way battle for second in the race. We do know that Walsh is a very, very patient driver. We did see that in Bathurst a few months ago. Also at Monza, I believe we did see him do some very, very patient driving. Through the spoon we go. I think Sim is just dropping a little bit behind, hoping something will happen up ahead, so he have time to react to anything that could potentially play his way further up between the second, third, and fourth placed cars, as they all go through 130R. In almost unison. A little bit of a different line there from the left-hand racing team. We have seen them quite a few times catching the inside of that final corner, kicking up a little bit of grass, dust, and other debris that's in there. And they have to be somewhat careful about that they're not causing a slow puncture to their car by doing so. We have seen that happen in the over the years that on some tracks. Maybe Suzuka is not the most prone track for it, but it have happened to drivers around here early on when we have done endurance races around this this very, very lovely venue. Looks like at least the first full stint of the race will be completely dry in seemingly completely optimal racing conditions, just a little bit over cloudy and temperatures hovering around 20 degrees ambient. Do remember we will see some nighttime racing as well later on in this race. Something that's truly beautiful to look at, seeing the headlights rushing through. And a little bit of symbolism as well there, as the season is coming to an end and going into darkness, although it's a very, very short break until we go racing again in just a month's time. Into 130R. We do see the left-hand racing team and the PSUK cars there almost at the exact same time, moving sharply to the left-hand side of the track. Two different times though on the track of exact position, but they're both almost unison when doing so. Fighter jet formations almost. A good mix of manufacturers in this battle also, with the Aston Martin, BMW, Ferrari and Lamborghini all involved in this battle. Good to see so many different manufacturers getting up there. And again, even though these cars are so close on pace, they are very different to drive and have their own strengths and weaknesses that the drivers, they are trying to take advantage of their own strengths and the other guys' weaknesses in their cars. Again, very close, a little bit archie-barchie there through the hairpin. Getting a little bit impatient now, maybe, as the gap are increasing to Ivanov in front, who almost have a 9-second lead now, down to P2 in Willimot. But the rest of the field are all the way down, very close together. Which is saying something in a race like this. We are still this close together all the way up and down the field. If we didn't have this 4-car battle up here, then there would be a little bit of other stuff going on in the field as well. Both Kund and Turdi are in battling. Smith and Wolfgang Garcia are in battle range of each other, and Alavi and Teba have also been very close for quite a few laps. But the action is still here up at the front, a 4-car train for P2. It's all about enjoying it as long as possible, as we are coming up to some lap traffic. It looks like the Mercedes out there on the right hand side. Being lapped for the first time, and as asked in the YouTube chat, we do have Ju in the frame. In the 49 car. A very lovely car. We did see them being very close with Iron van der Linden, and they have made the move, which we unfortunately missed here on the broadcast. But they have progressed up through the field and are in 16th position, and they can try and hunt down Kund in 15th. It's not a team that I remember seeing earlier on in the season. There could be newcomers to this championship. Just getting out and getting the experience in of these very long 10-hour endurance races. Which is something, if you're not used to doing the endurance races, there are some things that you need to keep in mind that you don't usually have to think of when you're sprint racing. For instance, how much do you drink before stints? And you have to stay hydrated, of course, but drinking too much and having to go pee in the middle of your stint, that is not an optimum. What do you eat during the events, and how do you prepare yourself? Because a good night's sleep is always good, but when do you get up? What do you eat for breakfast? How do you go on about your day with these long races? I do remember in a 24-hour race that I was doing a few years ago, back in again with the same community at Spa. I think the first time I did 24 hours of Spa, actually I've done that track quite a few times now with all sorts of different communities and racing leagues. But in that specific event, we had our usual team of the Rip 101 team back then, of myself, Gabor, and Stefan, with the guest driver of I can't remember his name, but a Dutch guy at least, who had to take over from Stefan after his final nighttime stint where he double stinted. But he didn't wake up in time for his stint, so when Stefan came into the pits, he was expecting that he could go have a shit after his stint, but it turns out that there was no one there to take over the car, so he had to rush out and take a tactical shit while being in the pits and get back driving for another hour until I then ended up taking over the car as our Dutch driver really overslept there. Bit unfortunate, but that's some of the things that can happen. And you have to keep in mind, in the later years when driving with Dominic, we've always had the agreement that 15 minutes before you take over the car, you are sort of getting everything ready. You have made sure that you have been to the toilet if you have to, that you have whatever supplies you need for your stint, whether that be water or snacks for when you go into the pits. And you are then using the last 15 minutes and just mentally preparing and getting the last bits and pieces sorted out for yourself. Basically the same as if you're starting a sprint race, that you want to be there in reasonable time at least, and being ready. Fatigue could of course also come into play later on in races like these. Doing those last couple of stints in long races in small teams, that is always very exhausting. In December, when we had our 24 race at Killarney, I did that with only one teammate, and we stayed up the whole damn race, and that was a bit of a challenge, I must say. But you could have asked me any time during the race that I would rather have the race restarted than just stopped at any given point. We enjoyed that so much that you wouldn't believe it. A big battle further down the field as well, with Van der Kool, Wolf Garcia, Sim Smith and Chamberlain getting into a little bit of a train in the battle for 9th position. That would be. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 9th position it would be. Catching up to the Mercedes now, and they're putting a lap on him as well. We are hoping to see a little bit of a larger grid when we go start next season, of course. Larger than the 18 that have turned up today, but this just proves that you don't need more than 18 cars to have a hell of an interesting race. With big stories playing out so far this evening, both with the championship leading Honda starting from last, having a mess of a qualifying. Oh, as we see there, Gunning going a little bit in too deep and gets immediately put under pressure by Walsh. But Walsh couldn't take a full advantage this time around. And he even plays himself in a reasonable spot for the optimum slipstream, as we see that Walsh is losing a little bit of ground there to Gunning in the slipstream, which is a bit surprising. Through the Casio they go. And onto the start-finish straight again. Gunning that left-hand racing Honda, putting 2 wheels on the grass there, as the other 4-car battler coming into the Casio triangle as well. With the big speed down the start-finish straight, but again that Honda in the very back of the bottom right-hand picture just doesn't seem to have that top-end speed. It seems so quick through the S's and through the downforce demanding corners. But top speed, it seems like they're lacking a bit of that today. And that Honda, I don't think that they were expecting to having to do all these overtakes that they're currently in the midst of, and maybe that's why they set the car up to be good at different parts of the track. But a bit of a stalemate so far, getting closer and closer to the first pit stops. They're expected to come just about the hour mark, maybe a little bit after. We'll see the pit stop round really kicking off. But when we get, the closer we get to the hour mark, the closer we are to the pit stop window, where it will be a very busy pit lane, and a lot of strategy decisions will have to be made there. If you have a bit of damage on the car, do you choose to repair it? Obviously you will take the tires and the fuel, but do you change your driver as well this first stop? I think for a lot of teams it is custom in endurance races that you'll swap in every pit stop, but strategically then it might not be the best of options at this point, as you will have the driver that's very warm and used to to the car, the minute staying in the car. I think that would be the play that I would probably try to elect for us. We do see that Liam Walsh going deep into the Casio triangle, losing the position to Sim Spankelink. It looks like it is a drag race down the start-finish straight. And Sim have gotten fully through and can move over in a little bit to really claim the position as he does there. So Sim Spankelink up into 4th position in the Sim Racing International Lamborghini. With Liam Walsh demoted into 5th after that small mistake, but that is what it costs you. Making a mistake now when you're in these trains, that will surely be position drops. So now Liam Walsh will have to try and overtake Sim Spankelink once again, as he did earlier in the race. So they are 1-1 in overtakes after mistakes now, these two cars. As Sim looks very racy with Groening so far, after immediately taking the position, closed the gap completely, and are very close behind. So it seems like that they are all four very, very similarly paced, as Liam Walsh trying for a little bit of a different line there through the hairpin. Close to Groening, trying it on the outside, having to go back across the track, losing a bit of speed in that change of direction and having to fall in behind. But he is racy, is Sim Spankelink, using all of his experience to try and overtake Groening. But lost out there in the Casio triangle. Now Liam Walsh will maybe try and get the position back, or well, he will try and get the position back, but can he actually do it? Meanwhile, on the bottom right hand side, a little bit of close driving there between Bas van Melis and Wolfgang Garcia and Van der Kolen, as Sim actually manages to defend 4th there from Liam Walsh. As Garcia now goes for the move on Kolen and puts himself a position up. It looks like that he actually does manage to succeed there, but no, not in the end. Having to have Kolen go back through, and now he's under pressure on the outside by that Aston Martin of Sam Smeets. Will Smeets take the advantage of that missed overtaking attempt? It does look like it, as Smeets puts a wheel into the grass, and they're side by side, and the fast left-hander coming out of the S's. Still side by side now, he falls in behind, and Chamberlain is looking at the back of a BMW this time around. Strong move there, taking advantage of those things. It originally looked like that Garcia had that move done on Van der Kolen, but not pulling through, and then immediately Sam Smeets takes Immediately Garcia then takes advantage. Immediately Garcia tried to move on Kolen originally, and immediately Sam Smeets takes the advantage of that and going through. So Leonardo Wolf Garcia in the Mode 11 car. Now the man Chamberlain will have to go through in the LDLC car. Again, they just don't seem to have the top end in that VTEC powered Honda to do this. So they are heavily reliant on small mistakes, just getting a pit stop that's just a tiny bit quicker than the other drivers. Maybe trying to get an undercut by just one lap, and hoping that lap will be enough to take to have a little bit of a pace advantage and go for it. But this time showing themselves on the inside does Chamberlain, and actually gets the move done. Garcia almost seemed a little bit frightened there to turn into the corner, and gives the room for Chamberlain, and Chamberlain moves up a position and now into 11th, and will have to chase down Simsport, or will get back close to Simsport and try for it up there. As Smith will be the next man up for Harley Chamberlain. Yep, from Ivanov to Willamot now up to 14.5 seconds. Looking at the battle for P2 once again. Still a bit of a stalemate, different lines again, but this time Spenkeling could potentially get a bit of a run there on Joshua Groening. Doesn't look like it as they're coming down the back straight, but Willamot not with the best of speed at the minute. They are actually getting very, very close to Willamot now, but they're having to lift off a little bit extra there. Does Groening, and Sem almost runs into the back of him. But manages to react in due time. But that gives a bit of a breathing room for the 724 squad there. As Sem will have to look a bit more in the rear view mirrors than attacking with Walsh being the closest other car to him. In that 99 PSUK car. From the roof of the left-hand racing car of Joshua Groening, the 427. Looking back at Spenkeling and Walsh. I wonder what it costs to get your own name over one of those blank sponsor boards there at the S's. I bet you we could have something funny. Maybe not, but it would be fun. We are within the undercut window. But again, if the drivers do manage to stretch their pits, I do think that they could, if they run to the absolute maximum, then they might actually stand a chance of extending enough to save a pit stop later on in the race. Yeah, with the 68-minute stint time, or if they do extend to maximum, they could potentially save a pit stop. If weather stays dry. Sem again, he looks to be so quick coming into a 130R, but nowhere to go with it, as it is a one-line corner basically. Almost getting washed out there into the gravel trap, but does keep it on track. Very experienced driving. As they are thundering along ever so slightly in the battle further down with the with Smith, Chamberlain and Van der Kool and Wolf Garcia have dropped a little bit behind these guys. He might be struggling a bit on tire wear at this point. We know the Beamer is a little bit heavy on the front end, and that could be playing into their disadvantage as we are speaking here, almost an hour into the stint. But again, it's just so consistent driving. No mistakes means no good overtaking opportunities, and that is what we're seeing here. Chamberlain this time on the outside line, trying to get the speed coming out of the hairpin, but yeah, Smith showing himself in the rear view mirrors of of Van der Kolen also. That time around, I just thought he was going to go for it this time into Spoon, but it still doesn't look like that Chamberlain wants to do anything into Spoon. He knows it's too risky, especially this early on in the race. Into 130 out this time. Chamberlain dropped a little bit further back, maybe on purpose, try and get the run. Smeets almost with a potential overtaking opportunity there on Van der Kolen. But we do see Chamberlain really good on the brakes there through the Casio triangle. He really closed up the distance there to the two cars ahead. Coming into turn 1. Trying to break the slipstream does Van der Kolen, but not enough. This time he goes wide, and Sam Smeets goes onto the inside. Smeets have moved past Van der Kolen. That was 4th position. Smeets up into 9th position. Now Van der Kolen immediately gets pushed under pressure from Chamberlain. But this could be the thing for Smeets. Now he has free air ahead of him, and if he can make a gap to Van der Kolen, he will definitely make it easier for himself down the road with getting the breathing room for away from Chamberlain. It would also help Chamberlain if he could break the toe from Van der Kolen, so that Chamberlain are the first car of slipstream in this train. But that's a move well done from Smeets. He does seem to be gapping a little bit to Van der Kolen, but not enough that Kolen are completely out of it yet. And we actually managed to get an overtake on the stream. Yay! And the crowd went wild, and the crowd went wild. Whoa. The wildest crowd, I must say. Well, that's going on this time. Chamberlain does have the good speed with the slipstream, of course, but again, Sam Spenkelink have just gone around in the Casio triangle. Replays are trying to be found in the background of what happened to Mr. Sam Spenkelink, as we have just passed the 1 hour mark. The latest we will see that the cars into the pits would be with 8 hours and 52 to go. Otherwise they'll go over their stint timer. Wolf Garcia goes into the pits. They're trying for the undercut in the Mode 11 garage. That could be a very, very smart play for them. A replay here of the yellow flag caused by Sam Spenkelink. What happens? Goes in through the corner. Onto the curb and just spins it again. Uncharacteristic mistake there from Sam Spenkelink, just being too eager on the throttle, being that high up on the curb. Not something that we're used to seeing from him, but he's also under a lot of pressure on that position with Walsh right behind him, putting a lot of pressure on him, and also having to try and stay with the two cars up in front. But Mode 11 are opening the pit stop round here at Suzuka, and Nikolaj Schröder takes over the Mode 11 car. The 49 machine also comes into the pits, which means that Lou have brought it into pit row to take full service. Van der Linden as well. They could be running low on fuel. Could also just be the tactical decision that they know that they can make it now with the that would be an 8-stop strategy. Again, look how close the Chamberlain are coming into 130. He's going off the throttle there to try and give himself the run. Gruning comes in to try and undercut Willy Mott for second as well. No one else in that top group goes in this time around, though they will all come in next lap, I would assume, as they will be getting into to that area where it could We come close to infringement of drive time. Chamberlain very close into turn 1 and 2. Goes for the inside, goes for the move, and actually pulls through, at least so far. Does the over and under work? No, not really there. Chamberlain moves himself up into provisional 8th position, but remember that a lot of people have just pitted. But that is big news for Chamberlain. Maybe he can try and answer to Mode 11's undercut. Meanwhile, up in the front with Willy Mott and Walsh now right up behind. You can see how quickly Walsh closed that gap. We are expecting them to come in this time around, these two cars. It'd be very interesting to see where they come out in looking at the 724 as well, the left-hand racing Aston Martin. The Mercedes of Vedigi have come in also to take their first pit stop of the day. Ivanov on pit road. Walsh not, maybe he's just falling down to try and not push it here in the in lap too much, not risking it here. We know that they're both turning in to the right side now. Into pit lane we go. On the brakes. Walsh a bit safer there on the braking to the pit board than Willy Mott, but it looked like Willy Mott still got to slow down on time. Camargo, Spenkeling, Tepper, Smeets expected to come in as well. Chamberlain, Van der Kolen, Funky, Kund. Have Todi pitted? I don't think Todi have pitted yet either. He would expectedly come in also this time around. Busy pit road. Who comes out in front? That is the big question now, and who takes driver swaps? The others haven't started moving yet, and Groening on the start-finish line. There goes the BMW. It's going to be very close into turn 1. No, it's not. He will go through. Groening successfully does the undercut. Left-hand racing on the strategy. Really getting that on point. Strong performance there from the pit crew. And look at the gap. He really managed to get some good lap times in. SG30 there for the S04R05 Ferrari for speeding in the pits. But yeah, that's interesting. Once we go through the first timing sector, we'll really get a look on how the grid order is after this first round of pit stops. This is Tuja and the 12 car, no, the 10 car. That's Peel. That we see the 10 car taking over. Driver swaps for the ice cold racing crew. Now it's Southcott and who takes over the ice cold racing car, and Pujapin in the 99 PS UK car. Tej Fredriksson takes over from Sem Spenkeling in the Sim Racing International car, and Diarte takes over in the Ford Mustang, currently in 5th. Chamberlain also getting out the car for CT. Oh no! I guess not. Chris was old enough to get it, my good cameraman slash fantasy friend. But will the 654 come in this time to serve their SG30? I very much think they will. As this is Ferrari versus McLaren. Tony Tuja on the move. Patrick Peel tries to show him the as far to the inside as possible, but Tuja on the inside, though, they did manage to go through without further contact. Good driving. As now Patrick Peel will have to try and get going. I'll just have to type a little bit of a message. And Mr. And they have come in to serve their SG30. Looking at Deontay and Puchepin, who have gotten close to each other as, not Aston Martin, that would be a little bit of an understatement. Ford Mustang, we haven't seen the Mustang that much in the race so far, applying a lot of pressure to Puchepin in the PS UK car. On board with the beautifully sounding Ford Mustang. Car that's very good on the curves, a little bit slidey in the rear end, even in the best of conditions, but does look like that Deontay knows what he's doing behind the wheel of it. Into fifth, that sixth gear is not used that frequently in the Mustang. Same goes for the first gear, that's only for getting rotation on the car in very slow corners, otherwise you do have enough momentum in the car to just pull out in second usually, and that also helps to run less TC, which we can see that they're actually running 8 TC on that Mustang. Maybe that's why it looks so stable with the rear. We have seen other Mustang teams in the past couple of seasons electing to run with only one TC, as they feel like the TC is a little bit too much in the car, takes too much time away from it. Also, Joshua Groening have taken the fastest lap time away from Ivanov, who's leading the race. So Groening have started this second stint by pushing as much as he can to try and catch up to the race leader and close the gap as much as possible to leave himself in a better position, maybe for the next stint. Maybe he can even catch up during this stint. We will have to wait and see. It will still be a little while, or maybe a few hours, we should say, before real traffic becomes a factor in this race. We haven't seen that much of the traffic so far, as Wills have taken over the 49 car, and they are also getting close. Now this time we see the speed of the Mustang, but backs out of it into 130R. As I was saying, Wills have taken over the 49 and the Vard in the THRC further down the field also, but this battle is really raging at the minute. Deontay doing a good job in that Mustang. We do always like to see these I wouldn't say lesser selected cars, because it have been become quite the popular choice. But it's always good to see these different cars, at least on track. It's not a car that we have seen a lot over the last couple of years, and didn't get super overly selected after they got it going, or after it got into the game. But yeah, that one attempt of the move that really cost Deontay a lot of time. As we'll take a little bit of a break in the broadcasting for other reasons. Yep. And we are back with a little bit of commentary as we see Deontay having done a good stint so far with the 9 car now right behind them of Tej Fredriksen. Still 18 runners in the game, and he is pushing that Mustang very good to try the move on the PSUK car immediately. Goes a long way around and contact was made. Managing to save the car a little bit, but it does lose out there, but a reasonable attempt anyway. A shame with the contact. Now it's Tej Fredriksen who is going to apply the pressure on Deontay, as I'm quickly just reopening stuff on my computer that I by accident closed as the racing obviously goes on. Click that one. That is opened. Yeah. Perfect. Now we have everything back to usual. Do remember that you can come into the commentary booth and tell us about how your race is going if you so wish. Go to the interview waiting room and we'll drag you in as soon as we see you. Maybe drop a message in the YouTube chat, then we will definitely note that you are there. Racing still goes on. Ivanov have reclaimed fastest lap of the race, and Groningen have extended his gap to P3 now up to 8.2 seconds. CT catching up as slightly to the 20 car ahead of them, I think, in the ice rink that they've dropped to the 20 car of Jan Fenja ahead of them, who's chasing down Nikolaj Schröder for the for 10th position in the race and finishing in the top 10. Oh, and I did think that CT had dropped a position with the Honda. Fenja have overtaken CT, it seems like, and he is putting a lot of chase into Nikolaj Schröder. He seems really fast in that Ferrari in the SLRT car. Doing the car favor, really, that Ferrari. He is closing and closing and closing. Will Schröder have anything to defend with? Or does Schröder see it as a necessity to defend, or will he just let him sail by? Do believe that at this point in the race it's not necessarily the best idea to let these cars just sail by when you know that you're going to be battling them later, so if you can lose them a little bit of time now, that might be what gives you the position later on in the race. But let's see, because that Ferrari really have closed up the gap here in the last lap or so. Wind have picked up to 1. As we see the SLRT car just cycling the headlights and sailing through the BMW almost. Which means that Jan Fenja up into 10th position in the race. The outside of top 10, it looks like. Oh, well, it is. So he will be chasing down Alderman now for 9th. Just about 5 seconds up the road. Still a bit of a gap to try and catch back up, as Tej Fredriksen applying the pressure still on Putupin for 4th position in that PSUK Ferrari. Battle of the 9s, the 99 versus the 9. I wonder if Tej Fredriksen can get himself into the mind of 99. Reference to a band, but no one knows. I'll get this done. He does have advantage of slipstream, but the disadvantage of dirty air, especially through 130R, is where that hurts, being close behind another car. through the Casio triangle. And running down the start-finish straight. Applying it through the corners there. I just need to do another message. Getting a few things sorted in the background, as Tesh still giving chase to the 99 car. Looked very close and are still very close, but that Mustang behind of Deontay is really closing the gap, and will at some point probably get back into to battle range with these two. Sometimes I wish we had commercial breaks so I had time to eat. But I get that as ASMR or whatever they call it in modern days. Speaking of things that we could make money off besides racing on this channel. There are at least a good few people out there that will pay good money for listening to people eating sexy ways. But again, then we should have that other service running. The Ante have caught up to the battling and are within the second, but Tesh Fredriksson also being more and more racy. I think he really wants to get this move done on the 99 car. Also looks like that the championship leading Honda have started lacking a bit of pace here after an hour and a half of racing. They are not catching up to the Mode 11 BMW up ahead. Meanwhile, the ice cold racing BMW in third have also just kept a very nice in position, still 4 seconds ahead of this battle group, but now 9 behind Joshua Groening in P2. Deontay in the big frightening Mustang. I bet you that Sam can literally hear that Mustang coming up behind. And it does seem like that they have set that Honda up very nicely for these dry conditions. Looks very good in the corners, that Mustang. And we know that it's super strong on the curbs, which could be a huge advantage around here, both in the Casio triangle, the deckness, and the run onto or out of the spoon corner or spoon curve. Through the deck as we go. I'm still saying Simware to talk about the 9 cars. Of course, there's Fredriksson in the 9 car. Maybe I got a little bit too used to saying Sim when he was driving. It seems like just a few seconds ago that was happening. Time really flies in these races, especially when you have these hourly long battles. Even when you swap drivers, you are still close together with the other cars that you battled before. Then you just know you have a good team and you're up against other equally good teams. That will be a tactical affair this afternoon of racing, especially in this battle between the 99 and the 9. It will be interesting to see if Fredriksson gets by Pochopin, whether or not that he can actually manage to create a gap, or if they are just this equally paced. Test just tucking in behind the battle of the Italian manufacturers, Ferrari versus Lamborghini, and then with the ever-lurking Mustang behind. Maybe Deontay have pushed the tires already a little bit too much and it's starting to lack a bit of grip. Or maybe he's just holding a little bit back and trying to not get involved in anything up with these two guys because they are running so close. The smallest of mistakes between these two drivers and surely there'll be some argy-bargy. But that's the thing when you are this good as Fredriksson and Pochopin, and not saying that the other drivers are not equally good, of course, but when you are this good, then you just know you can run so close together. You trust the other driver not to make the mistakes, and they trust you to also not make the mistakes, and that is what allows for this close racing. Just look at how close they are. Fredriksson all the time trying to show himself, just trying to hope that he can get that tighter turning and get earlier on the throttle. As soon as that works, then he will have a little bit of a chance, and at least half a chance could potentially open for him to get the move. In the bottom right hand side of the picture, it's the SLRT car of Fenja that have caught up to Alderman for 9th. He managed to do that rather rapidly, I would say. Strong stint so far from Fenja. Getting this move done will of course be a whole different thing. One thing is being quicker than the drivers around you. A whole other thing is actually getting the moves done and doing it cleanly. But Fenja really pushing now. He's all over the rear wing of that Aston Martin. Actually going for into 1/3. No, backing out in the last second, it looks like. This time Fredriksson also showing himself, just marking that I am still here. Make a little bit of a mistake as Fenja actually goes through on the inside there on Alderman into the Casio triangle. And immediately buggers off. Fenja really pushing it up into 9th position now. For Fenja, next man up for Fenja will be Tuja. About 7.5 seconds up the road. That's 7.5 seconds that he'll have to catch up to the 55 McLaren if he wants that move as well during this stint. Fredriksson tucking in behind. Through the hairpin he goes. Actually a little bit tighter this time around than Pochopin. And really tied up behind Pochopin's rear wing. But again, it's so difficult getting the right kind of toe coming out of the hairpin to get the move done into spoon. Without just throwing out the anchors, because you are trail braking a little bit into that corner. It makes it so difficult to stick it up the inside without causing some kind of contact. We also saw that Chamberlain didn't want to go for those kind of moves early on in the race, and I think the same counts for Fredriksson here. That he is just that smart that he knows that it's too risky to go for it there, so he stays in behind. and waits for an opportunity to arise, which it almost does here. Defensive driving there from Pucci, almost forced to do so by Fredriksson. Really strong attacking driving from Fredriksson, and good defense there from Pucci as well, with Deontay almost not knowing where to go in that situation in the back of them. Into turn 1, will Fredriksson try it once again already? No, not close enough. That camera angle is a little bit sneaky when it's a direct line to them. But that is how it goes around. It's still, they are still running. Through the S's, up and down the hills, the elevation changes there. They must be taking a little bit in the stomach if you did that in real life with these speeds. As they are coming around, and I need to go sort some stuff really quickly. Not the optimum timing, as the battling are still going on out there. Again, the different lines coming out the hairpin. But again, just that getting the speed down into Spoon, not what he really wants to. Just try to. The racing goes on, and the first round of penalties seems to have been applied. 10 seconds for the 9 car. It seems to be the only thing in the first hour, which is a surprisingly clean race all around. We also haven't seen that many contacts, even though that we have seen a top battling all throughout, with massive at least the trains forming. The overtakes have been a little bit at a premium, as we honestly expected for Suzuka, but that doesn't hold these guys back. Then you just have to find some other ways of getting by, being sneaky with strategy, as we saw the left-handed racing team being really sneaky with the strategy, doing the undercut. Just getting those few laps in on the brand new tires gave them the opportunity to overtake the cold racing, the ice cold racing team in the 51 BMW last time around in the pit stops. We did see the mode 11 car and the 49, I believe, pitting in at around the hour mark last time, so they will probably be the first 2 cars we'll see in pit lane on pit road when we get there next time. Still on board with Tish Fredriksson. Look at that Mustang behind. That is truly a menacing thing to see in the background. Look how much it closes down the straights, but not enough to go for it. Through turns 1, 2 we go, as Tish Fredriksson makes the move on a Pucci this time around and gets through in turns 1 and 2. Tish Fredriksson into to 4th now in the race, and Pucci behind. Can Fredriksson defend from a Pucci, or can he make the gap to Pucci? Can he create some distance and get away from him and get some clean air to focus completely on his own race and tire management, all sorts of things? or will Mitja Puchepin be able to follow up or keep up with Tej Fredriksen? But Puchepin have a whole new problem now. Now he's both attacking and defending in the same time. He have to attack to come up to Tej Fredriksen and defend from the Mustang of Deontay. As Deontay comes around the outside into the hairpin, keeping Puchepin as narrow as he possibly can. Puchepin fends off the Mustang initially, but the Mustang of Deontay does have the inside line. We have seen that car being super strong in a straight line. He goes for it. He is ahead of him, and seems like Deontay gets the move done as well. 2 position losses in 1 lap there for Mitja Puchepin and the PS UK team. Deontay getting up into 5th position with the Mustang. He have done a really strong stint as well so far for that crew. Strong overtake there from Deontay. Taking advantage of Puchepin being a little bit slow out of Degner 2, and he's getting the perfect run almost himself, having the much better speed into the hairpin and then trying to hold on the outside line, and that really worked out. Here is the overtake into turn 1. Fredriksen having the overspeed going forward early, and then just gets it stuck up there on the inside. Really good move as well. I thought that he was moving out to defend from the Mustang ahead, but no, he was actually attacking the Ferrari. Really strong move there from Tej Fredriksen that promotes himself into that 4th position. He have gapped Deontay with 1.3 seconds already, as Puchepin is keeping up with Deontay, at least initially. Let's see how long Puchepin can stay close enough to Deontay. Be interesting to see further down the field as will Kunt and Toddy within half a second nearing the back end of the field. But Puchepin still falling onto the curbs, and we can really see almost into the grass. They're really close on the absolute edge of the astroturfing there, using all track available to catch up. Through the hairpin, we see Deontay not hooking that apex this time around. That actually gives Puchepin a little bit of an opportunity to stay within the slipstream, and we know how quick that Mustang is in a straight line. So just staying within slipstream range of that car, that surely will give him a lot of speed down the straights. Around we go further back in the field. This is the battle for 13th position between Toddy and Kunt. The Sim Racing Holland car of Burak Kunt, as we see Toddy there going across the grass a little bit through the S's, not getting it hooked completely right, as Kunt trying whatever he can to take advantage of that, but not this time around. Sometimes when you're too close, then you can also not take full advantage of these minor mistakes. Through the Degners we go. Degner 2, we see that really how Toddy is pushing that Aston Martin, but still managing to keeping it under control even with those big pushes. Burak Kunt now looking for the inside. Not enough. He tries the out and then cutting back in earlier, but not getting close enough there to Toddy. Down into the long right-hander into Spoon. Kunt and Toddy, Aston versus BMW, both front-engine machines. So they are strong on the curbing. Getting it done will be a difficult one for Kunt. We have seen it so far in this race that catching up to another driver is one thing, but that overtake that you have to do really needs to be calculated. Best opportunities have still been taking advantage of other drivers' mistakes, as they actually reach a little bit of traffic ahead of them that then pulls out of the way very nicely there from the 49 crew, giving these two guys room to race. Down the start-finish straight we go once again. Burak Kunt not close enough to try it on Tony Toddy. I think it's Tony at least. I seem to remember something about it. That is the name. Could probably confirm by doing so. No, that's not how that works. but nevertheless, that Sim Racing Holland team, they are definitely on it. Also quite an experienced team at this point of their sim racing careers. The SRH cars, they have been around for a long time, especially in these endurance events. We have seen them both use BMWs, Aston Martins, and McLarens, I think, maybe a Ferrari once. I can't remember that exactly, but they have been at least around a few cars, and that livery just looks so good on the BMW. Really suits the curvature and the overall design of the BMW. Also, personally, I'm a big fan of having flags of the country from where the teams hail on the rear wings. I think that's a very nice detail. So a big kudos to the designers there of SRH. But yeah, the question is now for Burak Kund. Does he attempt the does he attempt to get really close up behind Toddy and going for the move that way, or will he wait until the pit stops and hopefully try something fancy there with strategy? I can't remember when these two cars exactly came into to pit road last time, but it's a question of when they come in, potentially between the hour mark and then I would say 7 hours and 44 remaining would be around that time we would expect to see them into the pits. So there's still actually quite a long time to go. So Kund might want to consider pushing for the move. We do see Burak Kund being very quick there through the S's, but then losing a little bit after the Degner through the hairpin and then spoon. That's the thing when we get a little bit further down the field from the top guys. Then even though two cars are so similar in lap times, it can be very different where in the lap that they gain the time. Some drivers are just super good in the slow speed corners, others are just super good in the high speed corners and lagging a bit in the others, of course. And that's how these mid-class battles are always so interesting to follow. Well, mid-pack battles, we should say. Also good style study of the cars. We do see that that the Aston Martin seems a little bit more lively than the BMW. Not a characteristic we usually see from Aston Martins. But that could also just be a sign that they are pushing the cars to the maximum and staying within the limits of performance still. Again, under the braking, they're getting very close to 30. Closing a lot of distance, but just not close enough when the braking begins that he can try for an overtake. Through 1 and 2 we go one more time. Ooh, it looked like that Toddy there. Yeah, he did make a little bit of a mistake. I was just about to say it could have been camera trickery there through turn 1. Always looks like cars are drifting there, but it actually looked like that Toddy made that small mistake. Got a little bit of a drift on as the PSUK car comes into the pits. That's early. That's really early for Puchipin to box. But Burak Kund taking advantage of that little mistake there from Toddy. I wonder why the PSUK car into the pits already. If they have maybe a sick driver, that could be the case. We have tried that ourselves once in our team, the Untalented Motorsports crew. That we had a driver that was that got sick during a race and we had to take an unscheduled pit stop. But that is very early for Puchipin to come in. There could also have been a mistake on fueling. So that puts them completely out of sequence with the other cars. And out by about almost 20 minutes out of sequence actually. That will be a tough one to claw back. Still potentially enough pit stops that they could actually do it. But it will be very tight. But again, if it starts raining, then it could be the great equalizer in the stints as well. Also seems like that they have been stopped in the pits for quite a while now, but that could just be me. They are still stopped in the pits. I wonder if they have taken damage in that 99 car. Speaking of battling Kunt under severe pressure still from Toddy. He wasn't catching up to him by that much per lap, so that's maybe why Puchipin leaving the pit lane, getting a stop go 30. At least the PS UK car, we don't know exactly if it's still Puchipin in the car. We'll see when he passes over the first timing line on the track. But Tony's still putting a severe amount of pressure there on Kunt, managing to really stay with him. Getting some assist of the slipstream, of course. But yeah, this could be a battle that could rage on for quite a while. Speaking of battling, Fenya have also caught up to Tuja further up the field. Also not exactly as close as this is as of yet. But it is getting close. Puchipin still in that Ferrari. That is confirmed. And yeah, with that unscheduled pit stop and the SG30 on top of that, that's almost putting them an entire lap down on this track. Very, very big, unfortunate situation there for the PS UK team. They will have a lot of clawing back to do in this race now. And they do really need to stay within that championship battle. This could really hurt their championships if they don't get a big result here. But they will be completely aware of that as well, of course. So now it's the recovery drive. Borak Kunt coming around. Turns 1 to getting it nicely hooked up there. Do remember that there's a little bit of positive camber on turns 1 and 2. Actually a lot there in turn 2. When you get which also allows for these different lines that we often see in turn 1 when the overtakes happen and you can still defend it on the outside line. This time Kunt not with the best of lines there through the final parts of the S's. Better line from Tudi behind. As now Fenua are really applying the pressure on Tuja for 7th as well. We are being told by the PS UK team that they had a disconnect, which is very unfortunate news for these guys. I don't know why they got the stop go 30 then. Maybe they've got the pit limiter on the exit. Oh, it's the other PS UK car that's P3 in the championship, I'm also being told. And why the hell are you not racing the other car? God damn it. That would have made a lot more sense for championship standings. It's a 99. That's P3 in the championships. Oh, that must be you guys, because it does say that they won at Kialami, and I do believe that was Walsh and famously known that. Famously known win there for that crew, but we'll see what happens later on in the race. As now Kunt is finally getting a little bit of breathing room. Still not a lot though, as Todi are right behind. really catching up as I get a lot of Discord stuff happening at the minute. So just give me a second to get a little bit of stuff sorted in the background. But again, losing the little bit of time that he gained, falling back into the clutches there of Todi behind. They are running it strongly. Up with Fenya and Tuja in the battle for 7. Fenya have been behind Tuja for quite a few laps now. So let's see when Fenya have the when Fenya gets a chance to drop by. Does think about that for just a split second, does Fenya, but not enough speed. Although this time through the second pass boom, this is such a frisky move. Really strong, trying to go for it there. Sneaky driving, getting that move done before the straight. So he will have the advantage of not having dirty air through the 130R. Still getting onto that curb. And around. Hitting a little bit of grass and then still going. Ooh, and that's Tuja in the background trying to push it a little bit too much. And when black goes to green, you're in trouble. And therefore, for Tuja, that really became a little bit of trouble as he ran wide and losing the distance there to Jan Fenya, who now will have to be trying to catch up to Patrick Peel ahead. CT there with getting close to Alderman as Alderman dives into the pits at the hour mark-ish. Schröder seems to be extending his stint, as we did see the Mode 11 car come in at the 1 hour mark last time around. But this time they are staying out and probably extending to as deep as they possibly can. Around the spoon for LSCT. Championship leading car though, but not if it ends like this. They do have to gain a few positions. Moving up in the field. Can't remember exactly how much they will need, but we do know if Lugoil, they are 15 points behind them. Which means that if Lugoil wins the race, then they need to be 4th or above. They actually need to be a 3rd if Lugoil also takes the fast. I do believe there's a point for that. But if not, then it's it would be yeah, well, 4th, then they would tie on points. So yeah, if they finish 4th and there's no point fast up, then they tie some points. So they do need a good few positions So the Luke Oil team, they are actually doing what they need to at the minute to take the championship. So that is they are really doing a strong job still. 15.8 seconds. The gap haven't really increased this stint between the Luke Oil car and the left-hand racing car. It have been very similar, and that will be a thing because they will have to swap drivers at some point, as we do see the darkness creeping in ever so slightly over Suzuka. I haven't really noticed the darkness coming in, to be perfectly honest, but now that I saw the skies for the first time in a while, it does look darker, as Tej Fredriksson have caught up to Southcutt for provisionally third position in the race. Well, for third position in the race, so that could be interesting, and they're catching up to backmarker traffic as well. That's the 204, the 17th placed Mercedes, the lone Mercedes in the race. Deontay just lurking a little bit in the background though. Over the curves we go onto the start-finish straight. This time the BMW is assisted by having that slipstream from the backmarker Mercedes up ahead that does pull out, sort of indicating that he is wanting them to go through, but gets back into the line there. He will have to move out of the way shortly. He does do it right there. Good driving, a good aware driving from the Mercedes, getting out of the way at a point where it doesn't distract the driver behind, or drivers behind, we should say, as both Tej Fredriksson and Southcutt got through there. Through the S's. Once again, this time it's the Lambo and BMW. The Lambo are one of the few manufacturers that have only been selected by one team. Well, there are actually some of them in this championship, to be perfectly honest. There are the Mercedes, of course, the Lambo, only one McLaren, one Ford, and one Honda in this race. It does seem a little bit weird to say one Ford and combining Ford and GT racing together, but again, the Ford Mustang, of course, and we have seen the Ford GT in past years, so maybe not as strange as I initially thought in my head. Ricard comes into the pit from 15th position. Do remember that the 9 car will have to serve a 10-second penalty when they stop. That will actually only lose them one position as it stands right now. Coming out still ahead of Patrick Peel. No pit stops this time around. It would make a little sense for Fredriksson to call it a little bit early. The pit stop to go out and get some free air, not necessarily for the overtake, but just for overall race time and lap times overall in the race, and for regular pace reasons, as he is getting held up a little bit behind the BMW as the 73 car. The THRC team gets a stop-go 30, and Deontay gets a drive-through for track cuts. Also, this is actually very good news for Tej Fredriksson. That means that when his pit stop is done, he will not have lost any positions after serving that 10-second penalty if he stands like this. But bad news for Deontay, as they're getting very close to their pit stop, and this could be a little bit distracting for their strategy. I think they will have to serve the DT before they can take the pit stop. I think there might be a box that you can unclick when you're going into the pits, but you need to be aware of that if you want to pit whilst carrying the DT. So that will be interesting to see. Did we mention that the Mode 11 car have gone into the pits with Nikolaj Schröder behind the wheel? I am not entirely sure if he'll stay behind when they come out of pit row. because we have seen the Mode 11 crew swap drivers every pit stop earlier on in the season, and that being their sort of main strategy, like as if it's their preferred strategy. One would also almost say. But we will know as they crawl it, and we already know they did swap drivers. It's Patrick Travers behind the wheel now. Joshua Groening comes into the pits also. Same goes for Southcut. We did see Groening do the undercut before, so they might have extended their stint to the maximum. Deante comes in likely to save the drive-through penalty to get that out of the way, so they don't have to think about that anymore in on this driving, or at least before the next pit stop. And that gives Tess Fredriksson some clean air for the first time in this race, and Boma will be the driver saving the stop-go 30 for the THRC crew as he got swapped into that car. I will try and do my best of keeping up with driver swaps. Well, I'm not necessarily sure that I can catch all of them. Groening seems to be still in the car though, taking the first 3 hours out of this race. Lou is back in the 49. Verdicki back in the 204. Not much else have changed so far. Jan Fanja, we are looking at the minute 5 seconds behind Patrick Peel in the 10 and the 20, almost number matching the two Ferraris. Ivanov comes into the pits from the lead. They have had a very plain race so far, but it can all change very, very quickly in endurance racing. And that's the main thing that you have to think about when you're doing these races. Even though you have a big advantage and a big lead, it's not always guaranteed that it will stay like that until the end of it. Alavi have taken over the 55 car. I can see on the boards. Schuller have gone into to the 4 or the 724. That is actually Groening who have come out of that car. Sim Smeets back in the 4 or the 943. Fredriksson comes into the pits. I think this is the max time they could have gone. So Jan Fenya also into the pit lane. Kubanov have taken over the 406, the race leading Luke Oil car. This actually means that that Schuller will be provisionally second. He will be second once this pit stop cycle is over. Well, he's second now, so he got up into second there in the left-hand racing car, or stayed in second in the left-hand racing car. But that driver swap, that could be a change in pace of the car. We never know who are the quickest of the drivers in the cars. But Elmar Kubanov in the Luke Oil racing car, big lead though to Schuller in second place. The skybox went a tiny bit glitchy. Zimmerman have taken over the 10 and Habe have taken over the 20 car. Camargo in the number 3. Fredriksson stays in the number 9 Lambo, it looks like. Oh, I was just thinking that they actually have Narc Cox on the team, who have famously unstable internet when it comes to endurance racing. That will be fun to see later. I think that's why I haven't done that much endurance racing as of late. We've been about to put a lap on Harold in the 723 car. As the pit stop round have come to a close, we're taking a small break from commentary for assumably 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll be right back to the live action. We are back and we have had some drama whilst I've been gone. I can see that we have had our first car that seems to have retired with technical issues. A picture have been posted on our Discord in the endurance chat of a broken pedal. It seems like. So that is unfortunate for them. It was Alderman who posted the picture, so I assume that car will be out of the running for this evening of racing. The racing have gone. We can see that Kubanov is actually getting a little bit of some drifts on the car, not keeping it fully in a smooth control. So that might be hurting his tires a little bit, which is something to think about in a race like this. But also the racing have settled down a little bit compared to the first 2 hours we had with non-stop close racing. We have now gone more into that endurance phase of racing, where you're really monitoring the gaps around you, just trying to still push the car as much as you can, and really focusing on those deltas and the gaps between everyone, as it is quite difficult to keep focus for some drivers in these situations. Myself, I love it when we go endurance racing, and you just have to focus about getting those lap times in. You can see the relatives that it's going up and down a little bit around you, but keeping it as a target that you want to reduce it to the drivers ahead of you, and going strong the other way. Oh, I'm actually being told that the 943, they're actually still going even though they had a technical failure. So I wonder what car it is that have retired then from the race. It's the 49 car, I think. No, it's still there. No, I actually don't know which car that have retired from the racing. What are we losing? Are we losing the McLaren? No, the McLaren is still there. I think we are losing missing a BMW. I think there was 4 BMW starting the race, and there are only 3 remaining. Were there 2 PSUK teams? Oh yeah, the Stone Cold Racing BMW have retired from a top position. It looks like the 52 BMW have seemingly retired from the race. That is a big surprise, and have given a lot of other teams a free position in this event. That could, of course, be a disconnection. They're trying to get it solved and getting back into the race, but the 52 BMW are no longer with us. And a good observation in the YouTube chat there. It is getting dark really fast, and the temperatures are dropping as the lights or the sun are disappearing from the sky. Still no rain though. We have been running this entire race in optimum conditions so far. This will likely, this could end up like the Mount Panorama endurance or 24-hour race we had, where we were also everyone driving the race was expecting rain at some point, but it never showed up. But again, you just never know with weather in these days, and that is surely interesting. But further down the field, the 81 Honda with Carlson now behind the wheel are catching up to the Mode 11 team. And Patrick Treffers as the closest combatants. Not that we don't enjoy watching Elmar Kubanov and the Luke Oil team, who have done such a good job so far this race of controlling the race from the front. Still with about 24-second gap down to Schuller behind. Here as the darkness creeps in over the track, and soon we'll see nothing but headlights and glowing brake discs. A truly wonderful time of any endurance race. But that is how it is. Jan Fenja, what a stint. Yes, Jan Fenja, that was one hell of a stint from you. We got a lot of your action on cameras. That was definitely candidate for a stint of the day. Catching up a lot of positions. Jesus Christ, it got bright all of a sudden. But that is just because that Grandpa Chris is, with his own words, pissing about. I hope he hits the toilet at some point. Elsewise, maybe the cleaning lady will stop coming. But I guess that is what it is. He can always just ask Simon to come over and clean up. I think that's the job of Simon's. Down. Not that anyone out there knows who Simon is, which makes it even more strange, but that is how it is. Kevin Schuller in second position for the left-handed racing team. They do need the win to, if they want to take the championship. But finishing as it is right now, I do believe that they will climb to second in the overall standings, passing the 81 car and moving away from the tie with PS UK. Just give me a few moments here as I put this away and open a message. Going back up as Andreas Carlson actually made the move there on Patrick Treffers. Just catching that in about the right timing there. And that means that the CDLC team have moved up into 9th position. And are running it within the top 10. So they have progressed nicely through the field, but they're only halfway up. But they are making progress ever so slightly. They need at least 5th to stay tied on points. They are not a million miles off though, so it could potentially happen that they could catch up. But it's still a long way up. About 20 seconds only though. That is how close it is from about 11th to 5th at the minute. As we have been blessed so far with a very interesting endurance race with a lot of close driving and battling throughout. And very, very clean as well. Only seen 2 contacts on the stream at least, and that is definitely worth bringing on to the next season. If we can keep it this low, everyone, that would be very, very kind and generous. And remember to hit that like and subscribe button, hit the notification bell while we are speaking, and put an extra heart in the YouTube chat just for to show your appreciation of the camera crew behind. That never gets the full appreciation that they deserve, and all the people who are out there helping out arranging these races, whether it be the admin crew, stewards, or just you drivers yourselves for taking part in these events. It is important to remember to clap yourself on the shoulders, unless if you're a crocodile, that might be a little bit difficult. Clap yourself on the shoulder, Krogo. But obviously no one can see that Hans Zimmerman involved with traffic. Getting it done after Degner 2 and before the hairpin. 49 car moves out of the way for him. In the dark, you really do notice the flashing of the headlights quite a bit more than you do in daytime running. For some, they will say it's very distracting seeing the flashing in these conditions. For others, it's just something that passes their minds completely, that it's even happening almost. But again, with such a small field, we don't expect traffic to be the biggest of issue this evening of racing. The wind have picked up though, gone up to 2 kilometers per hour, which is reasonable wind speeds for ACC. Could also suggest that there would be a change in weather when at some point in the race, as the more wind, the more likely we are to see the weather changes also. So that could be very interesting to see. As the SLRT team are still just cruising about there in fourth. They have been doing some good racing so far, and have really been up there. Deserved fourth at the minute, we would say. Still looking for that Ford Mustang to pick back up the speed. We did see them being super quick in the last stint. It's not like they've dropped off that much pace-wise, but it just seems like that everyone else have increased it just that little bit extra. That have put them further down, but also that DT they got probably didn't help that either. As the racing continues. I think that, well, I don't think we did a 24-hour race here on in SSRI a few years ago, where I raced the first time that the Garage RIP 101 team merged for a full race with well, second time that season actually, where we merged with R2R, I think, yeah, the Rene and Rory Racing, basically for that event. Which was a bit of a learning curve driving with those guys. We didn't plan it too well with the changeable conditions. The driving time actually ended up becoming quite a bit of a talking point during the race, as I was running very low on my total driving time allowance in that race. Although it all ended up not mattering, as first thing in the morning at about, the 11 car I think have crashed somewhere on the track. A yellow flag is at least, I know that's the 81. That's the 81 of Andreas Carlsen. The championship leading car have gone for a little bit of a detour there into the gravel, at least, maybe the wall also, in the run down between the hairpin and spoon. I hope they are not carrying any damage on the car, but that have demoted them to 10th again, with quite the gap up to the mode 11 car in 9th. So all that hard work of the overtake becomes undone in a moment's notice. Andreas Carlsen getting involved in something there. But back on the horse, as they say, keep the tongue straight in the mouth and get back catching up to the drivers, and the race will continue, of course. Let's see if the dive into the pits for damage repairs. Doesn't look like it. They have opted to keep the car going. The car also doesn't look to have any damage at all on it, so might not have been the hardest of hits. Let's see what happens. Oh, he hits the inside curb there. I have done that exact same thing in that exact same car, and just spins it, so no damage other than tires that might have been cooked a little bit there, flat spotted. Maybe emotional damage as well, of course, but that's a little bit more difficult to see. So he's right back up at 10 seconds behind Patrick Treffers in 9th position. So a bit of catching up he have to do now. That also means it's about 30 up to the 5th that they desperately need. Simsport have caught up to Habe in the battle for 7th. As that early accident for Smeets, that early accident for the 943 car, it really ended up costing them quite a bit, as they were contending up with the podium positions earlier on in the race. Out behind Habe. Into 130R we go yet again, with two cars following close to each other. Immediately showing himself, but not really close enough to go far into the Casio triangle. Engaged in the battle, they are locked into fighting. But for how long will it last? We really don't know. But this thing, when you have been used to driving on your own for so long, and all of a sudden having to think about fighting once again, that can also be a little bit difficult to adjust to. And if you're getting stuck in fights for too long, and then getting out of that rhythm that you might have gone into by being behind another car, and then having to drive in clean air again, can be difficult for some. Anyway, I was telling a story about the 24-hour race we did here a few years ago, 2 years ago, maybe 3. Have it been that long? No, it can't have. No one remembers, to be perfectly honest. But back to the story, our race ends in the very early hours in the morning, at about 5 in the morning. After Renee and Rory, they had done a massive job driving the car over the night, putting us almost last. But as I take over the car in the morning and our first driver, the connection driver, goes to sleep, of course we had the infamous 101 disconnection. And as our first driver was asleep, we had no way of reconnecting to the race, so that was a game over for us. Which is one of the most annoying things in sim racing, when it's internet connections and technical issues that causes you the race. But same goes for in real life. If you lose a fuel hose or fuel piping or something like that, it's so annoying, especially when you are the driver, but it's just something that happens that you can't control. But yeah, that's something that you also have to be mentally prepared for in these races, that things can go wrong in that way. As we did see, Smeets are getting very close to Habe, but not close enough for the overtake as they come onto the start finishing straight. He could potentially go forward into turn 1, and he does come out of it showing himself, as I get a game error message on my screen. As Smeets actually goes through in turn 2, he does go through, makes a move. Nice move, holding it on the inside there. We have seen that being the primary place to overtake so far this race into turn 1 and 2. And Smeets shows exactly how it's done. You need that overlap coming in so that you can demand a little bit of room there, and once you get the other car wide, then just stick it on the inside and it should be job done. Just make sure that you don't overcook it on the way out of the corner and force another car off the track. That it's a great place for overtakes. Now let's see if Sam Smeets can push away or pull away from Habe behind, or if Habe just simply sticks with Smeets in this situation. Gap is actually super consistent between Kupanov and Schuller in the front of the field as well, but focus at the minute on Smeets and Habe, as we are trying to see if Habe can stay within at least slipstream range of Smeets, to try and stay with him for as long as possible. That could also be a play for Habe, getting pulled a little bit closer to Alvari, just a little bit further up the road from them. Oh, well, 12 seconds up the road from them, but getting as close as possible, taking all the help you can get, might be the best way of going about this for them. As we do see the a little bit of back marker traffic just ahead of Smeets. Looks like the Mercedes of Vedigi in the 204 car. Good to see those guys still out there lapping. A little bit of a rough start to the race from them, but we haven't seen anything after that, so they must have just kept their heads down and gone back into the rhythm in the team and kept fighting. And that have actually brought them ahead of the 73 car that's currently driven by Boomer in 17th. They're also not that long behind, or that far behind Lou in the 49 car, so they could potentially catch them up later in the race if they stick to it and just focus on pace and trying to lose as little time as possible when they're getting blue flags. As there we see them pull out of the way of Sim Smeets. Habe coming up now, just going wide in the hairpin works wonders for moves like this. Nice. A little bit further up the field, we have still the Mustang running of Camargo, and for people in the YouTube chat, you can still post cars that you want to see a little bit of running with. Then we'll try and get them on screen for you guys. Teams that you are supporting or teams that you might just be a little bit interested in seeing. We will do our best to show them if you want them. Camargo in 5th position, still going very strong. Not too far behind Silverman or too far ahead of Alavi. That could potentially get into something later on. If anything noteworthy happened to the S04R05, I actually don't think so. To be perfectly honest, we haven't seen them that much on the stream. So I don't think anything have happened to them at all in this race. So it is a little bit strange seeing Mirror that far down the running order. I don't think that anything have happened to them in this race so far of unfortunate situations or anything like that. Getting dark, 7 o'clock in game time at the minute, and that's why we are seeing the headlights showing off a lot in the on the racetrack. Same goes for the tail lights, of course. Love how they reflect on the rear wing of the Mustang. They really did get some good details into the game when they built it, I must say. Good engine that they have. Can't see them from this angle, unfortunately, Mr. Hill, but good try. But nevertheless, a good look of the wing that's mounted in a special way, as it is quite far up on the car, the mount itself. So it's very long, the two supports that holds the actual wing, which they did have a little bit of problems with in the beginning. Look at that small glint in the up underneath. It's beautiful. So that is noteworthy that about those long supports. When you see the car in real life, there's so much flex in that rear wing when they are driving it, which is nice to see that the teams or manufacturers trying something a little bit different. I also think it's good aero-wise that it's angled as it is. It should lead a lot of air up to the rear wing, and the supports for the wing should create a little bit of aero in themselves. Which is also the reason for the reverse mounts that a lot of manufacturers started using in the, I would say, mid-10s. We started seeing those reverse mounts on most newer GT3 cars. That, of course, was a thing in the Japanese Super Touring series, the Super GT series there in America for quite a while with the Supras, and what was the other car over there that had that reverse mount originally? Who knows, and who cares, to be honest? Apart from a few people in the YouTube chat, but you can probably tell me if you're really smart out there. As Chris just killed Corvette, but I don't think they were the first movers on that, were they? No one have any idea. We all forget. We are getting to that age where remembering is not that good. I wonder if transgender people, when they get older and if they start forgetting stuff, they maybe wake up in the morning. What the hell is this? I thought I was a man earlier. And then looking down, but maybe we shouldn't start making that kind of jokes on YouTube. And a recommendation there in the Discord chat for all the men. Switching to a G27 pedals, 12 years old for even off with 0 fails. Definitely an option to go into those. Not the nicest. I'm actually surprised that he's that quick with those pedals because they're not that nice to use, but it's a matter of driving style and preferences, of course. I must say, when I swapped from a Thrustmaster to a Fanatec pedals, I was initially actually quite a bit slower on the Fanatec equipment, but got back to pace rather quickly and maybe a little bit quicker. I'm not entirely sure, but more usable as you feel the pedals a little bit better on the Fanatics than the old Thrustmasters that I had. Also not the best of pedals, the Thrustmasters that I had, so maybe that's the reason. But they worked, and that's the main thing, and they were cheap. Oh, then top equipment at the time. Honestly, a lot of people out there must remember that the times where you could either buy Logitech Thrustmaster, or you could be really fancy and have the Fanatec, or super fancy and that would be something like Semicube or Simagic, and then Hospital pedals, of course. But those were the options back then, with no DDs except for the really top-end brands. Also a beautiful screen of fields and stuff. Unfortunately, not the strawberry fields that last forever. But yeah, back to the racing. The 6th placed car of Alawi, the Evolution Simsport team. Also a team that we have seen racing with us at least, I think, at least more than this season, because I do remember racing these guys on track. Really good drivers, and seeing that always number 55. I actually never noticed that they have the 055 on the side of the car. But I guess they do. Choosing the auxiliary lightings that really shows from the front, but not that much from the back. I honestly feel like that they should just put neon lights, or well, obviously not neon, but LED strips underneath the cars as well, to get that real JDM kind of look to them. That would be fun. And an easy way of recognizing your own car by having lights underneath the car. Although with the ground clearance it might not be that visible, to be perfectly honest, but it would be fun nevertheless. And isn't that the whole part of it? Or the most important part of it? The glowing exhaust, the fin light, the beautiful Ferris wheel here, the Suzuka. And nighttime racing is just something different. Truly something for the people who enjoys the finer aspects of life. Those who sit at home with a good bottle of red wine on a Saturday evening, maybe even Mondays as well, just thinking about life. Well, and those who just enjoy racing in darkness in general, but not generalizing, of course. If we go nighttime racing at Kota, well, then we'll see the techno party that goes on in the background. A whole light show going on at Kota when you race in the dark in this game, which is quite nice. At least something that you notice if you're a little bit bored of driving on your own in the middle of the night on Kota. Obviously, these drivers are so focused on what they're doing that they might not even have noticed that it's gone dark yet if you're behind the wheel. I have multiple times with racing, I've been so focused on the actual racing that I never noticed that it actually went dark until I got out of the car and saw it was almost pitch black. You don't notice that much when you are actually driving. Obviously, unless if you have braking points that are hidden when it gets dark, then you might start noticing a little bit. Suzuka is also a pretty good track for nighttime racing, as there's a lot of lighting around the track. So it's not that many places where you're driving in complete darkness, as we do get at tracks like the Nordschleife, Nürburgring GP, Kyalami, basically all other tracks in the game. As we have crested the 3-hour mark in the race. And still only one retirement, and I can tell you this much, the stewarding office seems to have been really quiet today with only one report coming in. Which is truly lovely for a race like this. And Alderman have posted a picture where he's already 3D printing the replacement of the part that broke on his pedals. It seems to have been a part that secures the his pedals from one pedal set to another, or something like that. Maybe Alderman would join us for a little bit of an interview and tell us about exactly what happened and what's going on those pictures. Not that you guys need an invitation to get in here, you could just join the interview waiting room and we'll drag you in as soon as we see you. As it would be interesting to hear a little bit about the races that you're having. Doesn't matter if you're first or last or somewhere in between. Each and all of you out there are equally important to us, keeping us entertained with great racing, as Puchapin have come into the pits with the 99 PS UK racing car. We all know that they are out of sequence after their disconnect that they had earlier, and that also explains why they had such a long pit stop. Boateng takes over the PS UK car as they leave the pit road. We actually see them just there on the left-hand side of our screen, right-hand side of the track, exiting the pits just behind the Simsport. This could be a little bit annoying for Boateng that he's behind some Smeets now. Smeets will not get blue flags, remember that. And Boateng comes out on fresh tires, so he could potentially actually be quicker out there on track. That would hold him up a little bit, of course, when he if he gets up there. That can be somewhat frustrating when you are coming out on pits on fresher tires and you're stuck behind someone who usually is a lot quicker than you, but they are on a much more worn rubbers. Then you feel like they're holding you up, but it will only be a few laps until you murder your own tires enough again. Or they obviously take their pit stop. But that will likely not be for another 20 minutes or so that we see Simsport dive into the pit lane. And take full service once again on the car. I tell you what, Boateng is not that far ahead of Lou after that pit stop. That could be something to look out for later in the race if sequences mismatch a little bit. but we will have to wait and see. But they will obviously have to pit again in this race, as you can't go 7 hours without fueling. Although it would be cool if you could. Well, if my old Opel can do it, then obviously these cars must be able to as well. Though I'm not going as quick as these cars, or using as much throttle, nor braking as much, to be perfectly honest. Gap is actually falling between Boateng and Lou. Just a tiny bit. We know that the 49 car still on this sequence owes us a pit stop, but not too far behind an SG30 for the 99 car. They could be in a potential trouble in this race for position against the 49 of DMS Esports. Ooh, as Lou just goes a little bit wide there and Spoon. But they're still going at, it looks like that Carlson have caught back up to Trevor's. Who's getting into it again. We did see Andreas Carlson overtake Patrick Trevor's early on in the stint, of course, before Carlson hit a curve a little bit too hard and got himself turned around. But once again, he'll just have to do the exact same thing and get the move done. And go right by the BMW. Of course, it's easier said than done. We have seen, we know that on the first stint, the Mode 11 car, they didn't go as deep as they possibly could. I think they did so in the second one, which means that they will be about 10 minutes-ish, 8 probably, away from a pit stop. But that's still a long time to be stuck behind for Andreas Carlson if he wants to go through. And feels like he has the pace advantage. But very close indeed. We are blessed once again with close racing as we see Patrick Travers maybe struggling a little bit with those tires as he's not hitting the apexes or taking the best racing lines as Carlson there goes a little bit wide. He was very lucky there that he did get further into that gravel trap. I think we have all tried getting onto getting two wheels onto that gravel and then just going off into the barrier. And that is race leader right behind him that is coming up to lap the 81 car for the first time in the race. First time that they are seeing a blue flag. And that is a blue flag for race leader Kubanov in the Luke Oil car. Championship rivals though. But again, Carlson could potentially still get himself and the rest of the CDLC team up into a position where they could decide it themselves. They just need that 5th or 4th position to take the championship, with the Luke Oil team winning the race. And it does seem like the Luke Oil team are in prime position to win it, unless if something happens to... Ooh, Patrick Travers going deep into the Casio triangle. Looked like that he had gained a bit of time on Carlson, but now Carlson gets closer and closer and closer to Patrick Travers. Not close enough to do it this time around, and Carlson just lets the Luke Oil car go through. Smart move, tucking in behind and can maybe use the Luke Oil car to get the move done on Patrick Travers. As the Luke All car uses the indicators there to say thank you for moving out of the way. The gap between P1 and P2 is still very consistent there within the 25 seconds. It's been hovering between 24 and 25 for quite a while now. And Fredriksson just those tedious 15 seconds further down the road from that. And 13 further behind would be Zimmerman. But look at that, almost worked for Carlson there, using the lapping car to get himself into a position to make the move on Patrick Treffers. Very, very smart driving there from Carlson. Didn't quite work out though, but it is hard to calculate. The 49 car seems to have spun around in 130R. That could be a potential big damage there for Giallo, the DMS Esports car. Just waiting for a gap in traffic. Looks like there's a good gap now to get the car going again. Good job there of waiting until the track was clear and the opportune moment to get going. As Carlson makes the move on Patrick Treffers. Curse of the action, it seems like today. As Carlson is actually not that far behind Kuvanov in distance on track, so he could potentially still catch a little bit of a slipstream. And get himself a little bit dragged up the road. A replay of what happened to the 49 crew. Taking the curb, oh, and then it just slams underneath them. Spinning around, but not hitting the wall. Not that often that we see cars going off there without flying into the wall, so that is very, very lucky indeed for the 49 team. Could also potentially just be down to good driving, getting that car stopped before getting into the wall. And getting going without getting too much tire wear. Yeah, it really does look like that Carlson can potentially stay with Ivanov have gotten out of slipstream range, it looks like now. And he have pulled away from Patrick Treffers and the Mode 11 car in 10th position. I think we get a replay here of the actual overtake. And what happens here? Patrick Treffers almost running into the back of the race leader, taking evasive action there, going into the gravel trap, and then the move is done. Maybe underestimating a little bit how early he needed to brake with a car directly ahead of him, and maybe the distance that the braking zones of Kubanov might be a little bit different to Trevor's as well. Simsport comes into the pits, which means that we should be about 8 seconds away from, or 8 minutes away from the pit stop window. Was there another car that came into the pits? Oh, we lost another car. Yes, we have lost another car. The S04R05 seems to have been disconnected from the server. Very unfortunate for those guys, but if they can get onto the server quickly, they could potentially still be in for some result and some reasonable points. So that will be interesting to see. Down to 16 runners temporarily at least. Don't know if they'll be back, of course, but they could potentially still return to the racing. Carlson having 20 seconds, roughly 18 to be more precise, to catch up to Habe. The 73 car, that's the Sim Racing Holland car, into the pits also. Looking at Kevin Harrell here, the left-hand racing car. Oh, one of the two left-hand racing cars, we should say, as there are two of them with Schuller and the other one in 10th position. Just cruising about, minding his own business, it seems like, not really under pressure from behind and not really applying any pressure up ahead. But that's the thing when you are driving, you just have to focus on getting your lap times and running as quickly as possible. Is that his teammate right behind him that's about to lap him? I actually think it is. So they can get a little bit of picture formation going when they drive by each other. It actually is. Vedigi comes into the pits also. Vard have taken over the 73 car, by the way. As we have the two left-hand racing cars. The red and the yellow. I think it's a nice detail that they chose different trim on the car and the matching auxiliary lights. So we can tell the actual difference between them just by looking. It took 3 hours and 15 minutes for them to get lapped by their teammates. One would wonder if they have split into an A and a B team. Could potentially have done so. And Ryan takes over the 204 car and another stop-go 30 for the 204. They were just catching up to the 49 once again and getting themselves into a position where they could start chasing down for that, but that stop-go 30 might put a little bit of a spanner in the wheels. Which means that it's a lot more time that they'll have to catch up for that, but that could potentially bring the 73 back into play for the 15th position in the race. As I hope that the left-hand racing crew, they got their opportunity to take their picture. Well, now they have the opportunity to take their picture. He's indicating in one of the cars, main car, going in for the slipstream as much as possible, and the move is done. A lap between the two Aston Martins. As they crest and start their respectively 97th and 96th laps. Do remember, people out there in YouTube, that you can ask questions or comment on the race, and we'll try and do our best to catch up with the YouTube chat and find out all the juicy details that you want us to find out. At least try to. No guarantees. The interview waiting room is of course always open. And shoutouts for teammates or other cars in general. Also worth noticing that can be done in YouTube as well. Kind reminder that registration for the next endurance season have started, I believe. So you can go in and sign up for next season already. That starts in exactly a month from now. Get your teams together and selection of cars as the 204 come in to serve their stop-go 30. Came off the pits and got another stop-go 30. That is really unfortunate. I wonder if there's an issue with their pit limiter button or something like that. That being said, it is not the easiest pit lane to get slowed down for in due time. The Mode 11 car comes into the pits from 9th position. Patrick Treffers drives it through pit lane. Or drives it onto pit road at least. 49 car of Dew comes in. One of the two left-hand racing cars comes in. It's all those that have not stretched all of their stints that's coming in now, which means we're about 8 minutes away from the main pit round. That's Karen Harold. He's actually doing a pretty good job out there, consistency-wise. And it doesn't look like that he's putting too much pressure on those tires either. That seems really smooth driving from him so far. Or currently, we should say. Again, that Degner post, that's so lovely when it goes over there. The Sim Racing Holland car driven by Just Verhelst. We haven't seen Verhelst in frame at all, I believe, during his stint here during his first stint here in the car. Just been minding his own business. Reasonable gap up and reasonable gap down. Wolf Garcia back in the Mode 11 car. As the 55 comes in as well, the 207 goes to serve another stop go 30. But Just Verhelst, 11th position there in the SRH car. Race leaders come in. This will probably indicate the start of the main pit round. Verhorst finds himself with the 20-second gap down to the Mode 11 crew. Though the Mode 11 crew, they have just reasonably they have just stopped. God, is what I'm trying to say. They have just had their pit stop. What my fantasy friend said recently are the word that I was looking for. Which you can imagine that I had to go fishing for a little bit too long. It dropped to... It truly has. It truly has. As they come on, and as expected, all of the front runners are coming into the pits. As we are speaking, I believe the free car also heading onto pit road. It does. And then the standings will sort themselves out on sequence. It is actually Willis that's in the 49 car right now. I thought it was someone different, wasn't it? Oh, I was looking at the 204 previously. Yeah, the 49, they definitely swapped drivers in the pit lane, but I was thinking that it was Ranieri that was driving the 49, but yeah, they definitely had that pit stop and a driver, so Kubanov still in the car, I think, maybe their pit box is after start-finish line, so we'll have to wait until they cross a sector time or split time, which they already have Kubanov still in the car. We can see that Wall have taken over the left-hand racing car. Tepper in the 10, and Fredriksson looks to be still in the 9, though we will just wait to get that confirmed when he crosses the first sector split, which he is now. No, it's Spenkelink who have taken back over in the 9 car. So Nart Cox still to do his stint. That might be not until later in the evening that we see Cox take over the car. The 10 car, we confirm that it is Tepper in the car. And here comes Just Verhelst into the pits. That must be the maximum stretch that is possible. Carlson in as well. that bumpy pit road, because there's a little bit of a descent in pit lane here at Suzuka. Then the pit boxes, they obviously have to be perfectly straight or perfectly flat without having any degrees of elevation. And that's why we see the cars, if they're running all the way to the right, they will jump up and down over the elevation changes inside there. But Giante and Tuja in the cars of the 3 and the 55. Peter van der Linden in the 943 and Funky have taken back over in the 20. Fairhill still in the 95 Sim Racing Holland car as he rejoins the track in 12th position. Still ahead of the 99 PS UK car. Zizek have taken over the 81 Honda and have been put immediately under pressure by Wolf Garcia after leaving pit road. The rest of the field seems to be spreading out nicely and just getting into to their rhythms. But Leonardo Wolf Garcia, the Spaniard, in the Dutch-teamed German car. Yes, that's a lot of confusing countries to put together. Imagine if they would all come together to form one giant nation. Of course, be a little bit split out all over the European continent, but those sporting teams they could have, oh my god, that would be something for the storybooks. Garcia have put the chase in, but Zizek are pulling away ever so slightly from Wolf Garcia. Could just be the good undercut that the Mode 11 team got, that they had some laps on completely fresh tires that put them into to at least battling positions with the Honda up ahead of the CDLC team. But this thing, when you pit at this time of an endurance race with the temperatures dropping, what are you setting your tire pressures for? Are you setting them to the current temperature, or would you go for the expected drop in temperature? I know what I would do, of course, that'd be the expected drop of temperature, but some might just go for the initial temperature and having it come down. The DSRT team have messaged us saying that first drive was too late to rejoin, so they have abandoned the race. Take care, guys. A little message from those guys out there. So that is what happened to them. Garcia not losing too much last time around. But still just ever so slightly slower than Zizek, and that is so frustrating being in that situation. We can see the gap is just crawling up by a tiny bit. That's the race-leading car that spun around there in the Casio Triangle. That's Kubanov in the 406 Lukoil car, spinning around and getting back going again. I don't think that he have been, he's not under pressure yet from the car behind, but that definitely closed the gap quite a bit. It was 28 seconds last split. Let's see what it's come down to. It is the car that we could just skimmed in the background. They're heading on to the start-finish straight, and they're crossing the line just about now. Down to 10 seconds for the race lead between Kubanov in the Luke Oil Racing Esports car and Whale in the left-handed racing car. Aston versus Ferrari. SDC Team Murrow. Washington DC, that's not where we are. Now we know what you mean. You had a disconnect and driver 1 was too late to getting back. You could join us in the commentary booth, though. Interesting offer. I would take it. I would definitely take it if I was you. That would be fun. As the gap came down by a tenth again last split time, so Whale does have a little bit of pace going on at least through Sector 1. Could also just be the trash tires of Kubanov. Surely he must have at least a little bit of a flat spot there and lost some tire wear in the spin as well. And he's a long way off of his next scheduled pit stop, so he will have to deal with these tires for the entirety of this stint. Or the remaining time in the stint at least. That would be interesting. Still no rain forecasted, and we are 3.5 hours into this evening's race. Only half an hour away from the shortest endurance distances that we are running by, which would be the 6-hour races. So basically still a whole short endurance race plus half an hour to go in this one. As Kubanov arc still coming around. Spenkelink also gaining ever so slightly on Whale. Here's a replay. I think that's of what happened to Kubanov. It is. Goes just over the curbs a little bit too high. So then he just goes straight for some reason. Or maybe his wheel disconnect then turns around. That seems so strange. That could be hardware issues of sorts. That definitely looked very, very weird. I hope he can fix that as he's going, and they don't have to take an additional pit stop to get something sorted there. So I hope he can continue going with this, but that could have been much worse places for something like that to happen. At least there was a bit of runoff that he could go into. Could of course just have been a phone ring as well that he just decided to take it and then pull out of the way for while taking it. Getting coffee service maybe, or there could be many reasons. So I hope he can continue racing without too many issues. Louis Boutang in the PS UK esports car in 13th position. Race winners of Mount Panorama, of course, this crew. Just having a little bit of a chill race after their early disconnection issues and getting in, but they're still in. They still need points because if anything could still happen to their championship rivals. So they just need to stick it out there and do another great recovery, as we have seen them do so many times before. I honestly don't think that I've ever seen these guys give up on a race, no matter how dark it looked for them. So we are expecting to see them at least to the very, very deepest end of this evening's event. Almost misclicked myself out of the commentary room there. That would have been a shame. Although I could just have kicked myself back in, so we wouldn't have been without the soothing Scandinavian voice of myself for that long. Yes, I give myself compliments. I could even call myself a racing god, and no one could contest the opinion. Even my fantasy friend gives me that one. So I assume that people who are not writing in YouTube chat agrees. Oh yes, oh yes. And in about 2 minutes time then we'll see the YouTube chat just spammed full of messages. Being like, no, that's not true, that's not true. If you're a god, what am I then? PS UK car there with traffic or lapping traffic behind. That was first Toddy in 11th that went through there in the one of the two left-handed racing cars, and then it's Simsport, the next car that will put a lap on them. Well, another lap on them, we should say. As it will be the second time, I think, that Sim and the guys come to lap the PS UK car, but that would be expected after having a disconnect, which led to a very extended pit stop when rejoining, having slowed the setups and all the things like that. Through the Deckness. And he lets him go there. Didn't look too troubling there for Simsport. But Luis Botan could maybe try and stick a little bit with Sim and Toddy and take advantage of being in the slipstream. I know it's a big ask to stay with someone who just put a lap on you, but the longer he can do so, the more of an advantage he'll get out of being dragged along, and the less time he will have theoretically lost by letting them go through. Trying to get it all to equal out at the end, that's the main thing. Just tucking nicely behind, taking all of the slipstream, enjoying there the smells of the Lamborghini as he goes down the start-finish straight, roaring past all of the virtual supporters who goes wild in the grandstands, which is nice to see. Looks like the gap between Kubanov and Whale have stabilized at about 9 seconds, but Simsport are catching up to Whale a little bit, little by little, down to 7 seconds between second and third in the race, and Garcia not dropping that much to Shitshake either. To whom was asked in the background? Shitshake. Zizek is the number 81, Mr. Hill. Pardon my Polish, of course. Turns out he's not Polish and I'm just insulting more and more countries. He is Polish, luckily for me. Not generalizing, but that name, it did look Polish to me. And have I met a Polar too? Yes, yes. Is the answer to the fantasy friend. But again, 13 seconds roughly from Zizek and up to Funky, as Garcia lost a little bit of time once again, but he have also just put a lap extra on the Mercedes, it looked like, of Ranieri. But that is how racing goes. Sometimes you win some, you lose some when you are dealing with traffic. Yeah, Spenkeling are actually taking a time out of Whale. Not that much though, but he is taking just a little bit every single lap. The gap is under 7 seconds now. Third, no, actually it's the second closest battle on track at the minute. By just a 1,000th of a second they take that honor. Yeah, and Garcia losing another second there in the last sector, so I think that Zizek have gotten into his prime with the car, and he is somewhat flying at this point. Or maybe Garcia's tires have reached the drop-off point, and they're just waiting for them to go back into a good to the good window again that they will surely get into later on in the race. Nicely looking exhaust on the Honda in these conditions. Those two big red hot glowing pipes in the rear of the car. Oh yes, that's a classic. Boy, do I love two hot glowing exhausts next to each other. It spits flames. That is so cool. Those front side mounted exhausts that we see in the most of the front engine cars. That's not for me. This is what motor racing is about. Hot red exhausts in the back of the cars. What a sight to behold. Oof. Truly a beautiful race car, the Honda. I've always found it look quite different to the other mid-engine cars, but yet still similar enough that you would expect it to be what it is. We sort of have some, let's say, different design choices from both from the nose and from the rear. The spoiler also a little bit in the what should we say, the Ford style with the more angled supports for the rear wing, and the headlights being so filling so much in the front of the car with the short hood, and yeah, it's just an exciting car to look at in general. And rain have appeared on the weather forecast. Ladies and gentlemen, rain have appeared in about half an hour. This will surely be interesting. This could flip the race upside down. And yes, we all expected this car would be P1, but bad qualifying cost him a lot, and then not the greatest of pace in the race. Still very good pace, nothing about that, but they have clawed themselves from 18th to 9th in this race, not helped by, well, they were helped by the 52 BMW retiring, but that's also the only one of the retiring cars that gave them position. Haven't been that many instances either, so they have done it all by themselves. And have been a good recovery, I would say, in the earlier parts of the race. They were looking very well to catch up to to the top 5 drivers and get involved with that. They're still not that far behind either. It's still well, it is some distance, but it's not massively a massive gap that they have to catch up to. Just about half a racetrack. That's roughly a minute or so. They are behind the number 3 car in P5. So SG30s for the cars ahead of them, and they'll be right back at it with them. But that rain, that will be very, very exciting when that gets here. I am looking forward myself. I was planning on having a little bit of a dinner break at some point soon, but I guess I'll wait until after the rain have started, otherwise I don't have time to start cooking. And we do want to see how that pans out. But that doesn't mean that we can't take about 5 to 7 minutes for fresh air, and then we'll be right back with you guys. I also think our good camera team, they need to stretch their legs as well. No reply. No, you need to stretch your legs, and then there was no reply to that, just if it's no need to stretch the legs. think I got back right in time for Simsport who have caught up to Vale now in the battle for P2. Spinkelink being one of the quickest car out there on track at the minute. But the gap from Vale up to Kubanov have extended a little bit since last time I sat here in the hot chair in the small shit next to Chris. But that could be because of this battling that Vale have started to focusing a little bit about what's happening behind him. And can't focus fully on what's ahead. The rain is approaching. And how this will pan into pit stop strategies, we'll have to wait and see. It will be very unfortunate having to take a pit stop just before the rain. So that you would have to come in once again to switch your tires. So some of the teams that are a little bit off sequence, they could be caught out here and having to take 2 pit stops. For that, we'll have to wait and see as Simsport actually gets the move done on Vale. Down on the run between Spoon and 130R. A solid move there from Simsport, who will now be in the position where he can really chase down Kubanov, having to focus on lap times now and getting away from a Vale to put full focus on catching the race leader. He will have to deal with traffic, but just one car between himself and the race leader on track at the minute. That's a 204 car, but we have seen them being very, very kind to the cars that are coming to lap them, pulling out the way nicely as they just got a drive-through penalty for exceeding track limits too many times. Which is a little bit of a shame for them because they were catching up to the 73 car ahead of them, who are catching up to the 49. So they were on they did have good pace, or they do have good pace, I should say, in that Mercedes at the minute, at least. But everything could change once the rain comes. We all have to keep that in mind, especially the drivers and the spotters out there who are thinking about the strategy. There went the 204 car to save the drive-through penalty. They have had an unfortunate streak of not being very good on pit entry or exit with the pit speed limit, so I wonder if they've gotten that sorted. Seems like a clear yes, as they got out without adding anything additional to what they already had penalty-wise. So that's good for them. They got their braking points down for pit entry. As Sim is closing the gap a little bit to Kubanov in the lead. And pulling away from Whale. I think Whale might have used his tires a little bit too much in the opening parts of his stint, as he's dropping a little bit in pace. Oh, that explains it. We have just been told in on Discord that the wheelbase died of Kubanov, and that's why we saw him going straight in the corner. He's currently driving without any force feedback. Hey, if that was me, I would have crashed that car 5 million times already. That is some really stellar driving, getting that car around without force feedback. Truly impressive that he is managing to keep pace as well as he is. So he is definitely in the 406 car, looking forward to the next pit stop. Either getting swapped out of the car and trying to get the wheelbase reset while not in the car, or just doing a full reset of the wheelbase while being in the pit lane. That is, of course, a possibility, at least while being stopped, if you can do it in less than 30 seconds. So that is something to keep note of, that it's not gone as smooth as we have thought for the 406 team. But still leading the race. At this point, imagine if the 9 team didn't get that 10-second penalty earlier, then they would have been right in the rear of Kubanov and the 406 Luke Oil car as we are speaking. So that came into play a little bit for them, but they are still heavily contending forward if they can catch up, whilst Kubanov are driving around there without force feedback. Then it's really impressive. You can actually see it on the steering wheel that he have no force feedback in the movements that he's making. It's not fighting him back the wheel at all. It looks like, and look how steady it can be kept down the main straight. This is one of the toughest things you can do in sim racing, driving without force feedback. Truly, there little to no feel of the car when you don't have any information coming through the wheel. But actually managing to keep pace with Sim Spankelink, even driving with the lack of force feedback. But some drivers, they are just on another level when it comes to this, working around the problems and keeping focused. That's the PSUK car that's coming into the pits. The rain doesn't seem to have been moving any closer as of yet, but it's still looming out there in the distance. So that might not be too bad for the PSUK team if it's still 30 minutes away. Then it will only be half a stint drop, but and most of the top teams, they are likely to be about where the points were. Actually, they're about the point where they could extend at least or go 20 minutes above the hour mark scheduled stoppers. So that will be a little bit fun to see how that pans out once we get into the pit stop round. Not expecting anyone that stops before the rain to go on wet tires and driving around on those until the rain comes. That is a truly awful thing if you ask to do that by your team, because you will just murder those wet tires so quickly in the dry conditions. And you can go rather deep into the rain on slicks. It's not until the track goes fully wet that you necessarily would want to be on the wets. If you're a skilled enough driver, a lot of drivers, they can actually go quite deep on damp conditions on regular softs or full slicks, I should say, as I know no tire compound choice other than wets and dries available to the drivers. as we see the rear there. You can just see how it slides underneath him, but no indications in the wheel that's sliding underneath him. Having to move that wheel so much. It depends on what wheelbase you have, whether or not that it's just gone all loose or it's gone very stiff without the force feedback. That would actually be interesting to know if he's fighting a stiff wheel or a super loose wheel. But as long as you can keep the car just underneath the limit of what it's capable of, then you should be able to just still somewhat smooth steer it. But when you start pushing it, you have to do all the counter steering. Then it's where it gets really tricky without the force feedback. So it's all about consistency for Kubanov in the race lead. He actually just increased the gap by a little bit to Spengelink. But let's see as they come across the line. We know that Sim have been very consistent in the 2 minutes 1 second 0.8, and last lap around from Kubanov was 2 minutes 1 second 0.1. So the gap is 10.8 seconds between them as they've just come across the start-finish line, both of them. With Wall in the left-hand racing car 5 seconds behind Sim Spengeling, or 5.3 to be exact behind Sim. Rain have moved closer up in the weather box, and we do now know that it will be an increase of rain in half an hour. So it will start mild and then it will increase in intensity, though it will start with the very lightest of drizzles that we could possibly have. But that should be roughly within the next 10 minutes or so. Suzuka have caught up to Willis for 14th position. The 49 crew against the 73. I've just been eating away the gap ever so slightly every single lap, but now that Vivard have caught up to Willis, then it's about getting the move done. That's a whole different story. You can be so much quicker than your opposing drivers, but if you're not quicker at the right parts of the track, then the overtaking becomes truly difficult. He could, of course, just stay close and hope that he can do it in the pits, but obviously getting it done on track are what most race drivers they really want in their hearts. And I don't think that he'll get told to hold position by anyone. I think that they have told him to push and get this move done. Not hitting the apexes perfectly there through the S's, but manages to get it back onto line. Getting a little bit deep there, that will lose him some on the exit. Focusing on the tail lights of the car ahead. Having to get used to the braking of the 49 car as well when you catch up to another car. If they have different braking points into some corners, then it can be a little bit distracting as he tries it up the inside there. Good amount of room have been left, but being so narrow, then the 49 gets the better traction on exit of the hairpin and stays ahead. For now, at least. Using more track there on the exit than the 49. Maybe a little bit. No, not too much there on the second part of the spoon. So he's really trying for it. Tucking in behind. Through 130R we go. we just see that 49 car being a very stable, maybe a little bit too deep on the exit of the Casio triangle, but not enough that that Vivard could get close enough to Willis there. Remember the car behind, we see the BMW, the red BMW, the number 11, that's Wolf Garcia that's coming to lap both of these drivers, who now find themselves in a different situation than they did last time they got lapped by anyone. Now they're fighting, now they're not that interested in just moving over to the side and letting the faster cars just go through as easily. They want to do it in a way where they lose the least amount of time. And for Vivard, it's all about finding the place to get that lapping done where he could potentially get in behind and follow Wolf Garcia through when he is going for the lapping of Willis. Of Wilsey, I should say, not Willis, Wilsey. Because look at that now, that 11 car desperately wants to go past them. Vivard just moves out the way there. If Wilsey can stay with Wolfgang now, then with Wolf Garcia, not Wolfgang, with Wolf Garcia, then he can potentially take good advantage of this and get through as well. Rain could potentially come at any time now. With both track and ambient dropping to 18, and there we had the move done, and we'll see that getting a little bit loose on the exit, and then Vivard just goes sailing through. So Vivard up into 14th position. THRC moves up over the was it DMR esports car. DMS esports car. Only one letter wrong. I think that's quite nice when you don't know the team. Custom Leroy would also have been a great help with that, but it is what it is. Of course you are. But Wilsey will now just try to stay with Vivard and try to get a counter attack going. It can be a little bit difficult though. We did see Vivard almost seemingly sail through there with Wilsey getting a little bit loose out of Spoon, and just that maybe the distraction of having let the Mode 11 car go through were the thing that caught Danny Wilsey out for. But just that split second that allowed Vivard to go through. Sim now within 7.3 seconds of Kubanov. Kubanov is praying this rain is coming as quickly as possible. Or maybe not, maybe he wants the rain to stay away. I could imagine driving without force feedback would be a true pain once it starts coming down. That would be a difficult challenge. So I think that for Kubanov, he wants the rain to stay away as long as possible. Maybe until he's already in the pits or scheduled to come in, so that they can take the tire change as they are swapping drivers, so Kubanov can go get his wheel reset and get some force feedback back for his next stint. I think he would appreciate that quite a bit. Some would say it's an ungodly thing to ask someone to drive without force feedback. That is truly a challenge. If anyone is sitting out there thinking, "Oh, I could easily do that," then try and go half a racing stint, pull over to the side, disable your force feedback in the wheel, and then continue driving and see if you could keep up with pace within a few tenths of your quickest lap. That is truly astonishing what Kubanov is able to do out there. But Sim is picking up the pace quite a bit. 7 seconds almost exactly between them now. 201.1. Sim have increased by 7/10 from just 10 minutes ago in the stint. I think that the tires are coming back to Sim at this point. And it does seem like the lower fuel in the car suits the Lamborghini quite nicely. underneath 7 seconds for the first time since half an hour into the race between the two leaders, and the rain have come. The windscreen wiper have started on Sim Spankelink's car. Now Kubanov will definitely need to be a lot more extra careful. Speaking of being careful, Sim Spankelink goes around in the already greasy conditions on the track. That's a little, at least some leeway there from Kubanov, who've also just had to do 2 lappings of other cars, but Sim will have to consider now the greasier track, maybe increasing traction control or just being a little bit more careful on the throttle as he goes around. The track went greasy very quickly, and considering maybe not using as much of the AstroTurfing and curbs. Just trying to remember where TC is in the Lamborghini. Doesn't look like he's running that much of it. 2 ABS, of course, the usual Lambo. The gap have increased to almost 15 seconds after that spin from Spankelink. We have seen that Lambo before in the race being loose and tricky to drive. I've driven the Lambo as well. It is not the I'm not saying that it's a difficult car to drive, but it's also not the easiest car to select, because it does have a tendency to get loose with the rear end. And especially in those low traction power zones, once the track gets greasy, and when it happens so quickly, and Sim really had no time to prepare for that, as we only saw the windscreen wiper turn on coming out of Degner 2. So that sudden loss of grip that Sim had definitely seemed to catch him out a little bit. Probably the worst place time for that. Toddy goes into the pits. It is definitely too early for wet tires, so they will probably come in a second time in just a few laps once the track gets in. We can already see how Sim having to fight the car there through the long curve after the S's. Way slower than last time around here. Already so much more patient. PSUK comes into the pits. They just pitted half an hour ago, so this could potentially be for wet tires that people are actually coming into to take now. Tujak comes in as well. Also seems early on their pit sequence, so it could potentially be drivers already now coming into box for wet tires as a precautionary pit stop. It's some would consider to be better to get on the wets earlier rather than too late. See how difficult the car is for Sim to drive. How much the braking zones have already increased, and the traction, they're almost losing it twice coming out of Spoon. Behind the 73 car that's not moving that quickly up ahead. The 73 must have noticed these difficult conditions as well, and will be prepared to come in for a pit stop. We can see the rain is not really coming down that hard. So it is quite early, I would say, as the 73 goes across the track and dives into the pits. Does Sim follow him in? No, Sim stays out on track. Same did Kubanov, and we will expect Whale as well to be out on the track. But some teams will definitely opt to be on the safer side and take the pit stop now. Track have just gone to fully damp, so we are reaching the point where we have crossover between wets and slicks. Tepper, the first driver after changes to damp, that goes in. Deontay follows in immediately after that. Gap have also come down to 2.3 seconds. Garcia have also caught up massively to the 55, but the 55 also just had a pit stop, so that could be the reason for that. But this is the time where I have to think about it. About the pit stop strategy. If you go in now, then you need still need the 5 pit stops. If you can push it to the 40-minute, then you could potentially save a pit stop in this race if it stays wet until the end. And that might be what they're thinking of at the minute the driver's out in front. So we're following Kubanov now, who just got overtaken by a back marker of sorts there, so that could indicate that it is time for wets, that wets are quicker. But if you can stay out for those 3 extra minutes, that could be a big advantage later on in the race. But again, that is only if it stays wet for the remainder of the race. But look at that gap that the other cars are already pulling on Kubanov. It might actually be worth to take that extra pit stop and get the wet in. Kubanov flashing the lights there could be a sign of frustration. Kubanov getting loose there. Coming into the Casio triangle, will he dive into the pits, having trouble getting the car slowed down? Especially stop go 30 for Kund for exceeding pit speeds. Yes, Kubanov comes into the pits this time around, having to be careful on the brakes. Sim Spenkelink will be the next man up to choose whether to pit or not. I think that Sim will follow him. No, Sim doesn't follow him in. It did look like that he was trying to go for the pit stop there, but it had a little bit of a slide and thought not to go in anyway. Whale are another driver that could potentially come in, so Sim will try it. It takes about 2 minutes to go, so plus the pit stop time, so it would be so he could save a pit stop if it stays continuously wet for the remainder of the race. They surely must have thought about that, these drivers in the Simsport Racing International car. Either that or Sim intended to go in last time out. Whale comes in as well. So does the Mode 11 car and the 204 Mercedes. So we would assume that almost everyone goes onto the wets now. Von Liebenstein goes into his first stint of the afternoon. Same thing for Parme in the 723 left-hand racing car. Ivanov have been swapped in. So they have done driver change in the Luke Oil car. Only thing that seemed logical for them. A lot of ping though for Ivanov early on. Didn't seem to be a problem before for these guys. It will be interesting when Sim takes his pit stop and comes out, what the gap will be between Ivanov and Spenkelink. Because that will be decisive. Have Sim lost or won by staying out? I would assume he would have lost. I don't think that oh well, they must have chased as well. Chamberlain behind the wheel of the 81 car. Just behind Funke at the minute. Only half a second between them. And in these conditions it might be a little bit easier getting the move done, as drivers are more prone to make mistakes in these conditions, in wet weather conditions. The 95 car couldn't have come in to serve their stop go 30. And I think Spanky Link have come into the pits as well. It looks like it at least. I wonder if he will stay in the car. Chamberlain looks a lot quicker than Funke through those final corners at least. Down the start-finish straight we go. Closing. He will actually be able to go for this into turn 1. It looks like that he's at least showing himself. Will he be brave enough on the brakes? He is. And goes through. Chamberlain now up into 8th position in the CDLC Honda. Remember, it's either 5th or 4th that will be the position they need for the championship win. If the 406 car, the Luke Oil team, wins the race. Every position that car drops, they will have, can they be one position further down as well. Sim are still stopped in the pit, so he'll definitely have lost time on this as he starts to move. Gruning have gone back into the 724 car. No, that's not the 724. That's the 724 car right behind Sim. But does Sim have enough heat in the tires to do this defense? I highly doubt. Ooh, look at that, Sim moving over back there. Legally enough racing moves, of course. Nothing wrong with that. But these two are back at it again with each other. Gruning seemed to be the quickest driver so far in that left-hand racing car, but now it's much different conditions that they're racing in. Plus they have a back marker ahead of them that will have to give room, and I hope he gives room for both of the cars this time around, and he does. It's Lou in the 49 car. in the DMS esports team car that did them a favor then moving out nicely. It does look like that Gruning have a little bit of extra pace there in comparison to Sim. The gap have increased to 13 seconds between Spinkelink and Ivanov. And Sim is losing a little bit of time, having to defend his position at the minute against Gruning. And looks like Gruning does get a good run there out of the hairpin side by side. Is this possible in these conditions to keep your foot planted into the on the pedal all the way down? Looks like it. As Gruning seems to be ahead coming into the braking zone for Spoon and takes it. Will Sim try and undercut him there or go back under? No, he stays in behind. And Gruning up into second position and will have to give chase to Ivanov. We have seen that Ferrari in previous seasons at least be super good in wet conditions. I wonder how it is currently with BOPs, with the latest updates and with everything, how that Ferrari handles the wet. We will have to see, and there's also a big difference in racing in damp and wet conditions. We also have to keep that in mind. If it gets, the wetter it gets, the more it will start to show who's good in proper wet conditions. As it is right now is what I always like the most driving in, because you can really feel that you can push the car a lot, but it will also punish you if you go just that 1 meter too deep in under braking. As Gruning already pulling out to cool his tires down the front straight. They might have put a little bit too much pressure into those tires. Samuel van Liebenstein have closed the gap and have gone on to attacking positions with Alvai in 6th in the 55 McLaren. So that is something to look out for. What was that challenge I just heard? What challenge? Yes, the turn your force feedback off challenge. I think you should do that. Do half a stint in a race, pull over. Maybe if it's a pit stop race, go into the pits, turn off the force feedback and continue racing. That is the challenge, to see if you can match Kubanov's pace in those situations. Samuel van Liebenstein definitely on the attack now in the IRL endurance racing team car. I also feel like they are quite well in the standings, at least within the top 10 aspirations for top 10. So every point will count for them in the championship here. So getting the move on the 55 will be vastly important. But again, how much do you dare go off the racing line in these conditions? We do see there's a little bit of a dry-ish line on the track. At least slightly drier. Someone just yellowed there for a bit, and we're down to 15 cars running. It was the 49 car that we lost. That is very unfortunate, as they had a pretty respectable race so far this afternoon. They could potentially still go back in and rejoin the race, though they will obviously, there they go, they came back still ahead of the 204 though, as they also had the disconnect. They are in the pits, and we'll have to wait and see how long. They obviously have there's a timer when you rejoin a server where it counts down from, because you load your setup and stuff. That is sort of tow time, sort of say. But they are back in the race, and we'll put them in roughly the same situation as the 204. I think the 204, they also had the disconnect earlier, or maybe they were just, oh no, they were the team with all the stop-go 30s. Maybe they also had the disconnect, I honestly can't remember at this point. Could be, but Van Liebenstein still on the attack. Whether or not that the 55 moves out to cool the tires or try and break the toe, looks like he's trying to cool the tires with the straight line that he took after going out there. So everyone could potentially have overpressured the tires a little bit for these conditions, expecting it to get a wetter, or more wet, get a lot wetter, a lot quicker. Something like that, something with rain and moisture and stuff like that. More moist. We do see it will increase in rain, of course, in about 10 minutes time, and then it will actually go to something that's a little bit more heavy, even radar wise after that. At the 30-minute mark, it will go to some figure lines, sort of say. Or is that yeah, that would be a heavier rain. But for Liebenstein, he's in the situation as well where you catch up to another driver, then the difficult part sort of begins. The easy part is catching, the difficult part is getting by. And especially in these conditions, how much do you dare send it? Because if you push another car off, then you are in prime position to receive a penalty. And that's not something that you want. And also with these conditions, the harder it is to slow down the cars, the more risky it will be. So he is definitely thinking about where the opportune place on the track will be for this. So in 1 and 2 we have seen as good opportunities, but when you go into there, you need to remember you have to get that car stopped and don't let it wash out, and you will have to go into the more wet part of the track to get the car slowed down. If you could get it set up to the hairpin and then pray that the car ahead of you have a little bit of a slide coming out of the second Degner, then that could be a very, very good place to do it. Also here into the Casio triangle. I actually think that we will see the Honda start to get some reasonable pace. We have seen it struggle a little bit on the top end in this race so far, so that Honda could be running with a wet-ish setup at least. This time no tire cooling from von Liebenstein. Nor were the tire cooling from Alavi in the 55. Other places battlings are happening. Giante have caught up to Peel as well for 4th a lot. This race seems to have been changed the strength, sort of say, of the field. At least it's put a little bit of a curveball into the race. We were expecting rain at the beginning of the race, that we would see it at some point during the race. Chances were at least very high it would come, and now it's come with well, it was about a 5 hours 42 to go when the final cars swapped over to full wets. And Gunning actually taking a tiny bit of time out of even of lap by lap. Not that much that it's super noticeable, but he is getting slightly closer up there as well. Could also just be Ivanov is doing a little bit of more safe driving, conserving a little bit, and just making sure to keep the car on the road. The DMS eSport team, they did drop behind the 204 car though, but it will be interesting to see how far behind. Hopefully we're not talking about laps, but just mere seconds. They have shown good pace so far this afternoon, in reasonable at least to the 204 and the 73 car. So it could potentially still be a thing for the 49 to catch up and get some overtakes done. I do think, unfortunately, there is a lap between the 204 and the 49. If someone knows, then post in the YouTube chat. As the racing does continue, this is the tiptoeing part of the race. Even though the cars have traction control and ABS, this is a time where you want to sort of start feeling the car and the pedals. You want to sort of, I'm not saying you want to dance with the car per se, but you want to be gentle, because you know sometimes it's better to have intercourse gently with the women, and this is the time where you want to do it gently with these women cars. All cars are women, of course, except apart from Cadillacs. They are obviously men's cars, and the Mustang. But sometimes you still have to be gentle with the men as well, and this would be one of those times. Little bit of a slide there from the McLaren. Car that I have driven quite a lot in the McLaren, and reasonable to drive in the rain, but you just have to keep that rear under control because it does slide a bit in wet conditions when the track is not optimum. And that's something that you have to get used to. Brief yellow there that turned green quickly again, so maybe someone has been out for a little bit of a spin. No, it's a 204 car actually in turn 1. It looks like that they have been a little bit off track, but managed to get going again. The 49 goes into the pits quite early. After rejoining, maybe they didn't get enough fuel into the car, or they want the driver change. Maybe wrong tires even. Oh, they came in to retire the car in the pits. Unfortunate for the 49 crew. They have called it at this point. They were good to have in the race. They were a good companionship for entertainment, and of course everyone matters in races like this. Not that we could blame them. Ooh, and there we go. There we go. Van Liebenstein gets ahead. Mistake from Alavi, and then the move was done. So Van Liebenstein into 6th position. 40 seconds up to Giante though. We have dropped about half a second further away from Peel. Now we're getting within the second again. Up there also trying to apply the pressure, but it could just have been a missed overtake, and then once you go wide in these conditions, you go really wide. Then you are truly losing the time. Because now you go from a race where it's all about getting as early as possible on the throttle, coming out of the corners, to a race where it's sort of more to the drivers who can maintain the highest possible minimum speed in the corners to get the optimum out of these conditions. It's more like a GT4 sort of driving style, but it does equal out the field quite a bit, having the rain. Or at least mixes the back. At least mixes the back. Having a look at a few cars out there. Nikolaj Schröder in the Mode 11 car again. Good driver in the rain. We have seen that in the past. And this is a time where full focus is required. Small mistakes leads to big time losses. Speaking of, Groningen are now within 10 seconds of the race lead. Once again we see that up in nearing the front of the field, but Schröder here into the Casio triangle, still going close to the exit line, taking a lot of curbing through the Casio triangle. The Beamer doesn't really mind that too much in comparison to other cars. It's still not like driving the curbs in the dry in these conditions, but the Beamer can take curbs rather nicely. This is also the time where if you started the race on a full wet setup, it still might be quicker running with the dry setup in these conditions. But if the rain increases and we get a fully wet track, then the wet setups might start to feel a little bit nicer to drive and control. But again, that is also up to driving styles. Especially in the wet, do you like your car to understeer in the rain, or do you want it to still be a little bit frisky with the rear end and have tendencies to oversteer? That's a very hard balance to find in these conditions, if we are thinking setup wise at least. Thiago Diante within the second still of Patrick Peel, is just hovering about that second. Doing good job in the Mustang so far. Keeping all of that power planted and not spinning out. Does look somewhat cool with that exhaust that's glowing red quite far up from. You can see that lines of the exhaust coming down. I think he's struggling a bit getting close enough to Patrick Peel and staying close enough to apply some real pressure. He's not really getting any closer and he's not really getting any further away. It's very small increments that the gap is moving around between them. But again, he does have the advantage that if he catches up, then that Mustang is still a beast in a straight line in these conditions. So that is something to keep in mind. And we did see them already earlier on in the race running a lot of traction control, and I wonder if that's just a standard setting or if that or if they will increase in wet conditions. Going into the toe now, it's down to half a second, so we actually did get closer. Yellow flags for the 73. That's Iron van der Linden out of spoon, causing that. But he is, of course, going again. But yeah, now it looks like Thiago Dante have lost a little bit of time again. It is difficult to stay close, especially in these conditions. But he is still somewhat within the distance where Patrick Peel, if he makes a mistake, it still has to be a little bit of a, not the smallest of mistakes, but like a medium-sized mistake, you know. You can make many different size of mistakes, but well, not medium, but slightly over small mistake, we should say, size-ish. Then he will be within striking distance and could potentially exploit it to take away the position. But not close enough that a small mistake is all it takes. Needs to be slightly bigger than small. That's what she said yesterday as well, but... yeah. Spenkelink have dropped a bit from Groningen at this point. Patrick Peel could potentially actually gain on Spenkelink in these conditions, which would mean that he's dragging Deontay with him. Deontay actually seems to be very, very suitable in these conditions. He's driving very well in that Mustang. But it doesn't look like the way that he's driving it that he could push more than he is at the minute. It does look like that he's driving it to the maximum possible in these conditions. But we can see the Mustang is still using curbs in damp weather, so maybe the curbs are not too slippery as of yet. But yeah, gap's still just fluctuating about that half a second to 1 second between them. And I think we will see this for quite a while still. There still haven't been any increase in the rain, and that's a little bit interesting. But surely it will happen. It does say on the weather app up in the top that it will increase in rain. both within the next 10 minutes and then again within the next 30. And some of the drivers are definitely hoping for that rain increase. Others would wish it just to disappear and go long away. From them, I think running they are down to about 9 seconds now coming up. It would be interesting to know how many of the drivers who are on whose tires are over pressured and whose are under pressured, and who hit it just right. Also in wet conditions with the wet weather tires, you actually gain a lot of time by taking new tires. So undercuts will be really strong in these conditions. That's also something that we need to keep in mind. Of course, when you're coming off the pits, you're starting on very cold tires, and you need some time to get the proper temperature into the tires and the pressures to build up correctly. But it is a thing. Oh, now we see it's going to be a lot of increase in rain in 10 minutes to half an hour drive-through penalty for Vidigi. It is a lot easier getting the track cuts in these conditions, and the game are a lot more strict with track limits when it comes to wet weather racing. Ivanov here in the lead, just over 9 seconds down to Gruning, who have caught right back up after being a lot further down the running order, at least time-wise, as Ivanov goes all the way to the wall, almost hitting the pit wall there, trying to cool the tires. And that could indicate that they are running too high pressures in their tires. And they are about 32-ish minutes away from the pit window to start. So it is a long way to go on these tires. Vidigi comes into save the drive-through penalty from 15th position. Pushing it a little bit too much. That does even of just throwing up a little bit of dirt, something that you really don't want to do in these conditions. Bit of on-board action here with Ivanov. You can see there is a drier line and the track doesn't look super wet. It is still only considered damp by the game, but it is enough that it's difficult to drive. Ivanov again all the way outside of the racing line to cool down the tires. These are big telltale signs that they overpressured the tires. The Luke Oil garage. Gap underneath 9 seconds between Gruning and Ivanov. Spinkeling also keeping within 10 seconds of Gruning with just 8.1 between them and roughly 8 further down to Patrick Peel, who still have Deontay behind him. Ooh, big mistake there. Big mistake from Ivanov. Well, small-ish mistake, but it will lose him a little bit of time. The 49 car, they pulled out due to a game freeze, and then putting us to the back. Ended up being a lap behind 15th. It was fun though, definitely coming back. Thank you for spotlight time 2 at the start. Anytime, we'll do anything for our YouTube viewers, almost. Except for nudity, maybe a little bit of that if you ask nicely. But usually not come back in about a month until the next season starts though, so make sure to get signed up and car selected, the squad together. Get some practice in. Hungaroring will be the first event in exactly a month from now. We should be nearing the end of that race in Hungaroring. It's starting with 6 hours. That should actually be over soon. No, this is 10 hours, so it'll be over in 2 hours. So yeah, get signed up for that and we'll surely be happy to see you back on track in about a month's time or so. Meanwhile, with Ivanov, it's down to 8.7 seconds between the two leaders. Yes, SSRI OnlyFans. You could also just go into my very personal OnlyFans, where there'll be some videos up for order. No doubts about that. Up into the Casio triangle. We have seen Ivanov just one time having those brake issues. We'll definitely see you at the Hungaroring. And hopefully it'll be a larger grid, so more people to fight with as well in that one. Across the line, Ivanov goes. And using only about a 3 or 4 tenths there on that lap. And across the line we now see running 109 flat for Joshua Gunning there. It's about that area of lap times that most of the front runners are running in, from 1st to 4th. Judging by the gaps not really moving up and down, then I assume that that's the area they are driving in. So what's the handicap on the Ford? Do you know that, Mr. Chris Hill, the ballast of the Ford? Hey. 19 at Suzuka. The increase on the weight penalty on the Mustang is, I don't know for Hungaroring, to be perfectly honest, but if we're using the LFM bob, so it would be going onto their webpage, and there should be full informations on how much weight is added or removed from the cars depending on track. And the bob, of course, that LFM are doing are quite good, and it gives us usually a very tightly packed field, which is why we also see the Nissans actually being worthwhile to drive, at least in the sprint series. But Groening is soon to be underneath 4 seconds. It's such a great feeling when you're driving a car and you're catching the car ahead, even though it's just by a few tenths. It just gives you that extra little bit of motivation, some blood on the teeth to just go for it and continue pacing. And also a little bit of a stressful situation for Ivanov in front. He can see the gap is coming down more and more and more. He can be a little bit take a little bit easy, as Chamberlain is not really catching up to the 55 car ahead of him. Still about 21 seconds between Chamberlain and the 81 and the 55 of Alavi, and currently 7th. So big gap down there. Digi have gone around again, it looks like, but still on the move and in the race. They're also doing a good job of just keeping going in that car. But that's the thing, if you're racing with friends, then it's not that much about the racing as it is the good times that you're having together. Catching up on life as well in these events. Yeah, and of course also during the racing and in endurance. Even if you're on different skill levels, then there's always a collective goal of the team, or there will usually be a collective goal of the team, but also as a driver yourself. Compared to sprints where you always know that that and that position would be realistic. In endurance, you really never know. So what I'm usually doing in endurance is setting myself a lap time targets I want to be within when I'm driving, and focusing on that consistency and getting that down. Managing the tires and the fuel and getting that correctly in to be as optimum as possible, which will also help you once you go when you go sprint racing. Because better consistency there is also a good thing. As you once in a while also find yourself in sprint races without being necessarily in direct wheel-to-wheel combat. Still quite the distance until the pit stop rounds. But we are getting closer and closer. And now the gap is officially underneath 7 seconds for Joshua Groening and the left-hand racing squad, up to Ivanov in the Luke Oil car in first. So that will be. Does look like that the Aston Martin seems to be a little bit better here in the rain. They were very equally paced in the dry as well, we must say, and it's not like they're taking massive chunks away from Ivanov's lead. It will still be quite a few laps until they get within striking distance. Probably not even on this stint, but they are definitely getting closer. Ivanov also dealing with back markers at the minute, just past one, having to pass another one as we're speaking. That will of course also be the case for Joshua Groening as soon as he catches up to them, which would very likely be either this lap or the lap after that he sees the first back marker that he have to pass, or he gets up to the back marker that he have to pass. Looks like the Sim Racing Holland car of Iron van der Linden, who's up there in currently 14th position, also just minding his own business in the race and focusing on the consistency and getting the track experience with the car and the team and everything, even though that he has been a part of that team for a very long time and would probably know his teammates quite well, one would assume. Back to Sim, who have a lead of less than 7 seconds as well, down to Patrick Peel, and 11-ish seconds up to Groening. He's actually the slowest in the top 4, it seems. And Patrick Peel also pulling further and further away from Deante. Deante seemed very quick initially when we got damp conditions. Now the track have gone completely wet. Now the track is officially full wet. And the gap have actually dropped a lot between Groening and Ivanov. With probably with the traffic though, but it seems like that Ivanov only have just cleared that last traffic. That could have been why he have been down. They must have been behind the traffic through the entirety of the S's, and that's why the time loss was there. But yeah, the gap have dropped quite a bit between the top 2 runners. Also now exactly less than 6 seconds between Patrick Peel and Sim Spenkelink. So So a few battles are in the brewing. Or getting cooked up, or whatever one would say. A 5.1 between the top two. At this point, you would expect Gröning to start being able to see the back of Ivanov's car, and that's just an additional carrot in front of you when you're driving. Seeing the car that you're chasing getting closer and closer and closer to you from lap to lap. That's just a little bit extra when you're driving. That gives you the motivation to continue pushing. But again, that's the question: how hard is he pushing, and how hard does he dare to push? It could also be the tires at this point, because Ivanov, we definitely saw him trying to cool his tires a lot early on. The track now being wet, we would assume it would be better and better for Ivanov, but those tires could have been potentially already almost destroyed by overheating. So not the best of situations for the Luke Oil team. But Patrick Peel actually gaining more on Sim at the minute than Gröning is on Ivanov. And we can just see Patrick there in the background in the yellow Ferrari, just lurking around the corner, which means that he will also have visual contact from time to time with Sim's Benkelink. So he have that carrot as well to continue to push. And seeing that car getting closer and closer, as long as you don't overdo it once you get that carrot, don't get a little bit over eager and start pushing too much because you wanted to get closer to you faster. We are probably reaching a point where the two battles, they will happen almost simultaneously between P1 and P2 and P3 and P4. Peel could very likely go underneath 5 seconds when they cross the start-finish line. Oh, underneath 4, Gröning now underneath 5. But will Peel go underneath the 4, across the F1 finish line and down to the timing lines? Yeah, he's under 4 seconds. Patrick Peel of SLRT, he's really doing a good job in that Ferrari. We have seen the Ferraris being good in the rain, of course, and maybe Patrick Peel is also a very strong wet driver. It does look like it. The Lambo is hard to control in wet conditions, but I don't think it's too much for a man like Sim, also very, very seasoned driver. They're still using that curb in deck number 1. I think that's a little bit surprising that in these conditions you would still be taking it. As if you hit it just a little bit wrong and you have a slight oversteer, understeer moment when you land, then you're a little bit screwed when it comes to the gravel. As soon as you go onto the gravel trap, then there's not much you can do. As we see the lights turning on and off on Patrick Peel's car. It's not the usual light cycle switch that's happening, and it's definitely not the flash button that he's pushing. So that could be a little bit a glitchy side of the game. And no, it's not a bug. It's a feature. Something that I learned to say after playing LMU for a while. But yeah, the gaps are really coming down now. 3.4 over the last split for Patrick Peel and Sam Spankelink. Even though we don't have that many drivers or that many cars in this race, it's still been a very, very exciting first 5 hours of this endurance event. Seems like we have had almost non-stop action, especially in the first first 3 hours or so, we had those big trains forming with almost the entire field in 2 of them. So that could be that's at least something that we're looking on with great happiness in this race. Actually, a lot of things that we're looking at with great happiness. The not the bug, the feature, that is, we see the SLRT car. Sometimes the lights are turning off and then turning back on again, but it's not the full light cycle it's going through with off, low lights and high lights. It's just going from the high beam there, then off and then back to the high beam, and it's not the flash mode either, because it's not several short flashes. And we did see the meatball flag being waved the last lap at around this point to the SLRT car. Either that or he was just maybe super quick on the button cycling through the lights. That could also be a possibility, of course. 3.2 between Patrick Peel and Sim Spankelink. This is a true endurance battle. Same goes for the 1 and 2. That's down to 4.3 between Ivanov and Gruning. So yeah, we know the bridge is made of see-through traffic, but we can see the lights underneath it as well. That's very nice and lovely. Great detailing, we must say. We all know that concrete is very much see-through. Less than 4 seconds now between the top 2, and less than 3 seconds between 3rd and 4th. We could potentially see both battles starting to take shape before the next round of pit stops. But I still do remember that fresh wets way quicker than old worn wets. So the undercut would definitely be an option for both Gruning and Patrick Peel to try and pull off. Whereas if I was Gruning and in Peel, then if I saw that the drivers I was trying to catch up to Ivanov or Spinkling diving into the pits, I would probably follow them immediately. But we do know that Sim Spinkling can go an additional lap to the other drivers out there, because he stopped much later for tires when the weather conditions changed. Oh, hello, Mr. Anthony. The stream is actually very good. It's been quite the interesting race. A lot of very big battle groups forming early in the race, and we have been a little bit spoiled with the battles on track. We haven't seen that many battles happening at the same time, but it seems like there's always been something going on in this race. There's always been someone close to each other and duking it out. Quite interesting, and with the changeable conditions, it always makes for good racing. As we are on board with Patrick Peel now in the Ferrari. One of the cars that I would prefer to be sitting in these kinds of conditions. And not just because it looks like a freaking spaceship on the inside, with all the screens and the way that the DDU itself drive through there for Nikolai Schröder, exceeding track limits. It must be. We need beer. Yes, then you can come pick them up at my place. That would be lovely. We all need a beer at this point. But it's less than 3 now for Patrick Peel to catch up to Spankelink. And even closer to 2, so yeah, this is the main battle at the minute. Also for further down, 11 seconds only now between Alavi and Van Liebenstein. Still that 18-ish second gap between Chamberlain and Alavi. Remember that Chamberlain, if Ivanov finishes second in the race, then Chamberlain will still need at least 6th. I do think that 5th will be the one that he needs to actually secure. I think 6th for Chamberlain and 2nd for Ivanov. That would mean a points share. So if Ivanov wins, then it's of course one position up for Chamberlain that he would need to take the championship for the Luke Oil team over the what are they called? The CDLC Honda of Chamberlain and Kubarov. 2 seconds on the mark for Peel. You can really see how Sim Spenkeling's Lamborghini looks bigger and bigger there, but a little bit of time loss for Patrick Peel through Degner 2, it looks like, at least. Not the best of corners there, but still very, very close to Mr. Spenkeling himself, the simulator on track. About 10-ish minutes, and we are within the windows for stops, but we're not expecting them to really happen before at least 14 minutes from now. So if you need to go get something to drink or eat before the next round of pit stops, this would be the final chance to do so. With just 2 seconds between Peel and Spenkeling, I think we'll take about a 5 to 7 minutes break with the commentary, and then we'll be right back to it, with possibly Patrick Peel having caught up to Sim Spenkeling at that point. And we're right back at it with Patrick Peel getting within battling range of Sim Spenkeling. Looking right up underneath his wing now. Just that second, but we have seen before in these conditions, staying within a second of the driver ahead, that is a true challenge. We saw it with Deontay earlier on in the race. So that could be the thing when he was chasing down Patrick Peel. But Peel seems to have found a lot of pace as of late. Underneath the second now, can Patrick Peel do this? Remember that before the rain, Sim was catching up a lot to Ivanov and that, to Kubanov and the Luke Oil car. But the rain just haven't seemed to be that suiting for that Lamborghini. Unfortunate for them, of course. But this is the time to start thinking about where to make the moves. Patrick Peel are sort of just having a close look at how Sim is driving from this distance and trying to figure out where the best place will be to strike, where Sim are the most likely to make the mistakes. So if there's a particular corner where he feels like Sim is a bit slower, remember in the rain a lot more corners becomes overtaking opportunities by the virtue of being able to go different lines. Of course, it will still be best to be on the racing line. In this game is not simulated that well. When you go on to rubber in parts of the track in rain, it becomes a little bit more slippery. So the racing line will still be the best place to be. Just saw Sim having a little bit of a wider approach into the first part of the S's and doing some slightly tighter turns than Patrick Peel, who seems a little bit more flowy at the minute. So that will be that might be where Patrick is gaining a lot of time, but that is not necessarily a good thing to be gaining through the S's, because even though you can make overtaking moves in a lot more corners in the rain, those S's are not one of those places. Then you really have to rely on a big mistake from the car ahead. So we can still see this small gap battle for the third podium spot at the minute. A little bit of a slide there from Spankelink coming into the hairpin. As we can see, the gap is just there. There's just about one or two car lengths in between them before you will have from rear bumper of Sim to the front bumper of Patrick Peel, even though these cars technically doesn't have bumpers, but we all know what I mean. If not, then I don't feel like I need to explain it deeper. Rear wing to front splitter, maybe we could say. Here we go down the back straight. Not quite close enough yet. It's even more risky to make that move into 130R in these conditions, but and you will lose a lot more time, but it is still possible and an opportunity if you get side by side with another car before that or get enough overlap on them that they will have to leave you just a little bit of room. But still super risky, as you are very likely to flood out into the other car. Down the start finish straight we go. It would require Sim to be a little bit too early on the brakes here for it to be a thing or miss an apex or two. But we can see that how Patrick Peel actually manages to get into the apex of that first corner and Sim doesn't. It's like that Lambo understeers just that little bit more than Patrick Peel. At the same time with the understeer, it looks like it gets a little bit of oversteer as well, as he's doing a little bit of a slide there through the S's. I would say it's a little bit too much to be just considered slip angle, so slidey car there, the Lambo. Meanwhile, up in front, 2.3 between Groningen and Ivanov that have stabilized a little bit that rapid closing speed between those guys. This time we see the mistake there from Sim, but not an easy place for Patrick Peel to try and go for it. Into the hairpin, it's out of this hairpin. This is also where we saw Sim spin initially when we got into the greasy conditions. Although that must also have been a bit of a shock for him coming up there for the first time, literally just going out the Degner when it changed from optimum to greasy. Interesting, we can see Sim doing a little bit of a wider approach, slowing the car down more, getting a little bit of a sharper turn. That little wheel spin that we saw him getting on the throttle, that could be what decides this battle for positions. It does seem like Patrick Peel always gets a lot better launches down this straight leading into 130R, tucking in right up behind him, but it does get washed out somewhat more than Spankelink this time out. But still close enough that he could, if Sim gets some wheel spin out of the Casio triangle, he could potentially, Patrick Peel could potentially go for it into turn 1, but not this time. Too big of a gap to really close up in one straight. And another rain increase is about to happen in less than 10 minutes. We do see those different lines. It seems like Sim is taking a lot more speed out of the car into the corners to get a tighter turning angle. Or at least turning the car a little bit sharper than Patrick Peel. And then again with the slide there from Sim. But he is a seasoned driver who manages to hold on to those quite nicely. The Lambo is not that difficult to catch when it goes sliding, but it's not the fastest way to go around a racetrack for sure. But some would say that he's peeling off speed by doing so. Some people would say that was not funny, but I had a chance. Speaking of this time, it looks like Patrick Peel gets a very good launch out the hairpin and are very, very close up underneath Sim Spenkeling's rear wing. This could be the opportunity into Spoon, where he will have to outbrake Spenkeling, shows himself, but maybe a little bit too far away still. And then getting a terrible light into Spoon, but we have seen again that he's gaining a lot on the exit of Spoon. Not this time, Sim gets early on the front without getting the wheel spin this time. But that could potentially just set up Patrick Peel into the Casio triangle instead of getting the run into 130R. He still have a little bit of overspeed, but not enough to close it completely. Into 130R we go, touching the inside grass there from Patrick Peel, and that's why he just doesn't get close enough up there. What's the green-yellow bar in the car manufacturer badges in the overall thing? The one that's flashing would be the ping connection. The green bar between the race number and the gaps, that's to signal that the cars have taken all of their mandatory pit stops. So they don't have any of those in this race, so that would have been green all along. But the one that's flashing next to Deante, that's his ping. As we still see that Patrick Peel's not able to take the advantage of this, as Gunning now underneath 2 seconds on Ivanov. And we have done about an hour and 4 minutes since the last pit round, which means that we're likely to see a pit round coming up shortly. There have been pit stops further down the field. I can tell by the virtue of Kuhn being in the car, and same for Van Dryle have gone into the 73, and Liam Walsh are back in the 99. So the pit stop round have started in the back of the field. But for the race leaders, they will likely take this lap and one more before they come in. Sim can of course do an additional lap to the other cars, as he stopped 1 lap later than the rest of the field. And that cost him about 5 to 6 seconds doing so. Top 2 are within a second of each other as well. And they are like to stop this time or next time around. We will see as they are coming up the to the pit stop straight. Looks like that they are keeping going for another lap, which means that Patrick Peel will certainly also go for another lap, as they are trying to extend to the maximum to have the best possible chances to get the a possible change over to dries at the most opportune time possible. And in regards to the pit stop strategies and getting away with having that stop less potentially. They have caught up to traffic. I think it's the 95 car of Burak Kund that they will have to lap this time around. It sure is. Doesn't look like Kund will get out of the way before after the S's at least. at the earliest time possible. But interesting to see that in about half an hour time the rain will decrease a little bit again. And if that continues, then we could go back into dry weather racing. Ooh, Sim getting a slide there. Trying to get as early on the front as possible. Maybe trying to clear Burakant before the Degnas. Didn't seem to happen for Sim there. So you'll have to wait. We have seen Kund give the room after Degnas several times, and this time he'll sort of be forced to let Sim go through. And Patrick Peel comes as well. Or at least goes through as well. No one's saying that he's coming. But he went through as well. Top two equally close, and they're going down into 130R as we are speaking. But they are likely on their in-lap. As the big pit stop round have started, Alavi, Funke, and Vault have gone to the pits again already, switching to Putupin. No, they stay out, the 2 leaders. I'm a bit surprised that they have enough time for that, but again, oh yeah, it should be possible to go one more for them, which would mean that Peel can go another lap as well if he doesn't try for the undercut. He does go for the undercut, Patrick Peel, coming into the pit at least a lap earlier than Spenkelink, hitting the markers nicely. It looks like, and back up to the battle for P1 immediately. Left Hand Racing versus Luke Oil, Aston Martin versus Ferrari, Joshua Groening versus Ivanov. This is truly a sight to behold. Over 5.5 hours into the race, and this is how close it is for the top positions. Both of them really, you can see how they're pushing the cars, using all of the available track to them. Different lines into the hairpin. We have seen it being difficult to take the line that Groening is taking into the hairpin, getting it hooked up on the inside there. Maybe the Ferrari is not capable of turning that sharply at that high speed and getting settled again before the braking. I do think that we'll see Patrick Peel actually emerging from the pit stops ahead of Spenkelink. Switching over to Zimmerman in the number 10 car, so it'll be Zimmerman who'll have to get this magical lap done and get through to take that third place or third position away at the podium. So it is wonderfully tight. Let's see what they're doing. Are they coming into the pits? I would assume both of them will turn right now very sharply. Yes, they do. So this will be something to look at. Who will come out first? Ooh, big difference. A contact in pit road between the 2 race leaders. Surely that that would be a reasoning for reporting. But that was a contact in pit row between Groening and Ivanov. Some would say Ivanov's maybe slowed down a little bit too early there for the pits, but we'll have to see later on. But now it's the thing, when does Sim come into the pit? Will he do it immediately, or will he go another lap? He does go another lap, does Sim Spenkelink, which means he takes the lead of the race, on track at least, to begin with. Rain decreasing in half an hour, so maybe we are going back to the fully dry racing conditions. Now this means that Groening and Ivanov, they're likely going to be doing a little bit of damage repair in the pits as well, so that could potentially decide that battle if Groening have got less damage out of that than Ivanov. It looks like Groening is already out of the pits and Ivanov just comes out now. Maybe Groening didn't take the damage repairs and Ivanov did. But those 2 are back out on track with Groening ahead of Ivanov by quite a bit. I would say a good 2 seconds or something like that. Could have been, of course, just missing the pit box as well that caused the change of positions. Or different techniques in getting the car slowed down and hitting the marks, maybe a little bit of a pushback as well, so there could be a lot in it, of course. But Spenkelink, he will probably come in this time around. Maybe he could actually potentially do another one, thinking about it. But I do think that he will head into the pits this time around. A little bit of a replay of the pit lane entry here. Ivanov does slow down earlier and running that just makes that little bit of a contact. I do think that Ivanov might got a little bit of extra damage there by hitting the wall also. So that could be the reasoning for that pit stop taking a little bit longer. But yeah, Spenkelink leading the race. We did see this the last time as well with the pit stop cycle, so he got to lead for a little bit of time. It is something that we have been used to in SSRI history, seeing Sim on top, coming into the pits now. This will be very, very interesting where he comes out. Very good slowdown there for the pits. It did look like that he got that just right. Where does Sim come out in comparison to Zimmerman? That is the big question at the minute. We know that Groningen and Ivanov will go through. No doubts about that, as we do see that's the other left-hand racing car going through that. They are at the Casio triangle at the minute, Ivanov and Groningen. So yeah, they are for surely going through, both of them. But what about Zimmerman going through 130R as we are speaking? On the run up to the Casio triangle. Do you remember Sim have one of the pit boxes furthest up pit road, so he will not have that long from when he drops from the jacks until he's up into racing speeds. Zimmerman on the start finish straight. It will be very, very tight this on pit exit. Zimmerman does go running full speed to the left hand side. He does go through. Zimmerman does go through Sim Spenkelink. So Zimmerman takes third in the race, provisionally at least. Well, he does take third in the race. He is ahead of Sim Spenkelink, who have been dropped to fourth, and now it's Tesh Fredriksson who have taken over the car. So Fredriksson in the number 9 Simsport Racing International car, and Zimmerman in the SLRT in third position. Yeah, it is a shame that only 13 or 18 cars showed up, but they have given us quite the show so far. What up, Justin, as well? Interesting race so far. The rain is really decreasing in half an hour. It's just a little bit. It does really go down, so maybe we'll see a dry weather racing once again nearing the end of the race. That's the 73 car that have gone around at the start finish straight. Maybe just catching a little bit of grass on the outside there, or simply just trying to turn the wheel too much coming onto the start finish straight and spinning it. But he is going again, Jesse van Dryle. So no issues there. CT phone home. I mean, CT have taken over the number 81 CDLC car. Only 16 seconds behind Alavi, so he could potentially get back up there. He was catching quite a bit, or they were catching quite a bit more in dry conditions to the 55 than they have been in the wet. But they could potentially still get back up to those guys and go through, and then they're getting closer and closer to positions where they would potentially maintain the championship lead here in the final round if they finish there. They do still need about 6th position to make it happen, at least to get it to a points tie with the Luke Oil car if it finishes as is at the minute with the Luke Oil car. And if it just were to stop now, the Luke Oil team would become champions. So that is worth keeping an eye on. Where are the left-hand racing car in regards actually in the championship? How many points behind are they? They're actually only 5 points behind the Luke Oil team. So those two cars, they would be equal on points after this race if it finishes with those two guys or those two teams as it's standing right now. So it would be a points tie for first, and then the the 81 crew of the CDLC in third if it finished as is completely, but it's still 4.5 hours to go. And we have started seeing a few tendencies in this race with the left-hand racing team being very good in the rain. And that Lambo being a little bit more difficult to control. Remember, they were up there almost challenging for the lead before the rain. But surely they have, they have dropped quite a bit in the rain, so that car doesn't seem drivable in these conditions. Let's just wait and see if Camargo he can catch up to Fredriksson. I do think catching 20 seconds even in the rain will be a bit of a challenge, especially now that Camargo got the drive-through penalty. That would be for track cuts that he got that one. So yeah, he will he drop behind Van der Linden after that? 23 seconds. I think he will be just about dropping behind Van der Linden with that drive-through there. It will at least be very tight. Groening putting a lap down on Habe. It looks like the 9th placed car, or another lap down on him. 160 laps into the race for the race leader at the minute. That's cool. That's quite a few laps that they've gone around here. He is increasing the gap to Ivanov as well. So even if that team decides to file the report for contacting them on the pit road entry, it's not necessarily going to be enough to get them back ahead after a potential penalty. So that is also something to keep in mind in this race, and something that could be interesting to follow. But again, if it goes dry later on, then it could be a thing. So yeah, that could potentially be a thing. But again, the stewards would probably also look into whether or not that Ivanov slowed down too early for that one. But again, hard to assess with conditions like this. So it would be a tricky call for those guys having to look at that situation in particular. And there went Van der Linden ahead of Camargo after Camargo had to serve that drive-through penalty. So that is at least one for it. But Groening definitely pulling away in front, and Zimmermann not really catching up to Ivanov, 22 seconds behind. But I tell you what, Fredriksson is seeming to have a little bit more pace in these conditions, at least up against Zimmermann that Spenkelink had against Peel. Only dropped about 4 seconds. That's Jesse van Drejl again on a little bit of an excursion. Jesse seems to have a little bit of trouble with these conditions and the BMW. Second time in not that long where he have gone around, but that also means that the 204 car is actually gaining quite a bit on the 73, and that could be a potential battle later on in the race. Meanwhile, Elias CT, or Elias CT we should say, 17 seconds behind Alavi, so he have caught up a little bit. The gap was about 18 before the pit stop round, and I think it was just over 20 not that long ago. So ET doing well in the rain with that Honda. Not the easiest of cars in the best of conditions, so I will only assume it's even more difficult in the rain. Though Alavi as well getting close to Camargo, but that was because Camargo had that drive-through penalty. Fredriksson actually gaining on Zimmermann, and Zimmermann losing a little bit of ground to Ivanov. But again, we did see that Lambo in the hands of Sim Spenkelink being very slidey, that potentially will wear the tires out a little bit quicker. So that could be a factor later on in the stint as well. Same goes for tire pressures. It could also be a tire pressure thing that made the Lambo so slidey earlier on. But the racing is still going on, and that's something that time will tell when we get a little bit deeper into this one. These Honda guys, they do have a lot of things to think about in terms of the championship. Could be on their minds, could also be that they're just ignoring it completely and focusing on the race, which would probably be the smartest thing to do. Just focusing on getting as a good result here as possible. Vedigi only 9 seconds now behind Van Dryle in the back end of the field as well. So they potentially can catch up there. The only car that we're not talking that much about at the minute are Puchipin in the 99 PS UK car. And then there may be a little bit Kund. And yeah, well, that whole gaggle there of cars from 9th to 13th, to be honest, which is also quite a few. But they are just minding their own business at the minute, trying to manage their gaps and get closer to the cars ahead, not losing too much time to the cars behind. But when everyone's doing that, then it becomes a game of chess, sort of. Say Van Dryle with the drive-through penalty now for exceeding track limits, which means that Vedigi will definitely go through, and for the first time in many hours, that Mercedes will not be the last placed car on the track. So Vedigi will, by virtue of that team of the Mercedes guys that's staying in the race, they will actually gain a position now, with proper fighting and good driving to thank for it. We obviously saw the Mercedes earlier on in the race with the 2 stop-go 30s, 2 laps in a row, and they also served the drive-through for exceeding track limits. So they are putting themselves back into it, virtue of a few mistakes from the 74 crew, or the 73 crew, it would be. Meanwhile, it seems Frederiksen have made a little bit of a mistake as he dropped about 1.5 seconds in not a lot of time. CT actually putting a lot of time away between himself and Alavi in 7th. Catching up rather quickly, and Alavi in 7th, not that far behind Camargo. And Camargo not that far behind Van der Linden, so in 4 hours and 20 minutes, if they can do it getting up into 5th, then they will actually have the championship in their own hands. And the 204 car have spun around in turn 1, at least causing yellows and now whites for themselves. So it's still Jeff Van Dryle not losing too much in that drive-through after all, with their main rivals being stationary for a little bit of time there. Habe here in 9th position, having or needing to give way to the Luke Oil car, the lead or 2nd place cars. I'm just so used to calling the Luke Oil car the lead car of the race, but the 2nd placed car, and does manage to do so in a proper manner there. Good aware driving from Fabian Happe in SLRT, the one of the other Ferraris. Still 4 Ferraris remaining in the race though. Two of them in podium positions. Still just looking a bit at Happe and the way that he gets the car around here in the wets. Does look very stable. All the Ferraris seem to be very, very stable in these conditions. Even though there's definitely a little bit of fighting the wheel in the car still, it doesn't look to be anything severe in the Ferraris. It seems to be very, very controllable. And that's the thing, we haven't seen that much rain that a fully wet setup would have been super necessary yet. could potentially still, in the conditions like this, go on the dry setup without too many alterations for it to still to be quicker than a proper wet setup. But yeah, they're still chasing. Could potentially still get the dry weather, but at least 45 minutes away, I would probably assume as the earliest possible time. But again, even though it gets drier later on, it could potentially still just become a little bit less rain and then increase again in severity and get it even more moist than it already is. It's definitely umbrella weather for people spectating on track, although they're virtual people, so they might not need it. I don't think that they're actually getting wet, the virtual fans. And Lavi with the drive-through penalty. That will put him behind CT. So CT getting a free position there and can start chasing down for 6th position, which would tie the championship if they can take that away. And 5th would secure them everything, if I'm not mistaking too much. So that's a big thing for the Honda team. Remember that that the guys of the CDLC Honda squad there, they didn't have the greatest of qualifyings, we should say. I don't think that they set a single lap time after the rain stopped. Early on in the day when we had the qualifying. The qualifying started in the wets and then became dry later on. But I don't think that they managed to improve the lap times after the rain had stopped, and therefore they started last. We did follow them on their final attempt of a qualifying lap, and they just went a little bit too wide there in 130R, I think it was, and lost out on a potentially very good lap time. So they have fought their way up from 18th in this race, and are currently set in 8th. So they have been doing a good job of getting up through the field. We have seen them, especially early in the race. The whole field seemed almost equally paced, except for the 406 car that just seemed to be going a little bit away in the distance in the front, but that might be because they got the gap early on, so they don't have to defend anything or be involved in any sort of fighting as the rest of the field was. For the first hour or so of the race, it was like everyone was caught up in fighting except for the 406 car that just moved away ever so slightly in the front, lap by lap by lap. And even though they have been leading most of this race, they never seemed to have a huge lead. It was, I think, just over 30 seconds when it was at its largest, the lead that they had. So they weren't massively quicker than the rest of the field. And once all the battling had sorted out, it didn't seem like they were pulling away that much anymore. As if it got very much equalized for long periods of time. Further down the field, one of my favorite liveries, the Mode 11 car, Leonardo Wolf Garcia, behind the wheel of that in 10th position, who's rounding out the top 10 at the minute. Large gaps around him to cars that he's interested in battling with. The 20 car that's ahead of him are around the Casio triangle at the minute, I think. And the 723, the other left-handed racing Aston Martin, are also quite far behind. I actually think that they are with their teammates at the minute in the S's. Yeah, that red and white livery with the circles, DMA livery, of course. They do have some alternate versions of the livery. The white and red as well also looks very sleek, but I do think that this is a classic of the community after all these years they've been running this style of livery. We have seen it on Ferraris, Nissans, and BMWs, of course. across the line. Alawi still haven't taken the drive-through penalty. Probably leaving it as long as possible then. It seems quite... They're taking it now, the 55 crew. Which means the 81 will pass them. I don't think that they will lose more positions than just the one to the 81. But a lot of time lost on that. It is one of these tracks where there are quite a few corners where you are likely to get the track cuts over the course of a race. And if you can survive this event by just the one drive-through, then you're still in a pretty good position, even though that I think it's a minority of the field that have served drive-throughs for track limits. There still have been quite a few, and we surely haven't seen the last one yet in this event. Was that a little bit of an unsettlement in a Ferrari in these conditions? It looked like it there through turns 1 and 2. Vidiki still in a good gap of 26 seconds almost to Jesse Van Dijl for 14th position. The Sim Racing Holland BMW of Burak Kund. Again through the S's, we see a little bit of a style studio of the cars. Not much wrong with the way that Kund is driving, trying to avoid touching the curbs in these conditions. Takes that inside curb though, and that looked to unsettle the car just a little bit, but not going wide enough that it became a problem. I would actually say that looked almost perfect through there. Does he take the curb? Yeah, still a little bit on the inside curb there of Degner. Degner 1 goes to the outside curb before turning into Degner 2 all the way out. Using all of the track available and a lot of astroturfing, putting just a wheel in the gravel. That is very close to a track cut, by the way, when you do that. And it will dry up in about half an hour's time. We will go back to dry condition racing. I think that the Luke Oil team will be very, very pleased with that. Same goes for the CDLC team, who seem to be quite a bit quicker in the dry. So they might want to use the last bit of rain to gain the time on the number 3 Ford of Camargo, because that seemed to be the car that have performed the best in the dries compared to themselves and relative to themselves of the cars around them. But remember, Jan Fenjer, he could still potentially go back into the Mustang, and we did see him having a massively good stint when he was in the car earlier on the day. He didn't seem to have the same issues of making the overtakes as the rest of the field have had so far today. Could be down to the straight line speed of the Mustang, of course, and he did get some good overtakes in and gained a lot of time and positions when he was behind the wheel. So that could be a potential thing that he gets cycled back into that Mustang. And then it might become a little bit more challenging for the 81 crew to catch up. But that's still just one of the cars they need to catch. Just looking over this. I actually think 7th, if they finish 6th as the standings are right now, if the CDLC team finishes 6th as it stands right now, then they would become champions. No, then they're scoring 25 less than the race winners, and they only have a 20. No, then they will. Then it would be tied for a freeway tie for the championship. Oh, would it? What am I talking about? Even I don't think exactly I'm speaking right now, because it would be they would need 20 to tie it. So if they finish 7th, it would be tied, and 6th they would take the championship as it stands right now. Now, what am I saying again? They would need to score 30 to tie. They would need 5th to tie and 4th to take the championship as it stands right now. Yes, 5th to tie and 4th to win the championship with the current standings. With the top 2 at least, of course, and then they will still need a few overtakes, but it's not unlikely that they could get up until at least 5th in this race. But with an estimated half an hour until dry weather racing, then I think this would be a good time for me to go get some dinner, and then we'll be ready for the last 4 hours 45-ish minutes of racing after that. We are back after getting refueled in the commentary booth as well. Whilst we have been gone, I can see that the 99 car have retired from the race as well, so we are down to 14 runners in this event. It's basically still status quo in the field, up and down. Not much have changed in the last half hour or so with the field itself, but the weather have changed quite a bit. It's gone down to damp now, and it will clear out shortly into fully dry conditions. But this also brings the question, do you try and stretch your stint if you have it available to you to about 3 hours 24 minutes remaining, or at least less than that? Because then you could potentially save a pit stop to the end of the race, or do you change over as soon as you feel like it's ready for slick tires? That will be the main question so far, or the main question that will have to be answered here in the next couple of minutes, or in the next 20 minutes or so. That will be at least yeah, a little bit of a focus point, as it actually have stopped raining as I was speaking. So it will only get drier and drier from this point, so it will be a little bit of a stretch if you're still on wet trying to go to the point where you could manage it to go home on with the pit stop less. But this also brings a managing aspect into things. How do you want your pit stop strategies then? Are you going in fully fueling the car? Obviously you're checking fresh tires every time you stop, but are you fully fueling? Or are you going with less fuel? I do believe if you are stopping within the next couple of laps or so, you would probably still take full fuel, because then you could deal with just a splash and dash by the end of the race. So that will be something to keep an eye out for, at least out there with for the drivers and their spotters, and us here in the commentary booth as well. So that will be interesting to see. Lap times have started falling down again. We have moved into the 2 minutes 7s. I've seen maybe 2 minutes 6s even from the top runners. Have to wait and see until we get an indication of that. But lap times surely will be tumbling down at the minute. 3 km/h wind. Also the highest level of wind that we have seen all race long. Highly doubtful many of the drivers would have kept an eye on that, but that does bring a little bit into play the opportunities to brake a little bit later for some corners, and some corners you have to brake a little bit earlier for as well, depending on whether or not that you have headwind or tailwind. So that is worth noticing as well. It will also help drying the track a little bit faster if it was real life. I don't know how well that's simulated in the game, but all the water that's been kicked up in the air would move out of the way slightly faster than if there were, in comparison to if there were no wind at all. So that is still going on strong. 3 hours 37 minutes to go of this race, and we're on a bit of a slumber battling wise on track. We have been spoiled so far this race with non-stop track action and battling going on throughout this day of racing. We are expecting though that even if he will pick up the pace a little bit when they go back onto dry tires, that we have seen him being super quick so far this afternoon / start early evening of racing, especially in the dry conditions. So that will be something to look out for if he can manage to crawl back in the gap that Groening have in the lead of the race at the minute. Same goes for the Honda crew of the CDLC guys. They do need to gain some time and take a few more positions to maintain the championship lead coming out of this event, which is the final race of the season. So that will be something to follow as well, whether or not that they can move up or not. On the edges of top 10, we still have Wolf Garcia in the Mode 11 car in 10th, with a reasonable gap to Toddy in 11th. Kund in 12th, I noticed, had a drive-through while I was eating, so he will have a little bit of a gap to try and claw back. He has at least some lost time that he'll have to get back. At some point, we just saw him make a move there. Have he had a pit stop as well? Isn't that the race leading car behind? It is, as he goes a little bit deep, they're letting him through. So yeah, that was a lapping situation. It looked like Boma in 14th position in the 73 THRC car are just 22.5 seconds behind the Mercedes now, so that could also end up in battling nearing the end of the race if they pick up the pace just a little bit more. So they'll catch up the 22 seconds they need in the last 3.5 hours of this race. Further up the field, Habe is still in a no man's land as well. Alavi 22 seconds up to the 81 Honda, which I believe is about 20 as well, up to Camargo in the lone Ford Mustang. And then a few, and then about it. No, he only had 14 up there, and then a 26 from the Mustang up to P5, being Patrick van der Linden in the IRL racing team there. So that is the close-up standings, or the standings further down. Patrick van der Linden does have quite the way up to Tej Fredriksson in 4th, but Tej only have about 10 seconds that he needs to catch back up to Zimmermann now. We have seen that number 9 car being very, very quick in dry conditions, so they could potentially claw back the time that they have lost in the wet weather racing. They were in the battle for the lead of the race before the rain started. But it is, again, they have to catch the 10 seconds up to Zimmermann, make the move, and then an additional... just lost another team. Oh, that was Ivanov. That was Ivanov that we lost there. That's the championship aspirations, or contenders, P2 in the championship. We just lost there with a disconnection. Very, very unfortunate for them and for the race and for the championship as a whole. Oh, they just got back there. Maybe it wasn't. They are still in the pits though, but they will have to be there for quite a while until their settings and everything gets loaded back in, including setup. But one of the quickest rejoins that I've seen in a long time after having a disconnect. But surely they will lose a bunch of positions in that. We already see them dropping in the timing sheet. Very, 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 very sad for the race and for them. Which means that Zimmermann are now promoted into P2. And he will have about 40 seconds up to the race leaders, with Tej Fredriksson in 3rd position. 10.8 seconds behind again. This could potentially promote the 81 Honda up into 6th position, which would do them wonders looking at the championship picture, because 6th position would mean that they pick up 25 points, but as it stands they would need to outscore the left-handed racing crew with 20, and they pick up a full 50 for the race win, and 5th would give them a 30. That would tie it, so they need 4th to secure the championship from where it is at the minute. So 4th for them would be enough to safely take it, and 5th would be enough to tie it. I'm not entirely sure how the drop rounds work yet, but I do think it's calculated to what we see on the sim grid and stuff like that at the minute, but that could change after this race, of course. But looking at the standings as they were before the race and then adding points from this one, then that's how it would be. So yeah, they only have 13.5 seconds up to P5, so there's really a lot to play for those guys. Still waiting to see when the 406 gets moving from pit road. as they are about to go a full lap down to the race leaders. That happened there as we were speaking. So they will definitely be on a mission when they get released from the pits. They are moving now, I can see, and are back onto the track. So they are on one hell of a mission to claw back and crawl through the standings. We have seen them, I think, have a disconnect before in this season. So not too unusual from those guys, but still very, very, very sad. Expecting them to claw back a little bit of time in a few positions maybe, but let's see what they can do with 3.5 hours of racing to go here at the Suzuka International Raceway, the virtual Suzuka International Raceway. Also, we're getting to the point now, 6 minutes until if you take your pit stop, you could save one. So yeah, that is also something to keep note of when people are stopping. 24 minutes will be well, I would expect most of the teams, if they're doing the calculations, they'll try and get their pit stops done just after that 3 hour 24 minute mark. But again, we will have to wait and see, because maybe the track conditions gets dry enough that they want to go onto the dry tires, and they feel like they will gain more time by taking that additional pit stop, because the last pit stop will be a very short one. That would end up being a pure splash and dash, and it would be a very, very small splash that they would have to take. So basically a drive through with an additional maybe 5 to 10 seconds of stopping. So that's to keep an eye out for when they come in. We could assume that Ivanov might have gone onto the track with dry tires. We're not entirely sure, but he could potentially have done so. The track have gone greasy now, which means the drivers will be getting the slick tire optimum warning or slick tire optimum message shortly. Groening receives a 10-second penalty for bumping into the back of Ivanov's car in on pit entry, as we saw last time they went to the pits. Also, only a second penalty being handed out today, and second reported incident. They haven't been that busy, the stewards, so far this afternoon. Obviously, not something that anyone is complaining about. To be fair, now we see the drivers coming into the pits. Zimmerman and Alavi have gone in, taking the change now. Could also be with pit stop timings that they didn't have that extra time to continuously driving. I would assume that Fredriksson does have the opportunity to stretch it to the point where they can save the pit stop, if that's what they wish to do in the Sim Racing International car. They will of course be quite a bit slower than the drivers who have just stopped to take the dry tires. And we do believe that a lot of teams out there, they will be keeping an eye out to see what the pace difference actually are between the wets and the dries. We are definitely within the crossover time now for the tires. But again, we will have to wait and see. If I were a team with the possibilities of saving the pit stop, I would probably try and stretch it to the point where we could do that. At least try to convince my driver in the car to do so, because it is definitely a little bit of a risky business. But that would also mean that it would have paid off for the 9 car there to stay out that extra lap or two that they did before the initial rain came, because they could possibly be the ones that are stretching it, as Groening does come into the pit, so does most of the field, to go on to dry tires expectedly. At least those who are running low on stint timing. So Ivanov on the chase. Fenya have gotten back. Oh, Fenya was in the Ferrari, not the Mustang. That's right. But Fenya have got back into the car. We did see him being super quick early on. He's currently set in 8th position with a 34-second gap to Tuja in 7th. And now everyone's coming into the pits. They did not opt to go that extra lap to get it timed with time to the end. But again, I'm not counting in the time that it takes to take the actual pit stop into my calculations. So maybe they are right to stop now, and they could potentially still manage to do so with that pit stop safe with this one, plus 2 more. But we will have to wait and see. Tej Fredriksson stops the car in the box. We do know Nard Cox is signed up for this race as well, so he will have to get into the car at some point. Whether that be now or later on, we'll have to wait and see, at least until they go out of the pits. Then we might have a chance to figure it out. But we have seen Tej and Sem switching during this event, doing double stints each every time they come into the pits. So Tej are probably staying in the car and getting out there. We do know Nard might be preparing himself. We'll have to wait and see when they cross a sector split to see if it's still Tej in the car. It would make somewhat sense if they're keeping to the strategy that they have done so far this race. Schuller takes over the leading car. Tepper in the number 10. Von Liebenstein in the 943. Williams in the 3. Carlson back into the 81. It is Nard Cox who have taken over the car of Simsport Racing International. I think that's actually his first race this season with the car. I do believe it is, but we have seen him, of course, in the sprint season where he's used to going from the back and having to claw his way through traffic. This time it's a different scenario for him. Roughly the time that he would have to catch up in a sprint race to get to the top 5 from the back to those guys up there. And he is getting the opportunity now for one stint is roughly the time of a sprint race. So if he could potentially do so, although he is up against some different drivers, he could potentially still claw a lot of time in, and he is used to making a lot of overtakes, which of course will be a huge advantage when dealing with traffic. And if he gets up to the back of Tepper, so he will have a little bit more maybe overtaking experience than most other drivers on his level. So that could be interesting as well. Tepper in the SLRT car stuck in traffic. Well, probably not that stuck, as the car will move out of the way shortly. For him, we will expect the 11th placed car. That is, no, it's not. Yeah, it might be. I think it said 11 in the front window there, but 11th currently would be Trevor. So that would be the. No, that is the 11th placed car. That is Pam. And that machine, I was just starting to look at the number 11. That would, of course, be the 10th placed car, the Mode 11, driven by Trevor's. But Jack Carlson just 10 seconds behind Williams in 5th, and Nard 10 seconds behind Tepper in 2nd. Those are the 2 closest battles on track, or closest cars for position on track, I believe. With Ranieri also have taken over the 204 car. Not entirely sure what the gap are between him and Boomer. But I do believe they are on the same lap. Here we go with the Absolute Motorsports ACF, abbreviation AMA, I would assume. But Ranieri behind the wheel, at least in that car, giving chase to Boomer in 13th. again, those two teams, they seem to be trading drive-throughs on track cuts in this race, so maybe it's a matter of not getting another drive-through and you will win the duel there for 13th. $190 laps behind us already from the leading lap cars. Or well, from the two, for the number 1 and 2 placed, first and second placed cars at the minute, as Tepper have just crossed over the start-finish line. Nart Cox will also cross it very briefly to go on to that 190th lap. Losing a little bit of time, that does Nart, but he is in traffic as well. Rainieri still doing that, but maybe yeah, it's about one sector worth of time between them, plus a few seconds. Sector 1 plus a few seconds, so someone who knows how long Sector 1 is could probably calculate that and post it in the YouTube chat for me. That would be lovely. Even of 20 seconds behind Fenja. But still in it. Still in it. They just need to claw as many positions back as they can. Even just by finishing this race, they will be strong in championship standings. The chance of winning it now are maybe have maybe passed them a little bit with that that disconnect, but podium are still a possibility. And with their season so far, I think that would be a very, very strong result for them, nevertheless. Oh, they could be demoted out of the podium by the number 10 car. That's actually doing quite well in this race. They will actually really want to have Nart Cox overtake Tepper. Going a little bit deep, that does even enough. Maybe he's just pushing it at the minute, trying to yeah, maybe over pushing it a little bit in these conditions as of right now, and it is a stressful situation after disconnect when you have something to play for or something to race for. Then you are just trying to go as quick as you can. They are no longer doing any kind of conservative driving. They are just sending it from this point forward in the race as much as you can in endurance situations, of course, in regards to tire wear and stuff like that. The gap between Cox and Tepper, 11 seconds now. Carlson also 11 seconds behind the number 3 car. And I do think that 81 car are the car that currently we got it back into frame now. It is one of those cars that we are looking at quite a bit because of the championship implications with it and how they have gone through the field so far today. Imagine if they would have started up nearing the front of the field. I think they could have been potentially in that battle for the podium. But that time loss having to go through the field, that is not something to forget about. They have had a really strong race. Somewhat mistake-free. We haven't seen them do anything too crazy. And being very, very safe and calculated with the overtakes that they have done. Basically only choosing turn 1 as their hunting grounds. Most certainly staying away from overtaking into Spoon, even though that they have had some runs where they could potentially have gotten the moves done in there. They still backed out because I feel like they have been thinking it's better to be safe than sorry in those situations, especially in a long race like this one. The Crime de Course sponsor on the side of the car, of course. What else would make any kind of sense? Some sort of ice cream, it looks like, so that is fun at least. I wouldn't mind a little bit of ice cream. Maybe I'm just too hungry like the wolf. I'm hungry like the wolf. And Garcia's not even driving, he could probably deliver me some wolf's food. And Chris Hill is old enough to get the reference. Probably a lot of people out there old enough to get that, to be perfectly honest, but he got it. Three hours 15 to go. We are still waiting for the track to become better than greasy. It's like all the gaps have just sort of stabilized at the minute. And just a kind reminder to the people out there, the sign-ups for next season have opened. So if you're interested in racing next season as well, or getting into racing in the next season, that will start in exactly a month from this date, then you can go sign up your team on the SimGrid. Remember to be a member of our Discord page as well, as you'll need to go in there to both be part of the driver's briefing and get to the rules and all the stewarding stuff with protest forms and notice boards and all the fun stuff like that. Fenrir there, a little bit of a moment, but keeps it going. Have clawed in about 6 seconds or so on Tuja so far this stint. Keeping the 20 car in contention, but he will shortly have to give up some time to let the number 9 car pass him, or lap him, we should say, as the 9 are right behind him on track. Almost 11 o'clock in game time. When the clock turns 11 in Central European time, then this race will be roughly over in real Central European time. Which is still a good 3 hours away from now, or well, 11:30. Damn, it's a long time. It is still a good long time away, and something into the future that we can only look forward to at this point if you are as tired as I am, and I assume Mr. Hill as well. So that would be lovely. Maybe do we have authority to call a red flag, Chris? Just wave it around a little bit. I wish we had. Not that this race is not highly entertaining, but long evenings as of late. They are going to be very much kept to a minimum. Yup, basically. Absolutely not. No time. And for the people wondering about the half conversation, that is how it sounds like when I'm talking to the camera crew, also known as my fantasy friend, Mr. Chris Hill. himself. Some might know Chris Hill for other stuff, as we see him post in the Discord as well from time to time. And the guy, if you have a problem, then he's usually the one solving it. Not doing that much racing as of late, Chris. Maybe you should get back into a little bit of racing. Maybe. Well, LMU is an option, obviously. Tony Tucci is still running with the window wiper on. For the sakes of, I think it's for aerodynamics that he's pushing the wind away with the windscreen wiper. And that gains him just about that half a tenth of a second. It's like when it's hurting in the fin fillet tarm. Absolutely, but maybe he's not actually noticing the wipers going on and he's just fully focused on driving. It could, obviously, if it was me, I would have turned that motherfucker off as soon as possible. Same goes for when it's actually active when I'm driving. I'm never having it on the fast mode, always on the lowest possible mode, as I can't stand looking at it when it goes quick. Back into the Honda. Looks like something. I would say something looked broken, but it seems somewhat fine. Carlson. The windscreen wiper, or he maybe he has shut off the windscreen wiper, Chris. But he is not using it for aerodynamic trickery, which we have just learned is a thing. Obviously. And now someone's going to try and go out in real life in his car and start the windscreen wipers in the dry. It's good for aero. Oliver said it's good for aero. True. Nart Cox in third position. Cox giving chase to Tepper, 13.3 behind. Something that Tepper probably wouldn't like to see Cox getting too close to him, as that would mean that they would have to start battling. Track's gone green as well, so it is definitely improving at the minute. So not that long until we are likely to see it go really quick with track evolution. Though it is quite cold out there, so not that much moist vaporizing. Yeah, we don't count in rain here. We only count in moist. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Again, the half conversations people out there, that is my fantasy friend, also known as the camera crew. The largest of camera crews, we must say, we have here on SSRI. A whole one guy. But again, why would we need more? It's perfect, it works. One guy with like 5 screens and 2 PCs. Wonderful. It's actually only 4 screens apparently, so not as impressive of a setup as we were thinking of. But one of them is 49-inch. So that is worth bragging a little bit about, we should say. Nevertheless, Cox still going around on the green track. He must be enjoying it quite a bit as the track gets better and better. Taking over a car and not the best of conditions when it's the first time you drive it around the track in the race. It's not necessarily super ideal, but a great fun getting out to and learning the struggles of the cars that way. it's definitely getting more and more enjoyable to just push more and more. But again, tire pressures might become the issue now, depending on what pressures they put into the car. If they took for full dry running, or if they did a little bit of adjustment for to make the tires work a little bit better in the damp, greasy and greasy conditions. But now the track gone fast, so track evolution is definitely going quick now. So that will be the thing. But are the pressures perfect? Are they under pressured maybe, or over pressured? That's the big question that needs answering at the minute. Ivanov down to 20 seconds behind Fenya, and 11 between Carlson and Williams, we should say. With Ivanov in 9th, doing everything he can. You can really see that he's hurrying up, but slowly, sort of say. Giving it everything he can, but still being cautious enough that he's not completely molesting the tires. Under the bridge of Ghost Lights he goes. And on with the day, still with the fastest lap of the race being held by the Luke Oil Racing Esport team. I actually do believe it's Ivanov himself who had the fastest lap earlier on. I wonder if his teammate have fixed the force feedback issues on his wheel. We don't actually know, but I've just seen a picture that have been posted in the Discord. Very high QoS from the team, so it's basically another disconnect waiting to happen, they are saying. That will be interesting to see whether or not that will actually happen, but at least they have been a pleasure having running with us this season, this team. Really been up there in most of the races, battling for the top honors, and doing a quite good job of it, especially early on when we had the two Bentley teams. The positions didn't come easy to anyone, as he goes a little bit wide there, doing some drift show there for the all of the spectators in turn 1. Maybe not a super planned drift show, but it gave us a little bit of a taste of what drifting race cars look like. Maybe he doesn't want to do that too often in the remainder of the race, if he wants to keep those tires just somewhat alive. But who are we to decide? Maybe he just enjoys to entertain. Maybe he's an entertainer and wants to entertain the masses of people. As he goes under the bridge of Ghost Lights. Being around, he's not really gaining on Fenya at the time, but Fenya again, we did see him early on being super quick. He was down to 22 seconds now between himself and Tuja, so he's catching up ever so slightly in that duel of pace at the minute. Also think that Carlson is gaining ever so slightly on Williams. Well, he is gaining on Williams. He's down to 10.7 seconds now of a gap up to Williams, to that magical 5th position. The tying position for them. So a lot of things to play for here in the last 3 hours for the 81 crew. 5th for equaling and 4th for championship. I think it is something like that. But a long way up to von Liebenstein though. and Liebenstein have just gone into the S's of Sector 1 as Andreas Carlsen is coming through 130R. So quite the distance up there to P4. But again, anything could still potentially happen in this race. 3 hours to go. That's still 3 sprint races worth of action that we have for you guys. At least 3 sprint races worth of driving we have for you guys. And then someone goes into the YouTube chat, technically it's less than 3 sprint races because this many sprint races are 75 minutes, and then we have to add all of the sprint racing total times together and divide by total races to find the actual average length of a sprint race. And if you feel like that, then you just go do that in the YouTube chat. If not, then you are letting it begin with what I said. Although it would be some fun math if someone were to do that in the YouTube chat, and also the math into the YouTube chat exactly how you did it, so we can grade you afterwards. Yes, exactly, Mr. Hill. Good thing people can't hear you. Especially if someone were to have written it in YouTube. It's getting late. And only half an hour until we get to the dirty part of the streams. Ooh. But Andreas Carlsen through 130R for the 200th time, including the formation lap, as he will be going on to lap 200 very, very shortly. And then he will, this time around, go through 130R for the 200th time this evening. Well, not him personally, but the car will. The car will. No solo drivers this afternoon of racing. And this would have been one of those tracks where it's not that painful to do the entirety alone, as Suzuka are one of the longer-ish tracks on the calendar with the full 2-minute lap times. Same length as Silverstone, but on this track you do have the advantage of having the both the start-finish straight coming out of the Casio triangle. You do have the opportunity to go have a little bit of a drink there while going down the straight. The same for the stretch between Spoon Corner and 130R. Obviously, if you have a cup holder on the rig, which is a must-have. I have one personally, although I've also missed that cup holder more than once, which have killed at least one computer of mine. But that happens. Maybe I should have put the cup holder on the other side. No, that would have been too smart. Christian Pamay in the other left-hand racing car. I wonder if they're all actually left-handed in those two cars. It would be a fun thing to ask them sometime to get the facts straight. Until then, we will just be assuming. In 11th position so far in the race. I'm actually a little bit surprised that the Mode 11 car is not further up the running order, as we have seen them being on the edge of the top 10 many times in a race like this, with both so many retirements, but also a good, not that many cars showing up initially. I would have thought them to be contenders for nearing the top 5, but that just proves how tight and competitive the field is, even with so few starters as we have had today. We still have a very competitive field running. Christian Pamay into 130R. Yet another time for him. Starting one more lap. But the principles of racing are crazy enough in real life when you're thinking about that. It's just men going out driving in circles round and around and around they go to see who is fastest. But then it gets really strange when you are going to doing it in virtual. We are virtually going onto a virtual track on our PCs, going round and around and around and around to see who is the fastest one. And a little bit for the action and the community and the drinks, and also we can do it from the comfort of our own homes. So that is definitely an upside, as the weather is not that nice outside at the minute. When I stuck my head out to have a little bit of fresh air after my dinner, I noticed that there was a little bit of white on the ground for the first time in weeks. Turns out that when you're sat behind a PC screen for about 10 hours, then stuff happens in real life. Who would have thought? I always just assumed that everything else was standing completely still when we were doing this. Everyone in the whole wide world tuning in to watch this specific event. The sporting center of the world. I think we should host the Sim Racing Olympics. We will be going to Daytona and iRacing to do long jumps, and where could we go to do the swimming stuff? What racetrack apart from Daytona does have we? Well, let's just go to Daytona again. Then we'll combine that. It will also be less virtual travel. Then we'll use the swim or the pool there to see who can swim the longest. 100-meter sprints would obviously just be a drag race. I think we can do that at Daytona as well. And then obviously the 10K running will be just laps around Daytona, so that could be done at Daytona as well. Basically, we could do all the activities at Daytona. Let's just go to Daytona. Yeah, that is right. That is the only downside, Chris. But if we go to virtual Daytona, then it will only be virtual of the problem thing. Not discriminating anyone. But we also have to... We could go to Daytona, then we would change the flag to the just standard flag of the world, so it wouldn't have anything to do with America. Yeah. Yes, that would be even better. Oh, we don't need to do it in ACC. We need to do it in all other sims as well. That's why it's the Olympics. We are using every sim we can think about. Oh, and we also need to have some sort of race where you have to drive in reverse. Or you'd have to complete a lap at Daytona, but you can only turn right. That would be fun. Then it will be a mathematical question all of a sudden. Who can turn right the fewest times to get the car around? Calculating angles and stuff, and are you allowed to spin it in the grass going right that way around, or do you have to do legit full circles? Or It will almost be as popular as when we did the Hunger Games. I actually think that was the most watched race we have on YouTube. Definitely. Most definitely. For those who haven't watched the SSRI Hunger Games, go watch the attempt at doing a 24-hour race at the Nürburgring Nordschleife last year. That surely was fun. No, you're not allowed to reverse a Daytona to technically turn right. You have to take it the normal way around and turn right. You have to complete a lap. If you're reversing the lap, then you're going the wrong way, and then you're just getting negative laps. The rules are thought out. They're totally total genius and bulletproof. Ooh, and then instead of representing the country that you hail from, then you'll be representing the brand of PC that you are running with. It's going to be a better and better idea, this, with a lot of potential for sponsors. Yeah, exactly. That wouldn't be too bad. Speaking of not too bad, Andreas Carlson now within about what was it, 8 seconds from between himself and Williams up ahead in that magical 5th position that he quite desperately wants to catch up to, at least before the end of the race, to make it a championship tie. And if he can catch up to von Liebenstein as well, he could make it a one-way championship decider and take the actual championship, even with starting last in this final round. Even with the disconnection of, well, that was the 406 car, but they could potentially still grab it, and they know that. They really do know that in that 81 car. The CDLC team, they are still at this, and they are going at it with the full flame of the Olympic torch. The virtual Olympic torch, of course. Driving faster than the speed of light. The ghost lights that we see underneath the bridge, of course, that would be. Do we have any more good things that we can use with within this race? No. That would be 206 down already, so that would go wrong really fast. But I do suggest the people out there watching to play the drinking game that Chris Hill suggested. You have to take a shot every lap that's completed in this event. Or you could go watch the SSRI WTCC final round of that one season we did, where the official SSRI drinking game rules are being explained. And you totally don't get super hammered within 2 minutes of playing. And there are totally no additional rules being added randomly during the race. Why did that race turn into a drinking game exactly? The final WTCC race. Yeah, you were obviously doing the cameras. But you were doing the cameras. You did the whole season. That's the season where we had Chris's Hill. What? No, Macau was full of buildings. Were there trees in Macau? Oh yeah, there were trees and a cow. I thought you said Macau. The track that we went to last. Yeah, that was full of buildings. Exactly. Yes, people totally understand what's happening. Also, drive-through penalty for car 204, track limits once again. .2 seconds. The gap haven't come down that much the last few laps around. That could have been because that Andreas Carlson had to do a little bit of lapping of traffic, and he have the Mercedes ahead of him now. But that Mercedes will have to dive into the pits to save a drive-through penalty within the next 3 laps. If they do as they have done so far this race, then they will dive into the pits immediately and get it served, and that would be very kind to the 81 car at least, so he doesn't have to deal with traffic other than coming out the Casio triangle. They do go into the pits immediately to serve it. Usually the same way that I would go about with the penalties when I get those tedious track cut penalties. Serve it as soon as possible, just get it out of the way and get back to it. No point in being out on the track holding up drivers for no particular reason. Even if you're battling them, you know it's not your battle anymore. Unless if you really hate the guys, then you could consider. Lead of the race, Kevin Schuller from the left-handed racing team. Still at it in his Aston Martin. The yellow marked left-handed racing team car. As the other left-handed racing car would be marked with red markings, currently set in 11th position. We did see a nice shot of both of them in frame when they did the lappings of each other early on in the race. And if they do manage to take this one home, I wonder if they're going to do a photo finish with both cars in frame coming across the start-finish line. I think that would be a nice touch for them if they do so. There will be plenty of safety car rules in our Olympic Games. That is guaranteed. Every time a car that's not supposed to win that will be winning, then we'll have a safety car in that race or during the Olympics. But now when I see there are no safety cars that we could apply, if that would have been the question. We used to have the full course yellows that we would throw out when people were to rejoin servers after disconnections, as that used to give a horrible stutter when you rejoined the server way back when on ACC. Like it would murder you badly, and that's not so so nice when you get into what are they called? Into corners. That's what they are called. The ones that the ones where the tracks they turn. But no, there are no safety cars in these endurance events, unfortunately. I do wish that we had the option to push a safety car button if a big crash happened. In what? Yeah, but then only for endurance, Chris. No, but then we would just have American-style racing if we used it in sprints. Ah, you have half a lap of action and then 5 laps behind the safety car. Oh, half a lap of action again. Schuller flashing the lights of the Mode 11 car, wanting to go through as quickly as possible. Not that he needs to in particular, as the Mode 11 car decides to just cut the Casio triangle and give him all the room in the world. And that was another way of putting a lap down on a car. Maybe he's just trying to figure out new ways of doing it as the race goes on. He's just a small town girl. Yes. It's 2025, Chris. that is a phrase that could potentially happen. And being legit. But still just 30 seconds between the top two in the race with 2 hours 40 minutes to go. Very, very deep into this race. Cox will be right behind Tepper. Just 13 between those two. The SLRT team, they have been doing quite well this afternoon of racing, progressing nicely through the field in their yellow Ferrari. I think they should call the car the Yellow Submarine. That would be very handy for the Olympics as well. But definitely the yellow, because we're going to have events in the water. But definitely what we'll be calling it in the future, the Yellow Submarine car. Which is a submarine with wheels and a submarine car. Yes, definitely like James Bond's Lotus. But more yellow. And less British. It also needs to actually work. No. Although I reckon if you gave Jeremy Clarkson a blowtorch, then he could make it happen. Maybe he would need some assistance, but no. No, but that would be fine. He's also only needs the blowtorch. No, but then James May could help him. And Richard Hammond could mount a 2004 Formula 1 rear ring on the back of a Renault for no reason. Yes, it's good for aero, but you're not going fast enough to need aero. Very nice. Seems like the teams are settling down a little bit. And maybe a lot of the teams would be somewhat content with the positions they are running in at the minute. The 81 crew would definitely like to snatch at least one more in the race. Same goes for the 46. They'd probably like to snatch all of them, to be perfectly honest. But besides that, a lot of the teams are sort of where we would have expected them to be before the race. So no real true surprises in this race so far. Maybe the IRL racing team car is a little bit surprising, up in 4th, and the Mustang in 5th, but we have seen indications that that Mustang are a pretty good race car. Ever since it got added, so So yeah, you just need some you just need some capable drivers, and surely they had enough of those in the number 3 squad there to put it up into 5th. And running strong there as well. Still the about 8-second gap down to Carlson in 6th. I obviously mean 6th position. Nard Cox now coming up to put another lap on the 204 Mercedes. But that will have to wait until after the S's, it looks like. No, the Mercedes actually gets out of the way in the S's. That's actually more tricky than it looks like. We are getting ever so slightly closer to the pit windows, which also means that I'll probably just make a cup of coffee as we see Boomer actually coming into the pits as I was saying that. But I think I will go make some coffee for the reminding, or at least a single cup of coffee, so I have for the next half hour at least, to help me stay awake for these last couple of hours, and putting a little bit of moisturizing fluids through the sore throat at this point. Believe it or not, I'm not used to speaking this much during a day, especially not on a Saturday. Not that you can hear it on my sexy sore throat at this point. But it will be right back after this. We are back with the basically status quo on the track. Kubanov have taken over the 406 car. Besides that, there haven't been that much change. Maybe some other driver swaps have happened as well while I've been away, but it doesn't look like too much have changed in the running order at least. Carlson still the 8 seconds behind Williams. They will consider how that stint have gone after it. He did manage to gain a lot of time earlier on in the stint, but later on it's like the gain have dropped off quite a bit. Maybe it's due to tire wear. Maybe it's due to Williams getting back into the groove, or the track conditions, as Fenja have gone on to the attack on Tuja. Very close together, side by side into the hairpin. Tuja trying it on the inside line, defending from Fenja. A little bit of archie-barchie there on the exit, still side by side coming out of the hairpin. But Fenja seems to have gotten this job done and have taken position away from Tuja, promoting himself up into to 7th position. Does Fenja there. We got into that a little bit quickly there, but a good move, or at least a move done. Some archie-barchie, but not too much, I would say. That is within the limits of reason. And Fenja gets himself into 7th position of the race. Tuja dropping to 8th, of course, after that overtake. And Fenja seems to be long gone already. We have seen Fenja being super quick earlier on in his previous stint. Like 4 or 5 hours ago at this point. So he's definitely getting back into it and sort of remembered how to drive a car and overtake. Getting it done for the SLRT car, the non-yellow SLRT car. There are of course 2 of them. The number 10 and the number 20 Ferraris, both SLRT entries. Usually it's the Mode 11 team that runs multiple entries in these races. Elmar Kubanov behind the wheel of the 406 Luke Oil car. Very turbulent season they have had so far. A lot of up and downs in the races, but one thing that can't be taken away from them are their massively good pace. And very, very consistent driving behind the wheel of that Ferrari. They have really showed good pace and good. Yeah, well, it's looking bright for them in the future if they can get away from the disconnection issues that they have had so far. Then they'll definitely be on for a championship run next season if they elect to enter next season again. They have been very, very strong all season out, from the opening round at Barcelona and all the way up until this point. They have been there in all the races. Good pace and solid driving all around. But that's obviously a good upside, and they're coming up to unlap themselves. It looks like from the 81 and Andreas Carlsen behind the wheel of the Honda. A truly difficult task, the unlapping. That's something that needs some mastering, because you have to do that very cautiously, and you need to make sure that when you unlap yourself, you can pull away from the car head. Firstly, not to hold them up, but secondly, you are getting blue flags immediately after. And if you can't pull away from that, then you do have to give the position back and try for it again when you feel more confident that you can actually pull away. So that will be interesting to see how this pans out. We are also getting very, very close to the pit stop windows for the rest of the teams. The Luke Oil team, they obviously had their stop earlier as they came in after the disconnect. And that put them out of sequence with the rest of the field. few cars we have seen pit already down the field. Not that many, but we have seen a few pit stops from some of the cars around. And good question, which teams are hoping for more rain to come, and which teams are hoping for it to stay dry? Yellow flag, that's the 73 car that's gone off into the wall there. That car looks damaged. That could be a potential pit stop that they'll have to take very briefly to stay somewhat in contention, because that will lose a lot of time driving with a car like that. Also optimum track once again. No ghost lights. I was about to say no ghost lights over the bridge this time, but we did see some of them at least, or anyway. As the IRL car puts a lap on Van Drijlen, the THRC. Yeah, that car definitely needs a pit stop. That is very, very trashed. Steering is broken, windscreen is broken, everything seems broken on that car. Maybe steering is not that broken, but it definitely needs a pit stop. Yeah, as Chris says, the cup holder might be alright in the car. I surely hope so, as we do see the pit stop round kicking off. On board with Narcox, they have managed to push their pit stops a little bit further than the rest of the field all afternoon. So they're likely to do the same thing again. But if they want to go on with that pit stop less than the rest of the competitors, then 2 hours 16 would be roughly the target that they will have to aim for here, for it to pan out the way that they really wanted to. And if they manage to do so, then they would potentially be in contention for the race win. They are just about that pit stop away from Schuller in front, but some good pace in the last couple of stints, and they could be in for it. Track have gone to optimum for, it's actually been optimum for a little while now, and some sun is peeking over the top of the clouds, though that is more likely to be moonlight than actual sunlight. But yeah. But Narcox, let's see. He will definitely not hit this lap, I would assume. I'm saying definitely not, but he could potentially do the pit stop. So he will inherit the lead. And you know, he does come in. Narcox does come in this time around. That's a bit surprising, because if he would have stretched it one more lap, it would have been perfect for strategy reasons. But maybe they were actually running out of stint time, because when they did swap over to the dries, they were somewhat on sequence with that, I think. But they will still leave the pit lane much later than Schuller. That could potentially still mean that they could take the one stop less strategy. I think it will be a little bit more difficult for Schuller and the left-hand racing team there. But definitely close with the Simsport Racing International once the pit stops have panned out. Zimmerman in SLRT retaking second place in the race, and overtaking the very trashed THRC race car that's still going out on track. Elected not to come into the pits and do damage repairs. Maybe it's because they are very close to their scheduled pit stop that they haven't done so. Either that, or Van Drijlen believes that the car is not that damaged that it's worth the extra pit stop at this time, or they're getting it into a point where they will take this stop and one more anyways, so they're technically not losing a stop on it. That could also be the call that they have that they're going with at the THRC crew. Which wouldn't be that bad decision, to be honest, and something that I would consider as well if I were in their shoes. Because steering didn't look that broken after all. It just looked like there was a lot of steering inputs that the wheel had to be changed a lot more than you would expect, but it seemed at least straight enough in that car, so it could just be a lot of body damage that we're seeing on the 73 car. It doesn't look... Oh, drive-through penalty for race leading car. That's a drive-through for track cuts. I do believe it will be. That is unfortunate for them. That could potentially put Zimmermann into the race lead. We will have to wait and see, as Alavi is under pressure from Habe. Even though Habe that just got held up a little bit by a back marker, and that would be Van Dryle. But of course you can't just expect the back marker to disappear in the middle of 130R. That would be a little bit optimistic, at least, thinking that they can just vanish into thin air. But yeah, getting close now for 7th position between Habe and Alavi. I'm looking for where the number 10 car is on track and whether or not that that drive-through will actually give them the lead. I don't think they will inherit the lead just by virtue of Gruning taking the drive-through. 28 seconds between them. So it is somewhat, it will be close, I think, but I don't think that they will actually end up taking the lead of the race with that drive-through. Maybe someone in the YouTube chat knows that better than me. As the exhaustion is taking a hold on a lot of drivers, I'm seeing in the Discord chat, and crew as well, including the two idiots sitting in a very small tight chat. And rain expected in half an hour again. Rain have appeared on the weather forecast, and actually Zimmermann will be close to inheriting the lead. It is going to be very, very tight here. He's coming with a lot more speed than Gruning, who's coming out of the pit lane. But Gruning does go out ahead. Just a few seconds up the road. Maybe 1.5 seconds or 2 seconds it looks like. And Gruning's tires have been cooling down when he went through the pit lane. Not necessarily the best, as they will have to get back up into temperature before he can start pushing to the absolute maximum again. So yeah, but this also means that Gruning are now to 0 track cuts again after serving that DT for the track cuts. But rain are expected. Shichi behind the wheel of the 81 car, 5.3 seconds behind Deontay in the Ford Mustang. It's not guaranteed rain in exactly 30 minutes. It's predicted to start raining in about 30 minutes time. If we had an ACC drive open, we could actually get a much more precise indication of the weather, as their weather app are a little bit more in detail in minutes. But in about half an hour, we will see the rain reappear over Suzuka. Drive-through penalty there for Patrick van der Linden. Also the gap down to less than a second between Zimmermann and Gruning. Once again, we find ourselves in a situation where the gap between the two top drivers in this race, or two top teams in the standings in the race, they are very close together on track. It would be very good news for the 81 crew if Zimmermann gets past Gruning. But that rain in 30 minutes, that will put a spanner into the strategies, at least for the drivers. Whether or not that rain will increase, or it'll be just a short shower, we'll have to wait and see, but that will be very interesting, how moist the track will be. Whether it will be a mildly moist track or a severely moist track, only time will tell us what another ghost car appears over the bridge. But look how close it is, and Zimmermann will have all the support from his teammates, encouraging him to really push now and take the lead of the race. Same of course goes for Gruning, who will have the support of his teammates telling him to defend like a lion. And they are in a situation they don't really have to think about time lost to other drivers, because Nard Cox are the closest driver behind, 32 seconds behind, and they are not losing to anyone in front of them, as they are the lead pair of drivers in this race. And again, we are in the situation where it is very difficult to get the moves done here at Suzuka. Not that many good places for an overtake, and the places that we always think are the best for the overtakes are not that easy, because they do still require you getting nicely on the throttle coming out the corner before, and being brave enough on the brakes, because turn 1 and 2, where we have seen the most overtakes this evening, it's not that big braking zone coming into the first part of it, and you need to be alongside before that to get it to actually work. Besides that, then we have the hairpin. That's of course a very popular choice. Also midnight in game, but the hairpin is also a very popular choice of overtaking spots here at Suzuka. Spoon in the sprints as well. Same goes for the Casio triangle. We haven't seen that much action in those corners, in particular here in this endurance event. At least this evening. We have seen in previous endurance events that moves can be made many places around here. Speaking of, this is actually probably a pretty good race for newcomers to endurance racing to be part of. You are not getting bombarded with blue flags or slower moving cars yourself. Sort of with a good amount of cars on track that you get to learn how to act in the blue flag situations, both when receiving and putting them upon others. You know, if there were 40 cars on the track, then it would have been a completely different story than if you're a back marker, then you would see the blue flags all the time and be very annoyed about that. Same goes for the quicker drivers. They'd be very annoyed having to pass so many back markers. So in that regard, that would actually have been a very nice race for newcomers to get some endurance experience in. If you're not a midfield driver, then endurance are very different from sprint racing. Once you reach the point that you are a midfield driver in endurance racing, it sort of is the same. Obviously, you still have the blue flag situations, both when you receive and put upon others, but don't really see that many of them. But if you are nearing the rear end of the field or the front, then you will see a lot of traffic in races like this. Mode 11 have put the Drift King himself, Steve Parker, into the car. Good to see him back in endurance racing. One of our favorite drivers here in the commentary booth, due to one race a very long time ago that we will never forget, where he claimed the rightful spot as the Drift King of SSRI, as he was drifting a Mercedes around Paul Ricard. Every time we cut to him in the corner at the end of the straight, he would be drifting the car around and holding it every single time. Really fun to watch and very enjoyable. Not the best way to go around that corner though. It does cost a lot in tire wear and tire heat and all those things. Also, time-wise, it's not optimum to be drifting there, but cool nevertheless. I do feel like that's how that sentence is supposed to go, but never really cared to check. But look at this, Zimmermann is actually staying quite well with Gruning. We did see Gruning being super quick earlier on in the day, in the original dry period in the race. So it is interesting to see how Zimmermann can keep up with Gruning. We do know that that Aston Martin was very quick last time we saw rain in this event. So potentially that car will be quick again next time we go into the wets. Also, Zizek have dropped back to 6.8 seconds behind Deontay in the battle for 5th. He will, or they will, in the 81 car there, they'll be surely be hoping that Zimmermann gets past here at some point and he can stay ahead. That would make their days so much brighter. Yellow flags, it's a 723 car. That's the sister car of the race leaders. The other left-hand racing car. That's the other well, it is the other left-hand racing car, but yeah, Steve Parker into the pits. Seems early and unscheduled. Little bit of rollback there. Looks like that hood is popped on the car. Damage in the front window. Not as much as we saw on Jesse Van Drijl's car though. Meanwhile, the battle for the race lead is still raging on. Really close together, these two cars driving. And the thing is, they both know this is an endurance race, so no point in going for something overly aggressive with still 2 hours to go in the race. But 2 hours is also not that much time in when you're taking into account that we started off with 10 on the clock. And if Zimmermann really needs to give himself an upper hand, then he needs to go through before the rain, so that he can hold back that Aston Martin as much as possible when it starts raining. We did see how strong that was last time. Obviously the Ferrari of Zimmermann also looked rather quick in the rain, we must say, so this could be an interesting duel once they get up together. This was the quicker of the two Ferraris in the rain, who was duking it out with Nat Cox, with Sim Spenkelink and the Sim Racing International, the Simsport Racing International car. I'm never going to get that right. And we have only been doing this for what, like 4 seasons? 3 or 4 years in total, so that's wonderful. Different lines, Bruce Spoon. Flashing off the lights from Zimmermann. Getting a little bit impatient, maybe. But look at that. This is only top level drivers who can run so close together through 130 out. Any big gaps appearing coming out of the corner. Zimmermann, he really trusted that Gruning is going to hit his apex there and have perfect turning that allows him to also push the car as much as he possibly can. That's a beautiful sight to see. Taking the exact same lines through the S's, it looks like. He says, and then for the last part it's slightly different. But Zimmermann also doesn't look like to get that final apex hooked up into this double left-hander. Still close together. A little bit of a very small moment there from Zimmermann. Not something that usually would be an issue for anyone, but it does lose him that little bit of ground to Gruning that just allows Gruning to stay safe through the hairpin, not having to do any defending or anything through there at all. This time Zimmermann follows Gruning's line there through Spoon. I think that he would have loved to try that last time as well, going for the same line. They do have a back marker directly in front of them that could cause some issues. I wonder if Zimmermann have seen, he must have by now. If not, then he will probably have a spotter telling him that there's a back marker just up the road. And that they need to be careful when overtaking. Just making sure that they get by him the same time as Gruning does, to avoid losing time. Following nice together there. We did see the Aston just dipping a wheel into the gravel there, and see that little slide that Zimmermann had. That's why he didn't hit that other apex, and then you're actually losing quite a bit of time. We did see the gap opening up a lot after he didn't get it. Same this time, having to go off the front there through the double left-hander to ensure that he stays on the track. Is that the Aston Martin friend of the other left-hand racing car? I think it is the red marked left-hand racing car. So they would probably be on some sort of communications with each other, so that he stays ahead as long as he can, as long as he's not holding up his teammate, but also so he doesn't just get out of the way at not that convenient time. They would probably want him to stay up there until he can get out of the way of their teammate and can maybe get in between them for a corner or two before having to give room for Zimmermann as well. But staying ahead is also a good thing, because he does give slipstream to his teammate as they're going very close together into 130R. Zimmermann just turning in that little bit too early, forcing him to go off the throttle again, to ensure that the car doesn't do anything fancy. And now they do have the opportunity to do the position swapping. Of course, his teammate will stayed ahead there for as long as he could to give him the slipstream, and yes, he does fall in between them. And now he could potentially stay here all the way through the S's. And if he lacks just a little bit of pace in comparison to his teammate, then that would help them out greatly. As we can see, Zimmermann, they're really all over the back of him. They are doing a good job in the other Aston there to try and keep up with the teammate, and then they let them go at the exit there. It did look a little bit risky there, but they managed to go through unharmed, but look at that, the gap up to 0.8 seconds. Gave them almost half a second there of a lead just by virtue of having a teammate playing the team game. And this time, when the rain comes, the rain will really come this time out. It will not start off super light. It will start off as a medium rain cloud. So that will be a quick change for the track. It will go very wet, very fast. You can see that Zimmermann didn't need to get down into 130R. He could just stay in 5th gear all the way through. A lot of cars will be going into 130R in 6th and then changing down just before turning into the corner, lifting a little bit on the throttle as well. But Zimmermann managed to hold the car in 5th all the way up to 130R and through. As the gap have now jumped up to 1 second, losing a little bit there, but we did see him have somewhat of a terrible Casio triangle, and that could be the reasoning why that didn't go to. He lost a little bit of time there. The rain haven't moved any closer yet up in the forecasting app in the top, which is somewhat surprising. I would have expected it to move to the 10-minute mark. At least it probably should in not that much time. Oh, now there's a little bit of rain in the 10-minute mark. Small rain have appeared. So it's not going to be that quick soaking off the track. It will start off light, but then it will turn heavy quite quickly after. Back underneath the second as they go into 130R one more time. For the 232nd time in the race. The 204 car have spun around in turn 1. Don't really have time for that at the minute, as we do have this very, very tense battle for the lead of the race. And they have gotten past the Fandrail, the 204 car, but if you expect the Fandrail at this point to have gone into the pit and got some damage repairs, and that could be the reasoning behind the overtake. But those two, they haven't been that much locked into battle against each other on track, but it have been a tactical battle between them and about making the fewest mistakes possible. And they have swapped positions quite a few times during this race. It is also interesting, of the 3 BMWs remaining in the race, Steve Parker are currently the best place of them in 11th position out of 14, so not the best of stats there for the BMW manufacturer this evening. It did look a little bit better for them earlier in the race when the 52 car was up there nearing the front of the field. Inside the grille of the number 10 car. You can just see how dark it is around where there are no lights. 130R for the 233rd time. A little bit of a wobble there for Zimmermann going off track. That could potentially be a track cut. But at this point, if you haven't picked up any so far, then you really just want to keep your foot planted when you are in this close proximity to the race leader. Yes, is that Ferris wheel just catches your eyes every time we go through there. At least it catches my eyes when I'm not racing the cars myself. When I'm racing, I don't really notice that Ferris wheel that well going through there. I do see it when I'm going out of 130R and coming up to the Casio triangle, but never really paid much attention to it in the S's before. It's like both Zimmermann and Gröning knows that Zimmermann needs to be almost in the diffuser of Gröning before he can actually pull off the move. Until he is right up there in the diffuser, then they can both drive without having to think too much about either attacking or defending, and just focusing on racing lines. But as soon as Zimmermann can get up there, then they'll both know that there's chances. Gröning really cutting that corner coming into the Casio triangle like quite a bit. Maybe that's why they got the drive through the last time. They've been cutting that corner just that tiny bit too much before the game considers it a track cut. Because they are taking some liberties with track limits there, at least it looks like. Not as much as they do in NASCAR racing when they go racing on road courses, but bottom right hand screen, that would be Kubanov, who have caught up to Habe as well. A double Ferrari battle for 8th position. And the big screen, we still have the battle between Gröning and Zimmermann. I wonder who will get the overtake done first, if it will be Zimmermann or Kubanov. Bit of a mistake there from Zimmermann. Going through Spoon. Or these, I wouldn't say mistake as per se, but a little slide, a little tiny slide. He is pushing the car really to the edges of its performance limits. And then going just a tiny bit over that. I think that is very natural when you're in those situations, that will happen at some point. But yeah, that lost him a little bit of a run, or an opportunity for a run at least on Gröning. Ivanov with a good slipstream could potentially, or Kubanov with a good slipstream could potentially go for it this time into turn 1. Doesn't look like he's quite close enough though. Not at all, not at all. He'll have to stay behind. Next traffic for the two leaders that they will be coming up to will be the Mercedes of Rainieri, who have been doing a good job all race long, just getting out of the way of the quicker drivers. But let's see if he'll do the same this time around, if they manage to catch him. .130R really seems to be a problem for Zimmermann. He gets that good toe every time, coming into 130R, but he have nowhere to go with it. Kubanov as well with the good toe coming into 130R, but no real place to go with it. This time Kubanov makes it a drag race into turn 1, and he has placed himself to take the inside line. That should be a job done and dusted for Kubanov. As he does get the move done. Rain have started. Windscreen wipers are going. The track have already gone down to green. Greasy will be the next track evolution. That will happen shortly, I think, because we do have a little bit of downfall now. But this is when it's really tricky to be Zimmermann. Of course, he does have the Aston of Grüning there to show him the way and where the track gets is a little bit slippery. But the thing is that he will have to take extra special care. He's losing the downforce by being so close to Grüning up ahead. So he really needs to think about how close he dares to be. Track have gone fully greasy now. They are really catching up to that Mercedes now, and the first pit stop of the this pit stop round will be a Habe that commences the round. The Mercedes just moving out of the way there. Zimmermann flashing to indicate that he's also coming. Getting close to him, does make the contact with Grüning, have to stay behind, contacts him again. Does the gentleman thing and staying behind, flashing the lights, and I'm not sure that I understand exactly why, if that's to apologize or to say what are you doing, but He could maybe have gotten hit by the Mercedes behind as well in that one. But definitely contact between the two leaders into the hairpin. But that's the question, do you prefer driving with front end damage or rear end damage? Gröning comes into the pits and the Zimmermann just follows him directly in. Both catching a tiny bit of damage in that situation. So who will be out in front? Here's a bit of a replay. Oh yeah, he does just hits him and gets him spun there, but fair play, just staying behind. Not that he had anywhere to really go, but he does choose to just stay behind. Big pit stop round seems to have commenced and everyone is coming in to take the wet tires now. Track have gone damned as well. We do see an increase in rain from what we have now, a big increase, and then it's dropping in intensity again, but it's still to be more rain than we are seeing now. But it will drop from that. It looks like that nothing have really changed between the two of them in the front after the pit stop. Zimmermann have stayed in the car. I wonder if Gröning stayed in the car as well. He was very quick last time in the wet, so it would make sense for the team to let Gröning stay in. Seems, yes, he have stayed in the car, Gröning also, so status quo with the drivers in the cars, at least in the front of the field. And they are at the point where a minimum of one more stop is required, but no more than that is needed to go to the end from here. Chamberlain running with good speed, 2.7, only behind Camargo. If Zimmermann gets past Gröning, then Chamberlain, who have by the way come into the car of the 81, then he would actually be in a very, very good position for championship-wise, and only 2.6 behind Camargo. Chamberlain basically needs to overtake Camargo. Then if Gröning drops to second, then he'll be all sorted and become the hero of the team. Yellow flags are out, that's for Burak Kund, who have seemingly just parked the car there in the middle of the S's. does look a little bit strange. Wheel is all standing still. Now there's movement on it. He might have some sort of a wheel connection as he doesn't seem to be able to gear down. He got it down to 5th now from 6th. But can he get it all the way down to 1st? It looks like that he is trying to rev the engine a little bit at least. Up to 6th again. I wonder if he needs the keyboard to downshift or something. Definitely a broken car there for Burakund in some way or another. Or broken hardware equipment is more likely. He is trying to start the car in 5th. Not much movement in the wheel itself. Or in the car as a total. Managed to find 4th now. That might help him out a little bit. As he returns to the garage to get whatever problem he had solved. They do have a good gap down to Vidigi, so that could potentially be a wise move just to go back and get it sorted as quickly as possible to try and lose as little time there as they can. They were a little bit too far behind Patrick Travers and the Mode 11 car to really start to become a threat up there. And they do have a good few laps down to Vidigi in the 204 car, so not much. And now they have left the server down to 13 runners. But they might rejoin the server. We'll have to wait and see on that. But it is what it is. We haven't heard anything from the team, whether or not that they are coming in. Wheelbase issue for 95. Unfortunately, try to rejoin. They have rejoined the server now, and they are still in 12th position. I believe they still have a few laps down to Vidigi, so they could potentially end up going back out on track without having lost position. Except for track position, of course. Push Josh, let's go. Yes, if it's Josh Ragooning, then yes, push, push, push. In the front. At least the windscreen wiper works on the 95. They could potentially use the swap command if they return to garage to get another driver in the car. If they have one available. That would be an option if it's Kun's equipment that have some sort of issue. Yes, you can do it in the race as well. At least I think you can do it in the race. I'm actually not too sure about it, but I've never been in a situation where I needed to try it. I know you can do it when you are lined up on the grid. Or lining up on the grid. But they are still in the countdown after having rejoined the server, then the controls will be locked for a certain amount of time. I don't know exactly how long it is, but it is locked as Vidigi are coming closer and closer every lap to Kund. Going up to Chamberlain, who have gone into striking distance of Camargo in the Ford Mustang. And that would be a huge position gain for them to get up into to 5th position. Because 5th would tie them for championship lead if they can finish in 5th, and the Gruning team, they finish in 1st. I don't know exactly what the tiebreakers will be, but someone smarter than me will know. I'm not looking at you, Chris, but I will. Yes, exactly. So this could be a massive moment for the CDLC team. Wouldn't have gone back out onto the track, and he have successfully taken at least one corner, so that car is operational once again. I had the issue once in a race where the USB that was connecting my third-party wheel stopped working mid-race, so I could rotate the car on the steering wheel, but I had no working buttons on the wheel, including the up and down shift. So I was sort of stuck in the 4th gear for a lap, getting into the pits and having manually to control the car underneath the pit speed limiter to swap another driver into the car. That can be a little bit tricky. But good to see that the 95 car made it back out on track. The Sim Racing Holland guys. Also, not usually a team that I would consider, or that I would say are giving up. So it would have been surprising to me if they would have just bailed out on the race with under 2 hours to go. See how that Mustang is moving about a little bit more than the Honda are in these conditions. The Honda seems quite a bit more stable. Getting close to each other in the hairpin. Different strategies in the rain. There's some drivers, they will lift off, some will brake in the kink before to get the cars far to the right as possible, to get the best line through the hairpin as possible. But if you do that, then it does leave you vulnerable for attacks up the inside in the hairpin. Still very close together, these two. Drive through for Camargo. Very good news for the 81 crew, because that gives them the free position. So now they are in a position where if the race were to finish as is, they would be tied in points for the championship. With Patrick van der Linden just about 16 seconds up the road, with still 1 hour 30 or just under 1 hour 30 to go, they could potentially still catch up to the 4th placed car and be in a position where they have secured it themselves. Though in fourth it is Patrick van der Linden that they will have to get up to. He have been in the car for quite a while now, I must say, but a tough nut to crack as well. And still a very big gap, so if van der Linden, he can relax when driving. He doesn't need to take any risks at all. Driving around to maintain that fourth position at the minute, and it looks like it will be drying up again in about half an hour's time, which means that we will go on to the dry tires nearing the end of the race. But let's say if Chamberlain were to catch a second per lap, he would still need about over half an hour to close the gap completely, and then he would need the overtake as well. So even if he could potentially do that, then it would be rough. So half a second per lap, that would be an hour he would need plus time to make the overtake. So it is getting into the point where Van Linden can be very, very safe with his driving. Doesn't need to push it. Just need to manage that gap once we go into the last hour of the race. Or when we go into the dry period of time here in the rain, he can just sort of take it as it goes, and then he can do the then the team can do the maths nearing the end, figuring how much they can afford to lose per lap in regards to driving it as safe as possible, just to make sure to get to the end. One thing is certain though, even if it gets dry before... We are back with the live pictures, and still with Van der Linden in frame. We do know it's going dry, but as I was saying before, even though it gets dry before the expected time, I don't think that we'll see anyone going into the pits before the 1 hour 8 minute mark. At the earliest, probably 8 minutes 6. 1 hour 6 minute mark to be more exact. At least that's the time they will aim to have on the clock when leaving the pit lane, because then they could go to the end on their final stop without having to do an additional pit stop for to reset the stint timer. So I think that will be the one thing to keep a little bit in mind, but I don't think it will be dry enough before we go to that point for the drivers to actually start thinking about that too much. Zimmermann losing time in the rain to Gruning, not that unexpected, to be honest, as we have seen Gruning being super strong in the rain last time out. Zimmermann was strong as well, just not as strong as Gruning. No one was that, to be perfectly honest. He was swimming in the rain. Like Olympic medalist Jeanette Ottesen. Og Lotte Friis. Further down the order, Kubanov could potentially catch up to Tuja as well in the closing stages of the race and get themselves up into 7th position, which would be a very good comeback after a disconnect. Oh yes, Josh is always fast, but especially in the rain it seems that he's thriving. Iron van der Linden, getting a little bit of a look at him, who is in the car. They are still going in the THRC car. Again, that battle that they have had with the 204 have not been an on-track wheel-to-wheel battle, but a battle of making the fewest mistakes. They have been leading that battle for quite a while in this race, but in the last hour or so, after the 204, or maybe 2 hours even after the 204 got up into 13th, they have never looked back and have kept consistent, and looks to be keeping the 13th at least for a little bit longer. Rather big gap between them also at this point, as the 204 crossing the start-finish line now and have an entire pit stop's worth of time almost to the 73. But yeah, the teams will have to make that decision one more time in the race when to switch over from wets to dries. And with some luck, this is the last wet spill that we see during this race. It wouldn't be that surprising though if it just started raining cats and dogs with 10 minutes to go in the race, even just 5. And all drivers would have to make the decision of taking tires or not. Or rather, when to take tires. Vidigi in frame. Just minding his own business almost. Still the only the lone Mercedes, only that one Mercedes turning up to the race, and they are running it nicely through. I do like the Mercedes myself. It's a nice enough car to drive. It's a little bit different to drive than most other cars in the game, but it is very nice. It sort of gives you, if set up correctly, it gives you the best of both worlds with the front engine placement of the front placement of the engine, but it does still give you the 50-50 weight distribution of a mid-engine car, which is quite the sensation to drive with, as you get the good parts of the front engine cars, that it's good on the curbs and very controllable there, but also it gives you the advantages of the mid-engine cars if set up correctly, but if set up wrong, then you're just met with all the problems and issues instead of those two, including tire wear and stuff like that. I said that I had internet problems and only could drive once, did so Kevin and Josh had to drive the rest without me. Well, they're doing pretty well considering that you have only done one stint, so sad for you, but maybe not for the rest of your team. One might say it's looking pretty promising at the minute. Obviously that being from the left-handed racing team, but the big question is, are you all left-handed in that team? Or is it just a random choice of name? Maybe we're getting a new Drift King. But getting the Mercedes, although no one could ever beat the Drift King Steve Parker himself. That is very bright. So they are... Oh, that is right, that it's a good thing that he... Yes, because there's also a little bit of a chat delay on YouTube for us looking at it. Vidigi going a little bit deeper into the Casio triangle, but he does have a lot of time to give out of if he needs to. Meanwhile, Burakund still in that no man's land, not going to catch up to Patrick Travers unless something horrible happens to him, and he's not going to get caught by Vidigi either, unless if something horrible happens to himself. So they can just focus on enjoying the last long sprint race that's left in this endurance event, and enjoying the last time driving the car in this season of endurance racing. Saying goodbye to the season and hello to the new season in just a month's time. Remember to go sign your teams up on the sim grid. The rain will decrease in strength within the next 10 minutes or so. An explanation have come. What does the team LHR Left Hand Racing mean? And where does it come from? The name is derived from left-handed corners in a motorsport. A good example of that is the 130R curve in Suzuka. Left-handed corners require special skills and techniques from drivers because the body reacts differently in left turns compared to right turns. In a left-handed turn, the God damn it, the drivers need to shift their weight to the right side to maintain balance and navigate the corner efficiently. This shift in weight can be a challenge, requiring precise timing and skill overall. Left-handed corners are not just a physical aspect of racetracks, but also a metaphor for the challenges and opportunities we face in life. The fascination lies in the art of mastering these corners. I'm just saying that you all are left-handed. I think that's easier to explain. Well, how much are you leaning into it when you are turning, Chris? No, that's not the point. It's not the point, Chris. Slick tires, let's go! Something like that. Nevertheless, Patrick Travers in frame now in the BMW. As YouTube explodes in pleasure. Patrick Travers in frame in the Mode 11 car. As we were just passing the time where we had 1 hour, 11 minutes and 11 seconds to go. Quite soothing looking at the Mode 11 car. Of course, just a series of ones everywhere we were looking. So that is lovely jubbly. Yeah, Mode 11 have dropped just outside of the top 10 in this race after an unscheduled pit stop for Steve Parker and damage repairs, it looked like. Not entirely sure if it was unscheduled or not, but it seemed a little bit off timing wise. As Trevor turns on to the start finish time yet another time. about 1 hour 10 minutes to go. The question still remains whether or not that Chamberlain can get that Honda up and past Patrick van der Linden. Though the gap is not coming down, on the contrary, it's actually becoming greater and greater over the last couple of laps, last few minutes. One would say. We do know how quick they are in the dry, and that could be their chance if it gets dry sooner rather than later. At least they needed to get dry sooner rather than later if they are to have a chance of this. But tying it in the championship point standings, as far as I'm concerned, that would also be a very nice and exciting finish to the season for everyone. Although I'm still not entirely sure how those drop rounds work in endurance, to be perfectly honest. So we'll have to wait and see, of course, until everything is counted up and someone who knows math have done the proper math to get it solved. No, I think it will be a computer, Chris. Won't be me either. That's one thing that's certain. I'm no mathematician. Yes, great word. It just... Yeah, it's very cool. Although not that many cars either. Christian Payne in the 10th placed car at the minute. The other very left-handed racing car. The red left-handed racing car, we should say. Just rounding out the top 10. A good place to be, of course. It's always a target to be in the top 10. Of course, only 4 cars will finish outside of the top 10 in this one, but a top 10 nevertheless drive through there for Vedigi. And that's how the positions are likely going to at least get close to changing again between the 204 and the 73. I don't think it will be enough to see the actual position change, but it will get them at least closer on track for the last hour of racing. It's been a very, very quiet race, this one, for next season with Leroy. We are hoping for it. I'm hoping it's just going to be a picture of a left-handed turn. Completely white car and then a left-handed turn. That'll be funny. Or a left hand, that would be even funnier, just to make everyone not understand what it means and continue the joke. But Payne about to be lapped by Fredriksson, who have taken over the Simsport Racing International car. I wonder if the plan is for Fredriksson to take it to the end, or if they are handing it over to either Nart or Sim next time they come into the pits. Vedigi serving the drive-through penalty as we are speaking, and almost at the point where he's leaving pit road. Meanwhile, the 73 car just entering the back straight, so that's basically the gap between them. 10 minutes or less until the rain stops. So the drivers, they will be starting to think about, well, the engineers will be starting to think about which tires to go to. I think you should use the livery that I suggested instead. That would be funnier. Unless if you have a fun livery, of course, then I'll take it. But Payne actually in a position where if they got a drive-through, they could be under threat, or they would be under some threat by the Mode 11 car. Not losing the position necessarily, or they will definitely not lose the position by the drive-through. We have seen that it's about 28 seconds. That's the time loss of the drive-through, but they will be very, very close to the Mode 11 car when they come out, if that were to happen. Trouble-free race, basically for the 723 car. Not many cars being involved in incidents this time around. There have been some equipment failures, and there have been disconnections and other minor stuff. Well, not minor stuff when it's equipment failure, and hardware failure as well. We saw for Alderman with the broken pedal. In 9th position, the SLRT car of Fabian Habe, or Hape. He will probably comment at some point how to actually pronounce it. Even though it's still raining, the track have gone down to damp conditions. That's how much the rain have decreased. I don't think we could have a lighter drizzle at the minute, so it's only a mildly moist track they're racing on. Yeah, but Habe 15 seconds behind Kubanov, even though that Kubanov and that team had the disconnect. Being just 15 behind them are not that small of a feat, because they are a very quick team. That time frame, that's actually quite stable driving. In the grey SLRT car. The other SLRT car, of course, the yellow submarine, currently sat in 2nd position. They come across the line one more time. There's still a few more laps to complete, obviously, with about an hour left in the race, an hour 2 minutes. That will be about 32 laps of racing, 33 laps of racing, depending on 32, 31 laps of racing, depending on the track conditions and pit stops and stuff like that. And when the leader crosses the finish line, relevant to the grey SLRT car. Not getting into the apex there around the hairpin. The tires could be overheating a little bit, of course, as they are still running on the wets. And the track is getting less and less wet. Or less and less moist. But they are very close to be putting a lap between themselves and the car behind. 8th place we have the car with the quickest lap on the board still. That lap was set quite early in the race by Ivanov, Kubanov's teammate in the Luke Oil car. They were in. They have been leading the most laps in this race, I do believe, because for the first 6 hours or so of the race, they were basically uncontested in the lead. But then the rain came the first time around, and everything seemed to be changing. They were involved in one of the few instances that we have seen today where they got bumped from behind on pit entry by the car currently leading, and that's basically how the position change happened as they repaired that damage in the pit lane. But they just couldn't follow them anyway after they got back out on track. They would keep losing time in the wet conditions. But they have definitely been the quickest in the dry, no doubts about it. But in races like this with changeable conditions, you also need to be fast in the wet. And then the unfortunate disconnect, of course, that happened later on in the race for them, that dropped them way down the order. But they have been fighting back, and they have kept at it. And they are getting very, very close to the 7th place. 7th placed car that is currently driven by Tuja. That's just 7.8 seconds up the road. Last time across a timing line at least. As they come around, if we did have a Spirit of the Race award, they would definitely be a noteworthy contestant for it. These guys, and then I think the 204 team as well have been pushing it in, as they got way far behind early in the race, and got unlucky with 2 stop-go 30s in a row for speeding in the pit lane, and they never seem to quit and have kept racing, which is sort of the whole meaning of endurance racing. That you keep going. It's not about where you finish, it's about finishing. Because as they say, in order to finish first you have to finish. So if you can't finish a race, you can't finish first in a race. It is as simple as that. And they are at least getting the finish. Track still damp though, so we might not get that much dry running near the end of the race. Oh, now, and as I say that, the rain have stopped. The rain have stopped, ladies and gentlemen. So now we're just waiting for the track to dry out enough that we will see the dry tires to come on the cars once again. That'll be an interesting ending to the race, which also means that they will have to select the correct amount of fuel to put in the cars. You don't want to overfuel the car, because then you'll have more weight in it, but you certainly don't want to underfuel the car and having to take another pit stop to make up for a calculation mistake. Tony Tuja in the Evolution Simsport car, the 55 McLaren. They've had some strong races this season. I don't think they have had any races stronger than this one. They have seemed stable and stayed out of trouble all race. Here's a good example of patience that have also been sort of the key factor among the... maybe I shouldn't say stuff. But that patience have been among the key factors in this race. Only 2 incidents have been reported and have been dealt with, so very, very patient driving all afternoon from all of the drivers, which is very, very good to see, especially in these endurance events. But it still begs the question, when do you come in to take the dry tires? We know that doing it just one lap too late, that could potentially cost you a second or two, and doing it a lap too early could be the same, but the other way around. It's all about getting this just right. We all know that the crossover can be rather large at some tracks, but as we saw earlier in this particular race, it doesn't seem like there's that much of a crossover period. It goes very quickly from being the quickest on wets to being the quickest on dries. And the same the other way around. This might not be one of those tracks where you can continuously drive on the dry tires for a longer period of time after the optimum tire switch have come. There's a little telltale sign within the game if you're driving. That's when the engineer tells you that it's slick tire optimum, then it might be a good idea to switch over. Though sometimes he is lying a little bit about that, and sometimes it's quicker to change before he says it, sometimes after. But around the time when he says that to you, then it's an opportune time at least to do so. It's a good idea to sort of listen to the engineer there if you don't know exactly when the time will be. Some teams, they will practice it a lot with driving in changeable conditions and figuring out the exact crossover time, or the time that they need before, or they need to be down to on the wets before they switch over to the dries, and the time that they need to get up to on the dries before they switch over to the wets. They will have rather large math pieces stick together to calculate that precise. As the gap is coming down again between the Chamberlain and Van der Linden, as the track is drying up more and more. In 6th position are the Ford Mustang, the number 3 Mustang, driven by Camarago at the minute. We assume a Brazilian team, as there are quite a few Brazilians driving the car. Doing a good job in the Ford Mustang. It's a nice car to drive. It's a special car to drive. Feels different to most other GT3 cars. A very strange gearing and stuff like that. But when you're driving the car, you don't really think that much about it. You're using the sounds and the noise of the car to propel you forward in races, and then you don't notice the gearing that much. Is so strange, and if you floor too much, then you start spinning the wheels, and the optimum way of driving it is with very low TC. At least it used to be with very low TC, and then it becomes a little bit of a problem in the rain. But these drivers, they've seemed to manage it quite nicely. All day, all afternoon, all evening, almost all night. As it is getting rather late in most parts of the world. But it was probably super early in the morning for these guys when the race started, depending on where in Brazil they live, of course. But must have been a quite early race start for these drivers. Chamberlain actually gaining enough on Van der Linden all of a sudden that he will, if he continues with the pace and the pace difference, then he will actually catch them by the end of the race. It looks like. Speaking of Chamberlain, here we have the CDLC junior team, the lone hunter in this event, as Patrick Van Lent comes into the pits, and they are definitely swapping over to Dry's first team to do so. But they have had a rough weekend and a little bit of a roller coaster season as well, both good and less optimum results. But this weekend sort of just finalizes or it's just a picture of how their season have gone. Starting the race from dead last after the only valid laps that they set in qualifying was during the rain early on, and then failing to complete any laps without track cuts after that. So starting from last, having to crawl their way through the field, and doing it quite nicely, being very cautious with the overtaking. We must say we saw early on in the race, very smart, aware driving from the team, doing exactly what was needed there, and they are finding themselves in a position now where they could potentially still take the championship, even though that they started from the back, even though that they had to crawl their way through the field. It could be just everything coming together at the end for these guys, and that would be a lovely end for the season for these drivers in the CDLC team. But of course, if they take the championship, then it will mean another one will disappear. Or they will take it away from another team that could potentially have taken it, and someone will obviously have to be crowned champions by the end of it. But who it will be, we'll still have to wait and find out. Looks like that Zimmerman and Vidagi have come into the pits as well to swap onto the wet tires, or sorry, away from the wet tires and onto the dries. It might be about time to go for it. Let's see what the rest of the drivers are doing when they get closer to the pit entry. Yeah, Fredrickson comes in as well. I don't think anyone is boxing because of stint timing issues. I don't think it's more than half an hour ago we swapped onto the wets. At least much more than half an hour ago. But will Chamberlain follow the rest of the field in? Looks like no. They stay out one more lap. This could be very decisive for the race and the championship at the end. Whether or not that this was the right call, we will have to wait and see. It could potentially be very smart if they feel like that the others went in too early and it's not exactly time yet. Then this could really play into their hands. The car that they are giving chase to are the IRL car, the 943 Aston Martin. Speaking of the IRL Aston Martin, here we have it in frame with Samuel von Diebenstein behind the wheel. Again, not the wildest of races they've had so far. I can't say much about their season, as I can't really remember. I do remember seeing the car, but I don't remember results and stuff like that from the team. I could go have a little bit of a sneaky look just to have something to talk about. That in 12th in the championship. Best result so far being 6th position at the that would have been 24-hour race, I believe that was. So they're looking for a season best so far, if everything goes to plan from here on out. So that would be quite lovely for them if they can continue this this driving for just 42 minutes more in this this race. They're still in the battle with Chamberlain and that 81 crew for 4th in the race. And they surely must be coming into the pit soon to change over. As they go across the line to start yet another lap. Lap times are still about 9 to 10 seconds off of the fastest lap times in the race. Although we are also on a damp track, we have to remember that as well when we are looking at that. Even though the rain is not falling, there are still a lot of water on the track, or a reasonable amount of water on the track that definitely makes it about slightly more than mildly moist. Kubanov have gone into the pits to change tires. Same for Habe this time around, or Hape. Currently set in 4th, Tesh Fredriksson of Simsport Racing International. They are they have had a reasonable season as well. This time they have had Nart Cox as a guest driver for the first time. A little bit of a mixed drivers lineup between all of them. But Tesh Fredriksson and Sim Spinkeling, defending champions of this series, not taking the crown this time around, unfortunately for them. But they have been doing a good showing anyway in the races that they have participated in. Strong performances all around. There have just been a few cars that have been just a little tad better so far this season, and that is why they find themselves where they are. Track have gone to greasy though, so now I would say it's just mildly moist. And surely we'll see Chamberlain coming into the pits now. Elsewise it will almost be into the part where it would be ridiculous to take a pit stop even in the race if they're not boxing for dries now. This should definitely be the last chance to do so without losing massive amounts of time to the 943 car. But again, time will tell whether or not they do it. The Zimmerman goes across the line to start another lap. The Lamborghini have seemed to be very good in the drive, but they have struggled quite a lot in the rain behind the wheel of that mighty bull. Both Tesh and Spenkelink, they have seemed to be having their hands full at least. Let's just say that in the more moist conditions. But in dries, remember, they were very close to taking the actual lead of the race and not just temporarily inheriting when race leaders were coming into the pits. They were very close to having the actual lead of the race just before the first rain period came. So that's something that they can take with them into the next season. If they choose to stay with the Lamborghini, of course. They could go for a different manufacturer, but we will see when we start the next season. It would be funny if they were to go with the Jaguar or M6 BMW or V12 Aston. There was a brief period of time where the V12 Aston actually still was. It's not that it might be about a year ago or something, just before the update that gave us the Mustang. The V12 Aston was actually reasonable competitive on some tracks still, as a Tuja goes into the pits for the final time, hopefully for those guys in from 6th position in the 55 McLaren crew. Comes in as well. And there goes Chamberlain. Finally, Chamberlain comes into the pits. This will be very, very interesting to see where he comes out. Whoa, that was the Mode 11 car that went off into the barrier. Big damage on the car. They will probably try and recover to the pits and get some repairs done. The yellow submarine, the other SLRT car. They have had this sort of race where they have been there and thereabout, and that's been what have kept them in it. They haven't been that aggressive in their racing. They have been they did have the first wet period where they seemed super quick, and they were one of the quicker cars, catching up to the number 9 Lambo, of course, and getting that move done. And then we have seen them up nearing the front of the field after the leading left-hand racing car that they got a drive through an hour ago or something like that. Then they were close to them and were in the battle for the lead positions until the rain came, and then they've just dropped off once again. They have had a very good race. Yeah, that's basically what that is about these guys. Where is Chamberlain in terms of the 943? I think they have gained time by staying out that much longer. Yeah, they only have 7 or 6 seconds now, but they will still have to catch up and make the move to go past into 4th. which could become a little bit of a difficult challenge for them. At least getting the move will be difficult, but catching up, they do have potential for. They also have a lot fresher tires than von Liebenstein. I don't think so. Oh yeah, there have been. No. Be handled after the race. Oh, and we might actually see a little bit of rain just before the race finishes, as it is expected to start raining again in half an hour or thereabouts. But Zimmermann in second still for the SLRT car, the yellow submarine. And finally, the race leaders. Now, we've actually been through all the cars here during the last half hour or so. The current race leaders and those who have been leading ever since the somewhere in the middle of the first rain period. Drive-through penalty for car 10 there for exceeding track limits. That sort of puts the nail in the coffin for them for opportunities for the race win. Then they need to have the left-hand racing team to be really unlucky. Speaking of, they took over the lead in the middle of the first rain period at the pit stops there, where all cars went from wet to wet. Slight contact there with the 406 car, unfortunately, but once they got out of the pits, they just pulled away and kept pulling away and kept pulling away. There was no looking back for them after that point. Haven't been their friend since, and they did get a drive-through penalty an hour ago or something like that, an hour and a half ago, something in that ballpark, where they got put under pressure by the number 10 crew and the yellow submarine, but they managed to pull away from that as well and build a very, very respectable and commanding gap to this point, and now drive through for the number 10 car. That basically ensures that they can just drive safely to the end of the race and not think about that much else. As long as I don't start thinking too much about the championship implications with Chamberlain, because that could put some unnecessary stress on their drivers if they at least mention to them or keeps contact to the driver about their positions. As it stands right now, it should be tied, but Chamberlain only 6.7 seconds behind von Liebenstein, but that gap haven't actually closed in the last lap or so. But under half an hour to go. I think we'll take just one last small break to get some fresh air, and then we'll be back with the last half hour of racing, basically in full action. So we'll be right back after this brief break from from commentary, also to get my voice a little bit of a resting period. Yeah, right back with the counter. It will be very interesting when we come to the end of the race, if any of the teams will be risking it if the rain comes at the end, which is predicted at the minute. But we'll have to wait and see if it sticks. But it could surely be an interesting gamble for some teams that just needs that little bit of time. They know they probably will be losing out on not taking the wets if it comes down like cats and dogs, but we'll have to wait and see about that. It could also just be a situation where it only gets just close to being wet enough for wet tires, if at all the rain comes. Running on board with Chamberlain, we can really see he's pushing it. Really trying to gain on the IRL Racing Aston Martin. It is not the Aston we can see directly in front of him. That's the back marker Aston Martin of the other left-handed racing car, currently driven by Tony Toddy. Or by Toddy. It's Tony Tuccia, and I don't know what Toddy's actually first name is, but probably Tony as well. But it's Toddy directly ahead of him. We could just see the other car going into the crest, or into the hairpin just up ahead. It's Toby. It's Toddy. And the yellow flag is out. That's the 294 car. That's no, the 204 car. That gives the 73 a little bit of a glimpse of a hope to catch up to those guys one final time in the race. It would be quite cool if they were to battle it out in the last few laps against each other, actually on track. We see Chamberlain there aggressively flashing the lights. He needs to go past here without losing any time if he are to catch up to the Aston Martin of von Liebenstein ahead of him. So we'll wait and see when the left-hand racing Aston gets out of the way for Haley Chamberlain, or Harley Chamberlain. Still flashing the lights. Now he lifts and gets out of the way. I wouldn't say there was any time lost there for Chamberlain, so he's still added 4 seconds. He needs to catch up. And he will be pushing like a madman, really already using the curbs, even though the track is still very greasy. We can see how aggressive he is on the driving here through the S's, really taking all the risks in the world, not holding anything back, really engaging in the chase to catch up to von Liebenstein and snatch away that 4th that would give them the championship if the math are correct from the SimGrid's web page with the scratch results, or results with lines through them at least. Then it will count out to a championship win if they get this overtake in. But it will be one hell of a finish to the race for these guys. They could be in a situation that where they would gamble on staying out on dries if it starts raining near the end. Especially if von Liebenstein opts to go into the pits. Obviously depending on when the rain will hit, but or if it hits at all. But they're in a situation, of course, where the gamble could pay off big for them, and it would be worth the risk if they are still behind at the time. Or gambling on doing the opposite of the of von Liebenstein's car. We have seen the Honda not being that good in the rain. Outbraking himself there into the Casio triangle, really pushing at the absolute maximum on a greasy track. Across the start-finish line there, down to 3 seconds. Going up to Jan Farnier, who is right behind Kubanov in the 406 Ferrari. That seem to have found themselves in battle as well on track here in the last couple of minutes. Very close together indeed. We have seen the Fennier being very quick early on in the race, doing a massive stint the first time he was in the car. So he could potentially maybe even be quicker than Kubanov. Definitely showing himself there in the hairpin. Catching right up underneath. We have seen Fennier making the overtakes into the spoon. And there we go, trying it up on the inside, making the contact there. Little bit of a slide there. Fennier seems to have backed off the front a little bit to just ensure that the 406 stays ahead, but does choose to flash the lights. running up to 130R with under 20 minutes to go. Also Chamberlain down to 2.4 seconds. He's definitely pushing it to the max. Through the Casio triangle, will Fenja catch back up to Kubanov and get himself in a situation where he can attempt the overtakes once again? It is likely, as Fenja have been rather quick so far, so having this last couple of minutes battle, or last 20 minute battle for 8th, that is something that falls into his favor, one would say, as he does seem very quick and he still have a lot of time to get the overtake done if you're comparing to a sprint race. But now it's the time where you will start racing this race as a sprint race if you have something to race for. And for Fenja, it's a position that he would love to take, as we do see Kubanov there running a little bit wide, as he's also pushing it. Kubanov will be forced to take the inside line in the hairpin here by Fenja, who will go to the outside, trying the cut around to go back in. Kubanov parking it a little bit down the apex, ensuring that that he will stay ahead in the run, at least down into Spoon. But Fenja coming in now with the overspeed, not close enough really to go for the move. Staying behind again, trying it, looking for it into Spoon again. A little bit too impatient there, trying to get on the throttle slightly too early. Having to back out of it again. If he would have timed that correctly, then he could have potentially had the move into 130R. We'll have to wait and see. Track have gone green now, it's no longer greasy. As we see that Chamberlain have caught up to Van Liebenstein as well, that we have in the main frame, and then we have the Fenja Kubanov battle down in the bottom right hand side of the screen. Two battles nearing the end of the race. For position, one of them are the current championship leaders who are defending their position, unlikely to maintain the championship lead. The other one is Chamberlain, now trying the attack on the outside into turn 1. Outside move, looks like he actually pulls it off. Will they avoid the contact? Looks like it. Chamberlain takes the position with 16 minutes to go. That could secure them the championship. With just 16 minutes to go of the season, that could be the move that defines the season. Super strong driving from Chamberlain there to catch up, really pushing it to the absolute maximum of the abilities of the car and himself to catch up to Van Liebenstein, get that move done. Meanwhile, Fenja is not done with Kubanov. They are going through the hairpin, and he's right up behind, getting that almost equal exit tucked into the slipstream. Moving out a little bit now, maybe Kubanov are trying to break the toe by staying as narrow as possible, not allowing the move into the Spoon. But we have seen Fenja being very quick here in the second part of the Spoon. But this time it seems like he's trying to time it a little bit better. Does get the overspeed coming out of Spoon. This could be a potential move coming into 130R. Kubanov covers the inside line, but Fenja on the outside. How will this go? Both cars a little bit of contact. It did look like Fenja tried to turn into to the apex there, but an occupied apex by that means. But they still going. No one got into any serious trouble there. Fenja flashing the lights. I don't know what Kubanov could have done there, honestly. But it's still going strong. He still have about 14.5 minutes, maybe plus a lap. It looks like it will be plus a lap to get this move done. So plenty of time still, but I do understand that it's getting a clutch time. And when you have been doing that optimum track, by the way, but when you are getting to this part of a 10-hour race, you do feel like that it have to be now or never sort of. when you're driving it, and these secondary positions doesn't mean anything to these drivers. They want to be as high up in the table as possible. Trying it on the outside in the S's now, it does look like Fenja have a lot more grip in the car than Kubanov. Going forward now through the double left-hander, contact is made into the deck now, and that is Fenja being pushed into the gravel trap, being spun around, getting going again, of course, but I don't think he'll be super happy with that one. Looked like a door-to-door contact that got him pushed off 10 minutes away from rain as well. It does look like that we're getting a little bit of a shower before the end of this one. With just a few minutes to go, that rain will hit. That could also be decisive later on. So, but driver like Timberlane, for example, he really needs to push forward to get that gap as big as possible down to Van Diepenstein, who's already 3.4 seconds behind. But Fenja, he will not be happy with that one. Even leading Kubanov across the timing line by just a tiny bit. So he's definitely a man on a mission now who will need to go catch up if he wants that that position. 6.2 seconds, it is a long way up, but we did see him being quick enough that he could potentially actually catch up to Kubanov. So that will be one to look out for. Here in the dying moments of the race, 12.5 minutes to go out of the 10 hours that started on the clock. This is getting to be more and more exciting. Just see in the background there, is that the 81 car in the background just creeping in. We can really see how he's pushing and actually closing the gap to Fenja, who seemed to be so rapidly quick just a few moments ago. But it's again who you compare to, already down to 5.7 seconds up to Kubanov. So it is all push now for Fenja and the SLRT driver in the grey SLRT car, while their teammate is cruising in second without any threat of dropping behind Tej Fredriksen, or with much chance of catching up to Gruning ahead of them. They are having a chill finish to the race, while they themselves in the 20 SLRT car, they are pushing like madmen to catch back up to Kubanov. 4.8 seconds over the last timing split. They are definitely gaining. Around Spoon we go. We have seen him being extremely good through this corner. Ooh, a little bit of a slide there, losing a bunch of time, and he'll be losing that time all the way down the back straight into 130R now. That's probably one of the worst places to get a slide on the car, but still very, very fast it looks, that that Ferrari. Down to 3.7 seconds up to Kubanov. That's the Sim Racing Holland BMW that's in between them, that he will have to put a lap down before catching up to Kubanov. That one back marker between them, I don't think they will get in, get other back markers involved in this battle. Maybe the Mode 11 car, currently driven by Steve Parker, they could potentially catch up to. But that would also be it for them with back markers, obviously depending on the rain and maybe spins and stuff like that. But should potentially just be the two. 3.4 seconds over the start-finish line. The gap is crumbling, but we are also running out of laps at this point. He will have to push it really, really hard, and he does need a little bit of help from this back marker, not holding him up at all. He is stuck behind through the Degners at least. Backmarker moves out of the way, very good, and we're driving there from Verhelst in the Sim Racing Holland car. As Fenja pushing like really hard now, 2.7 seconds, almost eating a full second that in the S's. really found some pace in that car that he have unlocked here at the end of the race. But still, not that many laps to go. He will need to close the gap at this current rate and keep it going and find a way through Kubanov or past Kubanov. They do have the advantage of not being under any pressure from behind. Maybe Kubanov is saving fuel, and that's the reason why Fenja are catching up so much, or Kubanov have experienced more issues with the steering wheel, like he had earlier on in the race, where he got into that issue with the wheelbase losing all force feedback, and he drove without force feedback for almost an entire hour. You can see Kubanov there ahead of Fenja. Really big speed difference. It's almost surprisingly big speed difference in the two Ferraris. But Fenja have been quick all day, and Kubanov might be in in some sort of a saving mode. And we do see Fenja pushing it as much as he can. We did see that slide 2 laps ago in Spoon. And I don't think if Fenja catches up to Kubanov that he will be very kind in the overtake. He will probably just do what he needs to get past. Kubanov going very wide there, having some sort of maybe traction issues with the car. Maybe they forgot to give him fresh tires in the pits and he's running on old used rubbers. That could be the situation for Kubanov. Because he looks very slow in that Ferrari in comparison to Fenja. Into 130R we go. 6 minutes to go. There'll be 3 laps plus maybe 1 that the race leader will hand them. Maybe even 4, because of where the race leader is on track. He could potentially start that extra lap depending on that rain, of course, if it comes or not. Trying to break the toe just a little bit there, but it doesn't really help as Fenja just stays in the toe. Very close together now through turns 1 and 2. This would have been a good opportunity for Fenja. It does look like that Fenja have so much speed that he could potentially try it on the outside and going for the outside overtake. Speaking of good speed, Chamberlain have dragged out 13 seconds on von Liebenstein, by the way. So I don't think he's that much pressured by if the rain hits. But look at the speed difference there. Ooh, bumping the back of him, bump drafting between Fenja and Kubanov. Not the nicest this time. If Fenja backs out of it coming into the Degnas, not risking the same would happen that happened last time they tried that. Coming in behind, they have actually caught the back marker of the Mode 11 car. And look at that, Chamberlain also coming in with big speed. This time Fenja goes to the inside, late dive to go that contact on the exit of the hairpin there. But Fenja all the way up in the back of Kubanov. I don't think Kubanov can defend this one if Fenja does that bump drafting there. Very, very aggressive defensive driving there. Kubanov to the outside around Spoon. Moves in. Fenja really trying it to park it, but Kubanov everywhere around him as they will start receiving blue flags. And I don't think Chamberlain is that interested in losing time to this anyway. Into 130R we go. Backing off a little bit there does Fenja. Very smart from him, but now he will definitely see the blue flags from Chamberlain. Maybe he can use Chamberlain to go get past Kubanov. Contact there. Ooh, Fenja pushes Chamberlain. Contact again. Double contact. Almost a pit maneuver there by Kubanov on Fenja. Tugging right back in there. Does Kubanov. Will he try and launch it into turn 1? He basically doesn't have any other choice because he does seem to have run out of pace. Fenya going all the way into defend, and it looks like it's a game over now from Kubanov, unless if he finds something magical here on the dying laps of the race. Archie-bargy overtake it was, but an overtake nevertheless. Reports could be flying in between these two after the race. Rain have hit. It have started raining a little bit now, as we do see the blue flags being waved for both for Steve Parker and surely also for Kubanov, who will have to play this smart. Chamberlain right behind. I'm not entirely sure that Chamberlain are that interested in getting past us. We have seen Chamberlain catching them so quickly, and now he's just sitting there behind. Very peaceful. Steve Parker getting out of the way of all three of them. Just parking it outside. It doesn't look like that Fenya's actually pulling away that massively, or as massively as expected. Looking there, Chamberlain behind them. Kubanov also needs to be careful that he doesn't cause an incident by being too slow and not having yielded to the blue flags at this point. But let's see if Chamberlain goes through, and now it looks like that Kubanov just lifts off the front, lets Chamberlain go. I think he have stretched his weapons, sort of say, put the sword back into the belt, knowing that he's not going to catch back up to Fenya, that he is gone like the wind. It does look like it. 2.5 minutes to go. Race leader will start one more lap only, I think, as he's coming down the start-finish straight now on the greasy track. No, he could potentially go for 2 laps, crossing the line with 2:10 to go. It's up to Gruning now whether or not that he wants that extra lap. He could lift off and just drop 10 seconds worth of time, and he would still be very, very safely in the lead of the race if he doesn't want that extra lap to happen. He is starting to drop off slightly. He is at least going slower than his fast lap time. But do remember that the track have gone greasy at this point, and he does need to be about 10 seconds slower across the line. But of course, he can slow down on the start-finish line if that is what he pleases. As long as he doesn't do anything dangerous, then it will be very, very fine. He is behind traffic though, the race leader. And the traffic might want to let him go through as well if they don't want to take that extra lap. That traffic being the Mode 11, they don't really have anything to gain by taking one more lap, the Mode 11 car. So they will potentially just let him go through. No, it's not the Mode 11 car, it's the other lapped car. It's the other Aston Martin, I think it's von Liebenstein. Yeah, no, it's not. It's 95. It's a Sim Racing Holland car. They sure don't have anything to gain by going the extra lap. They will just let him go through. Steve Parker might as well do the same thing, as it would need to be a landslide of penalty that would have to fall down upon Toddy if that would be to put him down, and I don't think there have been anything with Toddy that even could be reported in these last couple of hours. So yeah, Steve Parker cutting across the grass there. Maybe he's letting the Joshua Groening go through 10 seconds. Let's see if he starts the final lap. Doesn't look like it. He's slowing down, starting to weave. 2, 1, 0, and across. No, right for the rear checkered flag. He did do it correctly there, but that was a close. Congratulations to the left-hand racing team winning the 10 hours of Suzuka. They did it all by themselves. There was the disconnect from Kubanov, but I don't think that they would have caught them after the gap that they picked up during the rain. Superb driving from the left-hand racing crew there to take the win this afternoon. Don't think it was enough, depending on how the sim grid will work out with those scrap results in the championship. I don't think that would have been enough to secure anything for them, and I think Chamberlain and the crew of the CDLC team takes that honor of becoming champions. Zimmerman coming across full on hazard lights across the line. He will go as P2 in the race. Van Dijl have finished the race also. Same for Toddy and Van Liebenstein. P2, congratulations to SLRT. The yellow submarine comes in second. The SRHI car, the Simsport Racing International car, will come in to take third, unless if something horrendous goes wrong. There's a good full back straight between Tej Fredriksson and Chamberlain. So they will be coming across. Williams have finished the race as well as we have been speaking, finishing 6th in the Ford Mustang. Tej Fredriksson onto the start-finish line. Nothing can stop him now. With a little bit of spray being kicked up behind him, he crosses the line to take home 3rd position in the race. Vedigi have finished as well in P13. They did a good job also of ending up a lap ahead of Van Dijl because they got lapped by the race leader and they didn't. Chamberlain across the line there to finish 4th and likely to become champions when everything is counted, done and dusted. Kubanov finishes 9th. They can be somewhat happy with their comeback drive, but very unfortunate championship-wise for them. Steve Parker, the last car to cross the line, 11th place for the Mode 11 car. What a championship season we have had so far this season. Memorable moments, especially here at Suzuka, have been very great. The win of PS UK at Mount Panorama will be one of the things that I will remember in a long time. What a comeback drive they did there, and really proves how much it means in a 24-hour race just to stick to it and keep good pace. Don't risk anything unnecessarily. And the Bentleys early on in the season, of course, as well, showing up in good force. Two Hondas also early on in the season with the Chamberlain driven car, the CDLC team running in good positions. And yeah, we're just waiting a little bit to see if anyone comes in for interviews here at the end of the race. I must say, I am really tired myself, and I know our cameraman Chris Hill are as well, so we'll not be hanging around for too long. But we will be just watching a few of the race highlights that will go by in the background. Obviously, we will not end up watching all of them, as that would take all night as well to do so. But really stellar drive from the drivers all around. Also, not that many incidents reported during the race. I think only 2 penalties were handed during the race itself, but I know that there's at least one laying about for the stewards to look at later this evening or in the morning. So that is surely one to stay with. I think there's actually 2 there might be. So yeah, great season. Just giving them, let's say, 2 minutes-ish to join the interview waiting room if they're interested in saying a few words on their season and the race itself and how it went. The Luke Oil team might actually still be champions, thinking about the scores, because they will get a 4th back from their drop results, which means they will have had a... Actually, not too sure about that. We'll have to wait and see on that until everything is counted and dusted from the admins to check if that happened. But some final words are, remember to go sign up for the next season of endurance racing. It is live on the Sim Grid, where you can go and sign up for Season 5 of the SRI Endurance Championship. Calendar is right now on the screen. It starts in exactly a month from now, on the 15th of March at the Hungaroring, before heading to Lone Star Le Mans, the circuit of the Americas, on the 19th of April. Brands Hatch will be round 3 on May 17th, the Red Bull Ring on round 4 on the 7th of June, and finishing off the season, the wonderful track of Kielm, with a little bit of a strange time number, being a 9-hour race there, but that will work out just lovely and dandy when we go racing. And on the 19th of July, so in the middle of summer, where everyone just loves to sit behind their PCs and going racing. So yeah, but I don't think anyone have come in for interviews. We have seen before that they are coming in when we have left, but I have been Oliver Anderson, Mr. One of Oliver. Behind the cameras have always have been Grandpa Chris Hill. This has been a wonderful season commentating on sim racing for you guys, and I hope that we see each other in about a month's time when we go racing again on in the Endurance Championship. Of course, we have the Sprint Championship not this week, but the week after on Tuesdays. Anyways, bye bye and good night. Exit song. Da 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 da.